As we gather here, we stand on sacred ground, the chamber of the United States House of Representatives, the heart of American democracy. I will never forget the first time I saw the Capitol. It was on a cold January day when I was 6 years old. My father, Thomas D'Alessandro Jr., was about to be sworn in for his 5th term in Congress, representing our beloved hometown of Baltimore. I was riding in the car with my brothers, and they were thrilled and jumping up and down and saying,
All right, everyone, welcome in here on Live Now from Fox, 7 o'clock on the dot if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and it is 4 o'clock if you are on the West Coast. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. What you are looking at right now is Buffalo, New York. You can see a few cars still on the roadways there, but many of those roads are covered in snow, and this is just the start of it. We know that Kathy Hochul did declare a state of emergency for about 11 counties over in the western part of the state due to what's being called, quote, an extreme snowstorm. I do want to head over to AAA New York's Elizabeth Carey. She actually joins us live right now from outside in the snow. And I mean, it kind of looks like a winter wonderland out there.
It sure is. I'm right outside my doorstep. So welcome to Buffalo, lake effect snow. It's about a 30-mile wide band. This is light right now. It was coming down overnight. We had thunder snow. It kept waking me up. You'd see a flash, you'd hear the thunder, and the snow was just pouring from the sky.
Yeah, so how much snow do you think is on the ground? I've heard from some people that it may be as little as 6 inches. Others saying in the Buffalo area they're seeing 2 feet.
Yeah, that's the thing with the lake effect band. So I'm in the south towns of Buffalo. We have about 1.5 feet of snow right here. Some areas might only have a couple of inches. So that's the thing with the lake effect. You don't know where it's going to hit. This band parks over you and you just get clobbered. And I got some coming down on me right now.
Yeah, no, we appreciate you stepping outside to kind of give us that view. So this is expected to continue, I would say, till about Sunday, right? This is going to go on for a while.
Yeah, it's going to be an extended storm. So we've been warning people from AAA to make sure if you're trying to go out there, first of all, our first piece of advice is don't go out because there's a driving ban in effect right now. But some people try to get to work if they're an emergency personnel, et cetera. But if you do need to go out there, you need to have that emergency kit in your car. That way, if you do break down, you'll be comfortable on the roadside. You know, we see these stories across the country of people being stranded. So you want to have some tools in there, jumper cables, blankets, warm clothes, snacks, and water.
I mean, a lot of good advice there, because that's the problem is you take a look and people say, you know what, we're used to seeing snow in Buffalo. This is just an everyday thing for us, so let's hit the road. But I guess your best advice right now is maybe if you can, stay indoors, stay at home, and maybe turn on the heater.
Absolutely, because if you're at home and you're safe, AAA is going to say stay there because we're going to try and rescue the people on the roadside first. And we are used to snow in this region, but we didn't even get a taste of it. We had such a mild fall, and then boom, here we are with the lake effect storm. And talk about moving a Bills game. I mean, this is unheard of in the Buffalo area. So, you know, we're expecting a pretty big storm.
That's what I was going to say, is you don't see an NFL game not just get postponed, but moved over to an entirely different city. We're talking about Detroit. That doesn't happen very often, and I think that says a lot about what is expected to happen there.
Yeah, and there were concerns about, clearing out the stadium. In the past, they'd say, okay, they get a lot of kids, a lot of teenagers, 18 years old or so. Come out here, shovel out the stadium. We'll give you a free ticket to go to the game. But that's when there were a lot of free tickets to be had. Now the Bills are doing good. A lot of people were hoping they'd make it to the Super Bowl this year. And they were worried that they wouldn't be able to get all that snow out of the stadium since the storm is supposed to go right through Sunday. So, Bills Mafia pretty upset about the storm moving. But as the Bills put it, it was out of an abundance of caution.
I was going to say, our executive producer, one of those people who is just not happy about it. All right, well, Elizabeth Carey with
Don't break
AAA
any
New York.
tables over it, though.
I mean, there's a few near him, so I'm a little bit concerned. I'm not going to lie.
Well, stay safe and stay warm. If you ever want to come see the snow, you're welcome to come to Buffalo.
I might stay here in Florida, not going to lie to you.
I might join you.
All right, thank you so much. We'll actually see if you're available on the ground, and others seeing as many as 2 feet. Now, the National Weather Service does say certain parts of that area through Sunday could see as many as 5 feet. The Bills game moved over to Detroit. That is something that does not happen very often. Fox's Madeline Rivera is also over in Buffalo. I do want to play her report from not too long ago.
Some communities in western New York are waking up to at least 2 feet of snow this morning, with fall rates of 3 inches per hour in some areas.
Last week was in the 70s, and you just deal with it.
By Sunday, the Buffalo metro area could be buried in as much as 6 feet of snow.
Lake effects now? Yeah. Just can happen at any time and come out of nowhere. Sometimes it's expected and it never comes.
The snowstorm is causing hazardous road conditions, and multiple flights have been canceled. The city of Buffalo and Erie County imposed travel bans Thursday night. People's top priority, staying off the roads and at home, safe and sound.
Just keeping their driveway clean and taking care of the cats.
The storm also triggering thousands of power outages, raising safety concerns. Officials say they expect the number of outages to only rise because of strong winds and the rapid rate of heavy wet snow accumulating.
Never run a generator inside your house or inside your garage. It should be at least 15 to 20 feet away from your home because we don't want to have our first responders have to come out and find out that someone has perished because of carbon monoxide poisoning.
No home field advantage for the Buffalo Bills on Sunday. The game between the Bills and the Browns will be moved from Buffalo to Detroit because of the snowstorm.
And thank you so much to Fox's Madeline Rivera. We will check in with her later, and we actually just talked to Elizabeth Carey again with AAA New York. She's going to join us once again around 8:30 this morning. As you can tell, a lot going on across the country and across the world this morning. This is a live view of just one of our many cameras that we have across the country. You can see snow on the ground there in Buffalo. When we first took the shot maybe 6 minutes ago, the snow was not really coming down, but now a little bit hard to see through that camera as it is coming down. Many of the counties in that area do have a driving ban in effect because the snow could cause issues. Again, some areas could see up to 5 feet of snow fall there throughout Sunday. We'll keep an eye on that and bring you the latest around the clock on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get into some of the other stories that we are tracking very, very closely here. But first, I actually want to switch gears and step away for a quick commercial break. I know it's only 7:07, but we do have a lot to get to here. Let's step away for that break, and we will be right back with everything you need to know to start your Friday. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a look at our Fox friends over at Fox Weather. They do have a live report coming in right now of the situation there in Buffalo. So I do want to take their on-air product so you can listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
And you get disoriented. It's hard to tell which way is up, and that can lead to a lot of problems, obviously.
Mark, before we go, have you at least been seeing anybody enjoying the snow? Any kiddos maybe building some snowmen or women?
Well, yeah, some people are enjoying it a little bit out here. There's a highway behind me, so I'm hearing some traffic. But the morning is just getting started here. I think a lot of people hunkered down. I asked the front desk when I checked in, hey, does an event like this shut down Buffalo, or is everybody going to just do what they need to do and they just roll with it? And they said, no, this is the type of event that will pretty much shut down Buffalo. I'm going to get out and about as safe as I can be later, and I'm going to look around for that. We'll see what people are doing, if they're enjoying it, so to speak, or if they're certainly hunkered down and waiting for it to pass later in the weekend.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing some of those videos of the massive snowball fights that will probably end up happening over in Western New York. Mark, thanks so much for spending part of your morning with us, and please be safe.
Thank you.
And Fox Weather has you covered for the holidays. Today might be your getaway day if you're flying out for Thanksgiving. We do have green lights across the board for the Midwest, but keep in mind a lot of lake effect snow for western Michigan. So that's where it's going to be tough to travel.
All right, they're talking about some airport delays, but you did see a live report coming in from Buffalo, New York. Again, this was Fox Weather. We like to take their live coverage. Don't forget, you can download the Fox Weather app. It is amazing. And honestly, it has everything you need when you're talking about weather. The radar, it's pretty nifty. If you are wondering what it looks like outside your window, or if maybe you are heading to another city, you can check ahead of time and see how things are looking. It sounds like maybe they're talking about Buffalo again. Yeah, so let's listen back in here, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Weather can be majestic and dangerous.
That's actually a commercial. So we are going to go on to our other stories here because there is, as I mentioned, a lot going on across the country and across the world. Let's talk about the latest in politics. If you were watching us here at Live Now from Fox just yesterday, you know that House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has decided to step away from her Democratic leadership role. She made that announcement around noon yesterday. We took it live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Lauren Blanchard with Fox News has the latest on that.
A standing ovation for House Speaker Nancy Pelosi as she announced she will not seek another leadership position. She made history as the first female Speaker of the House and has served as a top Democrat for nearly 2 decades.
For me, the hours come for a new generation to lead the Democratic caucus that I so deeply respect.
The announcement also comes after Pelosi's husband was attacked last month.
We're all grateful for all the prayers and well wishes as he continues his recovery. Thank you so much.
The House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer also announced he too will not seek another leadership position and offered up an endorsement, writing, "Now is the time for a new generation of leaders, and I am proud to offer my strong endorsement to Hakeem Jeffries for Democratic leader."
I think it's always good for a party to have new blood and new invigoration and enthusiasm and new ideas.
Speaker Pelosi will hand the gavel over to Republicans in January. The GOP caucus has elected Kevin McCarthy to be the next Speaker of the House. Thursday, prominent Republicans from the House Oversight Committee announced they will lead investigations into President Biden and his son Hunter Biden's business dealings.
Rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse will be the primary goal of a Republican House Oversight Committee. As such, this investigation will be a top priority.
Pelosi will stay on as a representative serving San Francisco, as she has for the last 35 years. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, Lauren, thank you so much. I do want to keep checking into this live camera that we have because you can see how things are changing in a minute. We showed you this camera in Buffalo, New York, maybe 3 minutes ago, and you could see the snow was coming down. It was hard to see. Right now, though, it looks like there's nothing coming down and things are just a little bit more clear. Again, we know the driving bans are in effect for many of those counties in the western New York area around Buffalo. A state of emergency issued for 11 counties in that area. I do want to check back in with our Fox friends over at Fox Weather because they're discussing this quote-unquote historic lake effect snow.
Need some warm water here as well. And as a result, this is part of the reason why on radar we've been seeing some of these white bands that have been popping up here. So over in Watertown here, you guys are getting pummeled here. And if you're not seeing the snow, I mean, just wait here momentarily because you will likely end up seeing the snowfall here within just a couple of minutes. Now, the other interesting thing about some of the winds here, they have been carrying some of the snow eastward. And as we switch to the velocity mode here, you're going to exactly see where all of this lines up here. So you see where some of the red is? That's an indication of the winds leaving the radar site there. And you see how it gets all the way into North Elba? Well, then when we switch to the radar, look at where that snow is. It's popping up just to the north there of North Elba. Now, we've also been seeing this popping up also in places like Dunkirk as well as over in Hamburg. Again, this is because of where that wind is coming out of. It is moving from the west to the east there. And whenever you start to see that wind there cut off, that is normally the place that we're seeing some of the heaviest snow bands. So that's the reason why there's been a travel ban for those of you that have been issued, that or I should say live in Erie County over in the New York State area. And as far as the winds go, we're also continuing to see those winds travel eastward here. So again, you can see this here right on the radar with this velocity sight here. And you know what? Of course, this is not working here, but that's okay here. But you can clearly see that it's essentially happening all across New York State here. So we're going to continue to monitor what's happening with the winds here, Britta, because whenever you follow the wind, you can follow where the lake effect snow bands are going to end up turning up.
Yeah, build it and they will come kind of thing, right? Let's take outside to Minneapolis. This is a live look at Fox 9. We do have some cold conditions out there.
Hey, it's cold, it's snowing, it just depends where you're looking. But thank you so much to our Fox Weather friends for providing that information. We will check in with them throughout the morning as we do bring you more information. But for now, I do want to get back to the headlines here because, as I mentioned, so much going on across the country and across the world. Take a look here at this live view of the White House in Washington, D.C., where it is not necessarily cold and not snowy either, like they're seeing in Buffalo. All right, so Thanksgiving just less than a week away, and unfortunately, we are going to see inflation mean a pricey Thanksgiving for so many people across the country. Carolyn Shively providing more information.
Gorging on you every November has been an American tradition for 400 years. But with the average price per pound up 21% from last year, we may have to switch to Thanksgiving hamburgers.
Food prices are just outrageous. I think it's possibly one of the most impactful commodities that we're having as a society going up.
It's not just a poultry price hike. The entire meal will cost you more in 2022. The American Farm Bureau says whipped cream and pie crusts are up 26%. A bag of stuffing mix climbed a whopping 69%. And check out the increase for the entire meal over the last 2 years. A study from Wells Fargo says since the price of groceries has gone up at a faster rate than dining out, it might cost the same to have that holiday meal at a restaurant this year.
Thanksgiving is so much about family that I would never want to go out and eat on Thanksgiving. My family all cooks together, and since we all have the same things that we eat, we make everything together. So I feel like I would never want to eat out no matter what the cost was.
Another challenge, the Alliance to End Hunger says its members have reported higher need at food banks with lower donation levels.
With the rising cost of food, we wanted to make sure that all the families, more families than ever before, had access to the things that they're going to need to have a family meal.
The price of only one item, fresh cranberries, dropped by 14%. In fact, some people are skipping the meat entirely this year to save money, something these Thanksgiving experts fully support. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
All right, Caroline, thank you so much. We'll check in with her because she is covering several different economic stories that are making headlines. Another one here. The man who led Enron through its bankruptcy proceedings and settlements, now leading cryptocurrency exchange FTX. In court bankruptcy filings, John J. Ray III blames the company's collapse on a complete failure of corporate controls. His remarks came as victims lawyer up and the company's ex-CEO gets ready to go before Congress. Fox News correspondent Carolyn Shively, as I mentioned, reporting on that as well.
It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
I don't think so. And I'm never wrong about this stuff. Never.
Turns out Larry David was right. And hundreds of thousands of investors who spent billions on the cryptocurrency exchange FTX were wrong. The sudden and spectacular collapse of FTX has sparked a hearing next month by the House Financial Services Committee.
It's important for Congress to get to the bottom of this so that we can then respond to make sure that consumers are protected and that innovation can still occur in digital assets.
Last week, a run on deposits left FTX with an $8 billion shortfall, forcing 30-year-old chief executive Sam Bankman-Fried to resign and the company to file for bankruptcy. That in turn destabilized other cryptocurrencies.
This was just a house of cards that was waiting to fall apart.
Bankman-Fried is now facing a multi-billion-dollar class action lawsuit filed by investors, and so are the celebrities who did television ads for him, including Larry David, Tom Brady, and Gisele Bündchen.
I remember that classic ad about FTX where they had Tom and Gisele, when they were still on speaking terms, picking up the phone and calling Shaq on the phone saying you should invest in this thing. That is a classic Ponzi scheme. So it's ugly. It's a mess.
The Justice Department and Securities and Exchange Commission are also investigating FTX for potential misuse of customer funds. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
As I mentioned, we're going to be checking in with Carolyn Shively quite a bit because there's a lot going on, especially when you're talking about economics and we're approaching Thanksgiving and the holiday season when the cost of just about everything does continue to rise here. I do want to take you to our Fox Means Business Report. They help to break down all of your business headlines, and that is what you need to start your Friday. So let's play that for you raw and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox.
Inflation may be starting to ease, but Americans are still feeling the pinch. According to a new bank rate survey, a majority have delayed a major financial milestone due to the state of the economy, and 57% say it's had a negative impact on their quality of life. To Wall Street, where stocks fell in a choppy session on Thursday, investors once again worrying about interest rates after a Federal Reserve official said they still have a lot of work to do to get inflation under control. This year's rout in the market is still hitting 401ks, according to Fidelity. The average 401k balance dropped for the third consecutive quarter. It's now below $100,000 and down 23% from a year ago. And finally, more than 2,000 Starbucks employees staged a strike at more than 100 locations on Thursday. The union representing the workers says they're protesting the retaliation taken against union supporters nationwide. The company denies the allegations. That's business. I'm David Asman.
All right, I'm not going to lie. I don't know exactly what this shot is, but I saw it pop up on our feed, and I just had to take it because, again, I don't know what it is, but it really looks beautiful, especially as we are, a little more than a month away from Christmas. But don't forget, we're a week away from Thanksgiving. So again, not sure where that is, but that is a beautiful live view, just one of many cameras that we have across the country and across the world. Let's get back into your headlines now here on Live Now from Fox. A new read on the housing industry as mortgage rates see the biggest weekly drop in more than 40 years. But as Fox Business correspondent Jerry Willis reports, there is still a long road ahead for the housing market.
These days, if you want to be a homeowner, you need to earn at least six figures as spiking mortgage rates and rising housing prices have pushed monthly mortgage payments through the roof. New data from Redfin showing that a home buyer has to earn $107,000 to afford the $2,600 monthly mortgage payment on the typical U.S. home. That's up 45% from $73,000 a year ago. Mortgage rates have risen this year at their fastest rate on record. Today, though, that number falling to 6.61%, according to Freddie Mac, and incomes, of course, haven't kept up.
the income needed to buy a home is well above what the median income is in this country. And that means that, you know, you have to be part of the upper class to be able to afford a home now, when previously home ownership was seen as a way to enter into the upper class. Now you have to already be there to be able to afford that starter home.
Fully 45 cities have now entered the 100 Grand Club, up from 16 last year. Many of these metro areas are located in Florida. Northport, Florida leads the list. In that town, situated between Tampa and Fort Myers, buyers need to earn $131,000 annually to afford the typical monthly payment of $3,200. That's a 73% spike from just last year. Other Florida cities on the list include Miami, Tampa, and West Palm Beach. Meanwhile, Chicago and the Bay Area had a small uptick in income necessary to afford a home. The study assumes buyers pay no more than 30% of their income monthly for housing. In New York, Jerry Willis, Fox Business.
The business news will continue all throughout the morning. We've been showing you those live images from Buffalo, New York, where that historic snowstorm is now moving through that area, expected in some parts to drop as many as 5 feet. You heard that right, of snow through Sunday. We are going to keep checking in with our correspondents. If you were watching us at the start of our newscast here at 7 o'clock Eastern time, we did check in with our AAA New York friends, and they showed us a live look at just how much snow has already fallen. Much more expected. We will check back in with them coming up in just about an hour. And in 5 minutes here, we do expect to speak with an expert to break down what exactly is lake effect snow. You hear that term all the time, especially when you're talking about Buffalo, New York, but I don't know what it means, and you at home might not know what it means. So we do have a weather expert set to join us and provide just a little bit more information. Before we go to break, I do want to give you another live look at our Buffalo camera where you can see the snow that has fallen. Many of those counties do have a ban on driving right now, but some people still have to go to work or wherever they need to travel to, so there are still a few cars on the road. Normally this image would look a lot different with a lot more traffic. 7:27 on the East Coast and 4:27 on the West Coast. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break, but we will be right back.
No more mooching, Bling Empire. Netflix adding a new feature that lets users remotely log out of devices connected to their account You have to go to the Manage Access and Devices option in account settings. It allows the paying customer to log anyone out with a simple click. Tennessee's Attorney General launching a probe into Ticketmaster's Taylor Swift pre-sale chaos. Swifties say there's bad blood after Ticketmaster glitches force fans to wait days to buy tickets to her spring tour.
I have beef with Ticketmaster right now that it's making my skin crawl. It's making me so upset. No one on earth can buy Taylor Swift tickets right now.
Attorney General Jonathan Skrmetti is stepping in saying, quote, as an industry player, you think Ticketmaster would be well aware that these were probably going to be the most popular tickets or close to the most popular tickets they've ever had. She might not be the official Queen of Christmas, but Mariah Carey is teaming up with Find Your Happy Place on a line of festive candles, body lotions, and bath gels. The scents include cozy and cashmere, candy cane, and balsam fir. And the 90s are back. A new blockbuster pop-up bar opens this weekend in Los Angeles, featuring movie-themed cocktails, nostalgic photo ops, and blockbuster-inspired entertainment. Tickets start at $29, and customers must be 21 to get in. And remember, be kind, rewind. That's business. I'm CJ Papa.
All right, so we're going to get back to our coverage of that Buffalo snowstorm coming up here in just a few minutes. As I mentioned, we'll speak with an expert to help break down exactly what the lake effect snow is, because I know I don't know that answer. You at home may not know. And for everyone who is watching who does know, just stay tuned because, you know, why not? You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, so I do want to get to some other headlines first. We'll get back to that storm in just a few minutes, but we've been talking about RSV a lot here on Live Now from Fox. The triple-demic that people are concerned about as we do get into the winter months. We're talking COVID, flu, and RSV. And hospitals are now overwhelmed due to all of those cases that they are seeing. I do want to take you really quickly to a Fox report here where they do explain what the situation is in many cities across the country.
It's not just here in Boston. Emergency rooms across the country are under serious strain. Janet Cook's recent visit to an emergency room at Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston was, in her words, horrible.
I was in excruciating pain, vomiting, unable to walk. I had hyperventilated.
Janet waited 8 hours for a bed, languishing in a hallway with other patients, and her case isn't unusual. Facing what's being dubbed the tridemic, a surge in COVID, along with cases of flu and RSV, a respiratory virus, hospitals across the nation are in crisis, ERs overwhelmed. According to the American College of Emergency Physicians, the situation has been years in the making.
It's just gotten to a breaking point where we're seeing literally people dying in waiting rooms across the country because there is nowhere for them to go outside of the waiting room.
The technical term for this medical purgatory is boarding. And a recent ACEP survey underscores the system overload.
We found that 97% of emergency physicians say that the boarding of their patients lasts for at least 24 hours. And about a third of those who did that survey said that it could be up to a week.
Dr. Terry says the situation is so dire, her organization sent a letter to the Biden administration urging federal intervention. In Boston, Molly Line, Fox News.
Molly, thank you so much. Let's get back to our coverage here of that winter snowstorm. It's not even officially winter yet, but if you take a live look here at Buffalo, New York, you can see things are changing by the second here. We showed you this camera maybe 20 minutes ago, and you couldn't really see much because it was coming down so heavily. Now, not really coming down on this camera. Some people, though, still driving around. We know those driving bans are in effect. And the National Weather Service calling this a historic snowstorm that is going to move through. Some areas of Buffalo and the surrounding areas there could see about 5 feet of snowfall. I do want to bring in right now Dr. Elizabeth Thomas with the University at Buffalo here. Let's speak a little bit more about what's going on because you're over in that area. What are you seeing?
Hi there. Yeah, it is a snowy place in Buffalo, and the snow has started to come down. This year, actually, I'm living in Bergen, Norway, and so I'm not personally witnessing it, but because I do most of my research in Buffalo, we've experienced a lot of snowstorms before.
I mean, that's not a big distance between Buffalo and where you are, right? You're basically just next door.
I actually, this year, I'm on sabbatical and I'm living in Bergen, Norway, so I'm across the Atlantic Ocean, but I'm in touch with friends and family who are starting to see the snowfall now.
All right, so the big question here, we hear it time and time again every time we talk about a storm, especially in the Buffalo area. What is lake effect snow?
Yeah, great question. Lake effect snow is very often happens early in fall, like right now, or early in winter. And it's when the lake is still really warm, but there's cold air that travels over the lake, picks up all that moisture from the lake itself, and then travels up overland, gets really cold, and dumps all of that moisture it just picked up from the lake onto the land around it. So because Buffalo is downwind of Lake Erie, we tend to get quite a bit of lake effect snow in fall and winter.
So from what you are hearing from the National Weather Service, the amount of snow that is expected to fall there, is it surprising to see possibly 5 feet of snow in some areas, especially when you're talking about in mid-November?
Yeah, this is actually a fairly common occurrence in fall and winter. Like I said, the lakes are still warm, there's no ice on them, and there can be the air mass moving over the lakes can get cold, and then you can get a lot of snow that comes from the rain, from moisture that evaporates off of the lake. So we've seen storms like this quite a bit before. In 2014, we had what we called the snowpocalypse in November, where there was 12 feet of snow even.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's a lot of snow. So is Buffalo, the surrounding areas, are they prepared to handle 5 feet of snow? Because again, this is something that they do see. Are they prepared to handle that? Can people still go about their daily lives there? I know when I lived in Nashville, Tennessee, for instance, you get 1 inch of snow, 1 inch, and people don't know what to do. So in Buffalo, though, they probably do.
Certainly, yes. We all have shovels, and most of us have snow tires on our cars, and so we're ready to go for these sorts of snowstorms, and the municipalities are certainly prepared to handle this kind of snow.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much, Dr. Elizabeth Thomas, University of Buffalo. Before I let you go, anything else that you want to make sure to add?
Just that these snowstorms will probably continue to be important as the lakes and climate around Western New York warm. As long as there's freezing temperatures in the fall and winter and the lakes are ice-free, we can keep seeing snowstorms like this.
And something I just thought about here, thunder snow. Is that a thing?
Yeah, totally. Stephen Colbert even likes to joke about it. Yeah, so we definitely have experienced thunder snow before, and it's pretty exciting.
I'm sure. Well, Dr. Elizabeth Thomas at University of Buffalo, thank you for joining us. I want to say across the pond, but it's further than that. So thank you again for taking the time to talk to us.
Thank you. Stay safe.
All right, 7:38 on the East Coast and 4:38 on the West Coast. Thank you so much to Dr. Elizabeth Thomas. Once again, we are going to check in there with AAA over in New York in about a little less than an hour here to give us an update on conditions there. We do have a reporter, so to speak, who is over there in Buffalo. Again, we will check in with her in just a few. Coming up in about 5 minutes, we're going to talk to our friends over at Fox 5 New York. They report live on some information here. Ticketmaster halting sales of those Taylor Swift tickets because they have unprecedented, overwhelming demand. If you've tried to get those tickets, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but then right back to the headlines here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. This is a camera that you are going to see a lot throughout the morning here. I do want to actually bring you the latest here as we do talk about this snowstorm that is going to impact Buffalo. The snow already starting to fall in that area. Right now, the camera not looking too bad, and more people are hitting the road over in that area here. We'll keep you updated. We have another live report coming up at about 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We will also check in with our Fox Weather friends to get the latest information. For now, though, I want to talk a little bit more about Twitter because things there just keep on changing pretty much on a daily basis here. I spoke with an expert just minutes ago who helps break down the latest in this ongoing saga. Peter Glor, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
So, am I reading a mystery novel? Am I watching some weird reality show? What is going on here with Twitter?
I think it's just somebody redoing the software engineering process of a very big software company.
Yeah, so, I mean, going over everything that has developed over the last, I would say, several days, several weeks. I have so many questions, but workers now leaving in those large numbers, and it sounds like Musk is kind of backtracking on his plans to say you need to work hardcore hours because everyone's leaving.
I think the challenge will be to keep the right ones. And it's, of course, a big risk that you frighten away the ones that you really would like to keep. But as far as, I mean, on the one hand, the advantage is that Twitter is not like a neat banking system. So there isn't really it doesn't compare with the cryptocurrency meltdown in that sense. It's basically distributing simple text messages, and that's technically speaking much easier than, for example, a trading system. So it can be done with much fewer people.
Do you think Musk is in over his head?
I think Musk has been in over his head for his entire career, so he's very used to that.
I gotcha. Is this the end of Twitter?
That is a great question. Personally, I don't think so. I mean, even if there is a big meltdown, then there will be a few days without Twitter, and then there will be the phoenix out of the ashes, and it will be reborn because A, it's too good a thing not to be there, and B, it's not rocket science to run it.
Who do you think Musk might choose as CEO? Are there any real options? Because Jack Dorsey's saying he's not going to do it.
No, I'm not reading the crystal ball here. So, I mean, he will fight through it, and then whether it's an internal hire or somebody from the outside, or whether he is trying to somehow collaborate with the original Twitter founders, I don't know. I think it will be a mix of all.
Does he need to just kind of slow his roll and calm down a little bit in his, I don't know, aggressiveness?
Well, his aggressiveness so far has served him quite well. If you look at SpaceX, if you look at Tesla, if you look at his previous undertakings, they have worked very well. And he certainly, I mean, I like to say no pain, no gain. And he's exposing himself right now to the biggest pain of everything. And so I think as long as his health is keeping up, he has a good chance of succeeding in turning that software company around and making it work again and getting rid of a lot of slack.
Do you think he'll eventually just kind of give up and sell the company? I know, like you said, you don't have a crystal ball or anything like that, but does it seem like he's just going to kind of give up?
I don't think he's the sort of person that wants to do that. He's normally in it for the long haul, and if you look at the history of Twitter, there was 4 wonderful years, and that was the years when basically Donald Trump was governing the US through Twitter. And my feeling is Elon Musk might want to repeat that.
So, And thank you so much for that great conversation there via Twitter. We're talking about everything Twitter, and we will have more of that in-depth conversation coming up here in a little bit later, I would say, in our newscast. I do want to switch gears and talk about another story that is making headlines all over the country. You probably know exactly what I'm getting at here. The trouble does continue for Taylor Swift fans who are trying to get concert tickets on Ticketmaster. Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez live there in Greenwich Village for reaction. Thank you so much for joining us. It is a mess if you're trying to get those tickets.
Complete chaos, Josh. Good morning to you. And I've been catching up with a few Swifties here, and they tell me they are just disappointed, and they feel that Ticketmaster should have better planned for all of this. As we mentioned, there was already some issues earlier this week with pre-sale tickets, and then just add this into the mix, Ticketmaster pulling the plug on general sale.
Best believe I'm still bejeweled when I walk in the room. I can still make the whole place shimmer.
Bad blood continues between Taylor Swift fans and Ticketmaster. The world's largest ticket seller letting down Swifties once again after announcing it's canceling today's general public sale for Taylor Swift's upcoming tour.
It's me. Hi, I'm the problem, it's me.
This latest letdown comes after another ticket debacle earlier this week. Ticketmaster's website crashed during the pre-sale event and left many fans without tickets.
I tried so hard.
Live Nation, which merged with Ticketmaster, says more than 2 million tickets were sold during pre-sales, a record number of tickets sold on the platform in a day. Ticketmaster citing extraordinarily high demands on ticketing systems and insufficient remaining ticket inventory to meet that demand as to why they called off Friday's sales. Live Nation chairman telling this to CNBC.
All the Live Nation team is sympathetic that the long wait times and fans who couldn't get what they wanted. Reality is, it's a function of the massive demand that Taylor Swift has.
Questions still remain on how many tickets are left.
I think Taylor's team is sort of unhappy with the situation and the hits that they're taking. I mean, they tried to do their best in terms of allowing people in and the like through Verified Fan. They had the expectation there wouldn't be a problem.
One thing for sure, ticket prices have skyrocketed on resale sites like StubHub. Some tickets listed for tens of thousands of dollars, angering fans and causing lawmakers to call out Ticketmaster.
Ticketmaster works with these promoters and others to literally withhold thousands of tickets.
And so I was just on StubHub and I was looking for concert tickets for when Taylor Swift is here at MetLife, and tickets start at about $700, and we're talking nosebleed seats here, Josh. We'll send things back inside.
Yeah, hopefully you're buying my tickets because I definitely cannot afford that.
Very expensive.
Yeah. All right. Fox 5, Lizette Nunez here. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. 7:49 on the East Coast and 4:49 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, but then right back to the headlines, including the latest on that huge snowstorm going on in Buffalo. I want to take you to break with this live image showing, not a lot of traffic out there. People are heeding that warning to stay indoors. Very likely we will have a news conference at some point this morning with Kathy Hochul, the governor there in New York, who is from Buffalo, so very familiar with this area. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, taking a live look at Buffalo, New York. They have finally moved the camera for us so we can get a better look at the snow that has fallen. Rooftops there covered, and this is just the beginning. It does appear that they could get about 5 feet. You heard that right, 5 feet of snow in that area of Buffalo and the surrounding areas where Governor Kathy Hochul has declared a state of emergency for 11 different counties in that area. We're going to keep an eye on all of that and bring you more information. As I mentioned, we do have several live reports coming up, one of them at about 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. So let's say in about 30 minutes, we have a crew with AAA New York. They're reporting live for us outside in the snow. That's why we love them, because we get to stay inside this nice studio while they're out there reporting. I do want to take you to some of the other headlines that we are following right now, and as I've mentioned, there are a lot of them. If you do remember this, it is Thanksgiving in less than a week. So yeah, that's the holiday that comes before Christmas, because a lot of people do forget Thanksgiving is there and they start decorating for Christmas fairly early. So our Fox 13 Tampa team actually filed this report about, get this, Thanksgiving etiquette. Let's listen in.
We're counting down the days to Thanksgiving, and while we are all excited for the delicious food, you don't want to forget to bring your table manners. Whether you're gathering with family or hosting a Friendsgiving, there are some definite do's and don'ts.
And joining us now to talk about that, it's our favorite etiquette expert, the author of Everyday Etiquette, Patricia Rossi, back with us again. Thank you, Patricia, for your time.
Hi, I've missed you guys.
We have missed you too.
All right, so step one, you should open probably your dinner with a talk about the election results, I'm guessing. Is that the first first go-to in conversation there?
Anybody that you invite, you have to tell them 3 weeks before or tomorrow, you have to tell them no politics, no pajamas. You want to dress in a decent manner. And no pulling up old grievances. I want y'all to leave those bones buried.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so I always struggle with this one. What should you bring? You're invited, so you're a guest maybe. Do you bring the wine? Do you bring, your favorite green bean casserole? What do you bring?
No, not green bean casserole.
Okay, not to Chris's.
So I have a new thing that I have been bringing, and that's paper goods, paper plates, paper napkins. I put it in a really little cute container, a little dish towel, and then don't forget the paper cups. They'll want these for coffee. And if you're feeling real festive, you can just throw some little wine charms in.
Can you
But that's so you don't, that's all under $20, and a cheesecake's going to be $20, and it's dried up before it gets there.
That's a good idea, the paper goods.
Okay, good, so that would work.
Yeah, and no one wants to be the person who says, hey, is the stuffing gluten-free? I have,
Are there onions in that?
Well, are there onions? But if someone does have diet restrictions, Patricia, should they tell the host or just try to avoid eating the items where they're not sure if there's something in there they shouldn't be eating?
I would tell the host whatever was my restriction was and say, I'm going to bring a plate for everyone to share of what I'm bringing. And that way everybody gets a little bite of what you're having as well.
So it seems like everybody's online. I have a question about this. When it comes to Thanksgiving, what can you post and when can you post it? Because my kids always get mad at me when I post, the family events before they've approved the pictures. Is that a thing?
Well, here are the social media guidelines. No, don't take pictures of anyone sleeping, anyone eating, anyone tippling too much. You don't want to take any of those pictures or post those. Be respectful.
Wow, that would leave no photos at my family get-togethers if you can't include people that are sleeping or eating. We talked about earlier some things you shouldn't talk about at the table, but what is a good topic, a good kind of a group question to get people going and have good dinner conversation?
A great question is, what kindness happened to you this year that wobbled your heart? And about everybody's going to have a story about that. And if they don't, you can kind of turn it around on them and say, well, what covert act of kindness did you grant somebody? And then that gets the whole table talking. It brings out great feelings, and you find out what affects people in your family. Like, to me, it's food. So not only do I want you to pay for my Starbucks in the car ahead, I want a big chocolate muffin too.
Nice.
So.
Great advice as always. Thanks so much, Patricia, and happy Thanksgiving to
Yes,
you and your
happy
family.
Thanksgiving. I bet Thanksgiving dinner at the Rossi house, I bet there's a lot of pressure there. Everyone has to be on their best etiquette, right?
Well, they have good paper goods. I know that. Thanks.
And thank you so much to our Fox 13 Tampa team. That's going to be some important information. 2 things you do not want to talk at the Thanksgiving dinner table: COVID, politics. Remember that. All right, 7:58 on the East Coast, and it is 4:58 on the West Coast. You're taking a live view of Buffalo. Coming up after this 2-minute commercial break, we are going to go back to Buffalo for the latest on this historic extreme snowstorm that could bring 5 feet of snow to some areas of Buffalo. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome in on Live Now from Fox. It is 8 o'clock on the dot, 5 o'clock over on the West Coast. Thank you so much for being here with us. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. If you're over in the New York area, you know that the snowfall in Buffalo is one of our big stories today. We do have live cameras that give you a look at what's going on there. It looks kind of clear when you think about it now, but the roads are covered in certain areas, and if you look very closely, you can see some of those flakes are falling. We're checking in with our Fox Weather friends as they do cover this extensively. I want to take you to their live broadcast right now, raw and unfiltered, here on Live Now from Fox.
Effect snow event continue to move through there all morning long. We have been telling folks about some of the warnings that have been popping up here, and I want to show you some time-lapse video of what happened here over the last 12 hours here. So this was Buffalo, New York. This was yesterday morning. It looked very tranquil, but then look at what happened just a couple of hours later as some of those lake effect snow bands moved through. Buffalo, New York looked very different there. This was last night, and as you can see there, even though it looks pretty. It provided some very slippery conditions, and it has been crippling some parts of not only New York State, but also those of you in Erie, Pennsylvania. All right, so let's take a look right now at some of the snowfall that has already happened here. So up in Hamburg, New York, we've got nearly 2 feet of snow, and over in Orchard Park, that is over in western New York, we've gotten nearly 18.5 inches of snow. And over in Eden, New York, we've got nearly 14 inches of snow. This is all near Lake Erie. And just to the north of there, up in the Lake Ontario area, this is near Watertown. Look at that. Amboy, New York. Nearly 2 feet of snow has already fallen. Mexico, New York. 15 inches of snow has fallen. Over in Point Rock, we've got nearly 14 inches of snow. And friends, this is just the beginning. So 28 degrees right now in Buffalo. Erie, Pennsylvania, 30 degrees. And up in Watertown, we are seeing temperatures right around 30 degrees. And you see some of this white banding that is popping up just in the Hamburg area. This is going to continue. This is all due to the wind direction. So whenever you have lake effect snow, you need a couple of things. You need cold air and you need warm water. And over here in Lake Erie, we've been seeing temperatures, water temperatures, right around 51 degrees. The air temperature has been somewhere in the 30s. And as you travel much farther up in the atmosphere, we've been seeing temperatures in the teens here. So all three things have been happening here, and that has been building some of those cumulus clouds that you've been seeing. That's been funneling in all of that snow there. And as you take a live look over in Buffalo as well as Watertown, that is pretty much what happens as a result there. We're also been seeing some visibility issues as a result here. So all morning long, we've been talking about the fetch here, right? That is how much the wind has to travel in order for the snowfall to pretty much fall. And at the end of this fetch, that is where you end up seeing all of that higher totals in terms of that snow here. So it has been traveling nearly 201 miles here, and that's a whole lot of moisture that's being carried along Lake Erie here. So this is why, Britta, you know, this is continuing to be a big event for those of you in Western New York.
Yeah, so let's get you right down in the thick of it. We're going to Buffalo, New York, where we find Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera. Madeline, it looks completely different than what it did yesterday morning, that's for sure.
Absolutely, Britta. Well, right now in downtown Buffalo, we've got about a foot of snow, but make no mistake, these guys are not out of the woods just yet. They could see several feet of snow by Sunday. In downtown Buffalo, things are quiet. That's because there is a travel ban set in place in the city. On a broader scale, Erie County also imposed a travel ban last night. This morning, Erie County officials said the travel ban was lifted for northern parts of Erie County, but downtown Buffalo is still under a travel ban. And Erie County officials say people heeded the warnings to stay home. They had some accidents overnight, but nothing major. People really heeded the warnings here. We've seen crews all morning cleaning the roads. They are out in full force. They are working 24/7 to clean things up. There is no shortage of resources, but of course there are some disruptions. We've been talking about it over the last couple of days. Buffalo public schools are closed. Erie County offices are closed. Dozens of flights at Buffalo Airport have been canceled for today. The bus service in Erie County, that's been suspended for today, but the Metro Rail, that's still working. In fact, you can probably see it behind us right now. We've seen people taking that Metro Rail. So there are some disruptions, but overall it seems people are taking things in stride. They know how to handle severe snowstorms. And again, we haven't really seen people out here. Things have been quiet. Seems like people really are taking the word of local officials and just staying at home and waiting for the storm to pass through. Britta?
Yeah, it's the best way to do it. I mean, we're heading into a weekend, the weekend before Thanksgiving. Just snuggle in and be with your family. We'll check in with you soon, Madeline. Stay warm out there. Well, let's take a look at what we're expecting over the next 48 hours, because this is just the beginning. As you heard Madeline say, we're waking up to about a foot of snow in Buffalo, and look at what the forecast is calling for. An additional 2, 3, maybe even 4 feet of snow. We just have to look at where these snow bands wiggle over the next 36 hours. Watertown also is going to be hit very hard. In fact, we're going to see an additional 2 to 4 feet for you. Now, focusing on Buffalo itself, and when I bring up the word wiggle, this is all going to make sense. It really depends on the wind direction. So when you see the highest snow totals for Buffalo, you really want to take advantage of the entire stretch of Lake Erie, or hope that we don't. depending on how you look at it, because if we have those winds coming directly southwest across the lake, the wind has the entire stretch of the lake to pick up all that moisture and throw this heavy snow right into Buffalo itself. And that's what we've been seeing this morning. Now, the band itself right now is just south of downtown. Now, as we go throughout the next 24, 36 hours, this wind direction is going to slightly shift, and that, of course, is going to make this snow band wiggle to the north and to the south. But generally speaking, western New York, you're going to be under the thick of it. And this is why we see those different snow totals. One area can see a foot, while another area gets 4 to maybe even 5 feet of snow out of this entire event. Here's a look at our future track, and it really highlights that wiggle that you're going to see with the snow bands. Focus on the snow band coming off of Lake Erie for western New York, but also the snow band over Lake Ontario, which is going to be plowing into Watertown and really covering 81. I mean, that stretch of road is not going to be easy to travel. As we work our way through the day tomorrow, these snow bands look to retreat a little bit up to the north, but then they build right back down to the south as we go into Saturday evening. Everything's going to be wrapping up on the day on Sunday, so that's really when we're going to have that opportunity to have our true dig out. This is what is still yet to come. So if you live in Buffalo, we could see an additional 2 to 3 feet of snow. Down to the south towns, Hamburg, maybe an 2 feet of snow. As we look up towards Niagara Falls, lower additional snow amounts, about 8 to 12 inches, but that's still a substantial amount of snow that is still on the way. Take a look at the top 3 or the top 10 3-day snow events for Buffalo. I mean, the top one was in 2001 with 56.1 inches of snow. So it's possible that we could be breaking some records. It's definitely certain that we're going to be making history. That's for sure, Jason.
Well, we've been talking a lot about western New York, but that is not going to be the only place that is going to see some lake effect snow. And let's take a look this morning at what's going to be happening over in Michigan there. And this brings a smile to my face. Good morning to those of you in Gaylord, Michigan. As you can see right there, they have been getting walloped with some of the snow, but somebody decided to have a little bit of fun there, setting up a snowman as a result. And I believe those are some birds there.
Good morning, everyone. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, my name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. You're checking in there with our Fox Weather friends. They are providing live coverage about that extreme snowstorm that is going to affect people in the Buffalo area. The National Weather Service saying that some areas could see about 5 feet of snow through Sunday afternoon. Now, we are expecting to be joined here in a little more than an hour at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time by the National Weather Service there in Buffalo. They will give us a live interview to provide the latest information they have. Everything changes every second pretty much when you're talking about weather, so they will help break that down for us. We're also going to have a live report from our New York AAA team. They're going to report here in about 20 minutes and take a live look at what's going on outside in their yards. A lot of snow out there, I can already tell you. Now, we did talk a little bit about it, and so did Fox Weather, but the Bills game getting moved to Detroit because of all that snow and what could happen on the roads. Our Fox Detroit team has more for us on that.
Do you follow the Buffalo Bills at all?
I don't. I will now.
That's because the Buffalo Bills are playing at Ford Field on Sunday, but they aren't playing against the Detroit Lions. So,
why Detroit?
Well, in case you haven't heard, Buffalo is bracing for a monumental blizzard. They could get up to 6 feet of snow.
Is that as tall as me? No. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay, that's insane. So are you saying that when I go to New York next week, I'll be seeing that snow?
No, because New York City is more than 6 hours away from Buffalo. But back to this crazy blizzard. The Bills Stadium is not covered. And of course, Ford Field is.
It makes sense. Makes sense.
So on Sunday, the Bills will be playing the Cleveland Browns at Ford Field. The Detroit Lions are away this weekend, and then they'll be playing against the Buffalo Bills on Thanksgiving here at Ford Field. I get it. It's a lot to sort through.
They're going to play in Detroit twice.
Yes, and the team may stay here in Metro Detroit in the days between games because let's face it, no one is going to be flying in and out of Buffalo with that much snow.
But that's cool, too, because right now we have a lot of holiday stuff going on. We got campus marches, we got Midway, I think we have the Arctic, so it's enough things for everyone to do if they decide to come.
Cleveland is less than 3 hours from Detroit, so Browns fans will for sure make the trip to Ford Field for Sunday's game, but will Lions fans show up?
I would go, absolutely, for sure. We love football at home, so we're always watching. My fiance is a big football fan of everything, of course, Lions.
One thing you probably noticed, they mentioned there that New York City and Buffalo, New York, nowhere near each other. I did not realize how far away they are, 6 to 8 hours, according to our executive producer here, who, I don't know if you've heard me talk about it, but he is from that area, very familiar with it. 8:12 on the East Coast and 5:12 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. A lot going on aside from that Buffalo snowstorm, so let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with a look at those headlines. Well, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:14 over on the East Coast and 5:14 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I want to get back to a story that we have been following now for several days. Authorities say a body has been found in the debris from an explosion that rocked the Potomac Oaks condominiums in Montgomery County, Maryland, as police officials now investigating that incident as a potential intentional criminal act. I want to bring in Fox 5 DC's Melanie Alnwick, who is there at the scene in Gaithersburg, to bring us more on what we know. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, Josh. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, a lot of questions
here. We're still absolutely. And, I think most people, reporters and folks here on the scene, kind of surprised with those words that were spoken yesterday by Montgomery County Police Chief Marcus Jones when he said they are investigating the possibility of this being an intentional criminal act. A lot of us were thinking gas explosion. There have been a couple of gas explosions that we've all covered before. It certainly looks and feels like a gas explosion. But they haven't said specifically yet that that's indeed what led to the collapse of the building. We do know from eyewitnesses that they heard a loud boom, and then the building started to crumble, and people were literally crawling out on their hands and knees, sometimes with people on their back. People have nothing left except the clothes that they were wearing when they escaped the building. But in terms of the discovery of the body, that also was maybe a bit of a surprise yesterday. They always did kind of give us that word of caution that they hadn't finished searching, but the initial search with the dogs, the cadaver dogs, as well as the live survivor dogs, didn't detect anything. But then they went back again as they started moving piles of debris off the top, and then they bring the dog back in again to kind of hit on areas that it hadn't gone into before. And that's when that hit was detected yesterday morning, and then they were able to get into there and recover that body. We always knew that there was one apartment of the 6 apartments in building 826 where the residents had been, or the owners had been, unaccounted for, but we really didn't have good information. They never told us specifically, was it one person, 2 person, a family? And they also said it can be some difficulty because these are privately owned units, so you never know if something's been subleased or perhaps it was just a visitor. So all of those are open questions this morning, as well as what is leading the police chief to say possible criminal intentional act. So we've got a lot of questions on that this morning, Josh, and we know that they said that they're going to continue to go back in this morning and try to pull more evidence out of this rubble pile.
Yeah, so the big question, do we know if they do plan to hold another news conference today? We know that they have been holding them fairly regularly, as they did yesterday, but do we know if one is scheduled for today?
There is one pending for later today, but they haven't given us a time yet. And, yesterday it was supposed to happen at 10:30, then it was delayed and delayed and delayed as more information was coming in real time. So they have been pretty good as far as addressing the media, but we haven't had a lot of that specific information that all of us are looking for. One thing that we do know that's sort of calmed the fears of people in this area, they did go door to door. This is a very large condominium complex, and they went to each and every unit, making sure that their gas lines were safe. They wanted to reassure everyone that the natural gas service here is safe. We still don't know specifically if it's a gas explosion. We know that at one point there was an open gas fire from a gas line that had ruptured, but we don't know if that rupture, it was the source of the explosion, or if that rupture was a secondary issue subsequent to the explosion. So like I said, it's a pretty big thing for the police to say that now major crimes is getting involved in this, and we all want to know, who is this person and what were they doing that was leading to this kind of an investigation?
And that's the question. We don't know anything about this person, right? Gender, age, nothing.
No, we have no idea on that at this point. It's possible that this body suffered some severe burns and injuries. We do know that the body has been taken to the medical examiner's office in Baltimore, where they're going to make a positive identification and perhaps some sort of a cause of death.
All right, Fox 5 DC's Melanie Alnwick, thank you so much for joining us. I'm sure we'll be checking back in with you over the next few days as more information is released.
Yeah, no problem, Josh. Thank you.
All right, 8:19 on the East Coast and 5:19 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. If you've been tuning in this morning, you know there's a lot going on, and we're keeping an eye on the latest out of Buffalo. We do have several cameras that are pointed over in that direction. I believe, let's see here, this one right here should be from Buffalo, where it is hard to see, but you're also looking up at the sky, so that makes it just a little bit more difficult. On the roadways and trees, you can see a little bit of snow has fallen. In just about 10 minutes, we will be joined by New York's AAA. They are live there in the snow, and they're going to give us a live report with the latest information. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but back to the headlines here in just a few. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:23 over on the East Coast and 5:23 on the West Coast. One thing we talk about a lot here on Live Now from Fox, the economy. A lot of people are talking about inflation, and the latest retail numbers were released earlier on this week. Our very own Rain Augustine had a chance to speak with Dr. Mike Walden over at NC State. He is always great at joining us and helping to break down pretty much anything going on when it comes to economic reports. So I do want to play that conversation for you, raw and unfiltered, right now here on Live Now from Fox.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Right now, I am joined by Dr. Mike Walden, a Reynolds Distinguished Professor Emeritus at NC University. Thank you so much for speaking with us. So let's jump right into it because we just received the retail sales report. Retail sales rose 1.3% in the month of October, which means that Americans are spending slightly more money than we did in the month of September. So the Census Bureau releases these numbers once a month, right? But we're paying a little bit extra attention to this month's report because the holiday shopping season is here. So what does this mean for businesses? Is this a good indicator of how holiday sales will go? And more importantly, is this a signal of possibly a strengthening economy?
Well, like so many things in the post-COVID world, there's a lot of confusion with this number. Number one, the Federal Reserve, which is trying to squeeze out inflation by raising interest rates, actually wants spending to slow down. They would not, I think, have been upset if consumer spending actually fell. So the fact that it went up, I think, number one, tells us that the Federal Reserve is going to continue to squeeze out inflation by raising interest rates. So we have more interest rate hikes on the horizon. Number two, this was actually a very strong number month over month. You adjust for inflation, you adjust for seasonality, and it was still up. And so there's some question as to maybe what consumers are doing is they are moving Christmas buying forward. That is, these are sales that maybe would have normally happened in November and December, which means that when we get to November and December, we may see things slow down quite a bit. In fact, my wife and I were out shopping here in Raleigh last week, and we were just amazed at how packed the parking lots were. Number three, many people might be confused by saying, well, gosh, aren't consumers sort of under the economic stress of higher prices? There are concerns that the labor market is going to slow down. Maybe people are worried about their jobs. Wouldn't people actually be deferring spending or cutting back on spending? And this is where the policies that were followed by two administrations, so this is not a partisan comment, really play into the situation, because consumers now are sitting with an extra $1 trillion in their savings accounts due to the variety and various COVID stimulus packages that have been pushed into the economy over the last 2+ years. So even if consumers are worried about their future paychecks, whether they have a job, they're concerned about higher inflation, they have the resources to buy. And I think this month's report does indicate that they're tapping those resources. So bottom line here is you can read this as good news, that people can spend money and buy things. And of course, that helps retailers. But you can also read it as good news because this is going back what the Federal Reserve wants to have happen, which is a slower economy.
So you mentioned that they have extra money in their savings due to extra financial support that Americans have gotten because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So does this mean that most Americans are not dipping into their savings to pay for an increase in everyday goods?
Well, they are. I mean, it's hard to track exactly where the money's going. And they have been dipping into that savings. That the $1 trillion mark that I mentioned was much higher a year ago. But I think clearly when you do Christmas shopping, if that's what some of this was, my guess, and this is just a guess, is that they were dipping. They were putting a lot of this on credit cards, and then they're going to go to their savings accounts to pay that down. But it's important to realize that this is exactly the opposite of what our policymakers of the Federal Reserve wants to have happen. What they're confronted with is an economy that's still running hot. And when an economy runs hot, and what that means is consumers are out there spending a lot, and we still have supply chain problems, so that's why the prices are going up. That's a recipe for higher prices. And in fact, retailers, when they see these sales, if they had any motivation to cut prices or moderate prices, they're not going to do that because they've got people coming in the doors and buying. So this number and this behavior is not good for the fight against inflation. That's what I want to emphasize. And so we're in this situation, on the one hand good, on the other hand bad, famous analogy by economists. But I think the ramification is that the fight against inflation is not over. Even though we've had a little bit of moderation, it's not over. And I think for people who worry about interest rates, if you want to buy a car, if you want to buy a house, whatever, those rates are still going to go up down the road.
So despite inflation, Americans are still spending a lot this holiday season. Now, retail sales numbers, are these numbers adjusted due to inflation at all?
The number that you see, the 1.3% gain month over month, is not adjusted for inflation, but I've done the adjustment and they're still higher, even if you adjust for inflation. That number, the 1.3%, was adjusted for seasonal impacts. So the bottom line here, even if you adjust for seasonality, which all that means is people will typically buy more in some months and buy less in other months. So that's been adjusted for that phenomenon. And I've also adjusted it for inflation, and consumers still are buying more.
My goodness. Well, any final thoughts?
Well, again, this post-COVID world in the economy and pretty much every occupation, it continues to puzzle us. Obviously, we're going to continue to watch what the numbers are. One positive outcome from this would be if indeed what consumers have been doing is buying products now for Christmas and then not buy them in later months, that could ease the Federal Reserve's fears. Because there was some optimism last week when we had the inflation number come in. It was still high, but it was less than it has been. There was some thought that, well, the Federal Reserve will raise interest rates, but they won't raise them as much as they've been doing. So this number today doesn't add to that interpretation. However, if as we go forward, we see that retail sales, if they are lower than expected in the rest of this year, then that might be helpful in the fight against inflation. But irregardless, I think interest rates are going to go up.
Well, to your point, hopefully people are just getting their holiday shopping out of the way. I know even a few major retailers rolled out a few holiday deals earlier than usual.
Yes.
So that probably adds to what we're seeing in these numbers. All right, Dr. Mike Walden, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our very own Live Now from Fox's Rain Augustine and Dr. Mike Walden, an economist who joins us quite a bit to help break down those different stories and the economic reports that come out pretty much on a daily basis. I think we're going to have to add him to the payroll. Taking a live look here over at Buffalo, New York. You can see the snow is really coming down. We do know that Governor Kathy Hochul issued a state of emergency for 11 of the western counties there around Buffalo due to this major snowstorm that could bring up to 5 feet. You heard that right, of snow. Now, we do want to check in once again with Elizabeth Carey. She is with AAA New York. She's been out in the snow for us all morning. And yeah, it looks a lot different than when we talked to you last time.
Yeah, well, you're talking about adding people to the payroll. Put me on the list because I'm standing out here in this winter wonderland. But you showed that downtown shot of Buffalo. So you saw the gray skies there, but it looks pretty clear there because the band of snow is actually here in the south town. So it's coming down about a few inches an hour. And what happens when we drive through this lake effect snow is if you're out on the roads, which we do remind everyone from AAA to stay home and stay safe. But what could happen is you're driving and the road looks clear and you hit a wall of snow and it's just the visibility just drops and you really cannot see where you're going. So we've gotten a ton of calls since midnight of cars off the road. They lost control. They slipped off the road and they're looking for someone to come tow them out.
And that's where I want to get to the next situation here, the advice that you do have for those drivers who do have to drive on the road and maybe those who could stay home if they wanted to.
Yeah, and so there's a driving ban where I am right now, but they did lift the ban in some areas, and it's an advisory. So with the advisory, they're saying only go out if you really have to. And with the ban, they're saying just stay in place. So no matter what, if you're driving on wintry conditions, we remind you to slow down, control your speed, what AAA likes to say is go slow on ice and snow. Speed is one thing that you can do to control your vehicle in conditions like this.
And so a lot of people, though, are still going to hit the road. And unfortunately, they don't think about the fact that this does affect tow truck drivers. It affects your employees, other employees, law enforcement, because they then have to venture out there to rescue people.
Yeah, exactly. You're told by the county not to drive, and then someone chooses to drive, especially if it's something silly like going to the store or something like that. Then they get stuck, and then that creates gridlock. And we've seen this with storms in the past. And this is going to be an extended storm over several days. Then a car gets stuck, then the emergency crews can't get through, the plows can't get through, and it just complicates the situation for everyone.
Yeah, I'm seeing some of the cars. I think I saw one earlier behind you that is covered, buried there in snow. About how much snow do you think has dropped so far? Because I know they were saying some areas could see up to 5 feet, which just sounds unreal to someone who's from Florida.
Well, I'm kind of having flashbacks to Snowvember. It was 8 years ago to the day that we got hit with that 7 feet of snow. So you'll see my neighbors out and about. They're snow plowing here. We definitely have a couple feet of snow. So if you take the shovel, for example, and stick it here, it's like pretty deep. It's definitely a couple feet there. So if anybody wants to come shovel me out, you're welcome. Come and find me, and I could use some help.
Well, once we get you on the payroll, you can afford to hire someone to do it for you.
Oh, that sounds great. And, you know, we talked earlier about the Buffalo Bills and them having to move that game. So we just heard that they can't even practice today because the players can't even get to the, the facility to practice. They canceled practice. They're going to do a virtual meeting to prep for that game that's going to be in Detroit on Sunday. So this is like a bizarre circumstance we're seeing.
And so many people, especially there, are Bills fans. So it is so rare to see something like this happen where not only, I mean, they could postpone a game, but they have moved it from there over to Detroit. It's so strange to see.
Yeah, and since they're playing in Detroit on Thanksgiving, a ton of Bills fans were planning to go there for that game. Now you're wondering if people might get there and try and get a doubleheader and be there for both games. You don't know, but depending on where you are in Buffalo, depending on if you can get out and get there. But what we see is a lot of people driving from Buffalo through Canada right to Detroit. It's not a bad drive, so if conditions improve, I bet you a lot of the Bills Mafia will be heading there with their tables in their cars to go cheer on the Bills.
Yeah, and the other ones who are angry will just break a table at home, I guess. Elizabeth Perry with AAA New York, thank you so much for joining us. Anything else that you do want to add there in the snow before we let you go?
Just a reminder to stay safe, and if you are going out there, make sure you have the supplies in your car and a full tank of gas. And if you can stay home in conditions like this, just stay home and relax and enjoy the warmth inside.
Yeah, not a bad idea. All right, well, thank you so much. Get indoors here. We appreciate you joining us and giving us that live look.
Okay, take care.
All right, 8:36 on the East Coast and 5:36 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, but on the other side, we will get right back into the headlines and everything making news across the country and the world. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are taking a live look from just one of our cameras across the country. I do believe that this might be the Denver area, not entirely sure, but it looks like it is our Denver station. So they are out there. And again, this is just one of the cameras that we do have across the country and across the world. Back into the headlines now. With Thanksgiving just a week away, millions getting their groceries for the big holiday and getting some sticker shock in the process. Analysts say we'll spend 20% more this year for the same meal as last year. A pretty substantial bite out of people's wallets. Fox reporter Carolyn Shively has those details for us from Washington.
On you every November has been an American tradition for 400 years. But with the average price per pound up 21% from last year, we may have to switch to Thanksgiving hamburgers.
Food prices are just outrageous. I think it's possibly one of the most impactful commodities that we're having as a society going up.
It's not just a poultry price hike. The entire meal will cost you more in 2022. The American Farm Bureau says whipped cream and pie crusts are up 26%. A bag of stuffing mix climbed a whopping 69%. And check out the increase for the entire meal over the last 2 years. A study from Wells Fargo says since the price of groceries has gone up at a faster rate than dining out, it might cost the same to have that holiday meal at a restaurant this year.
Thanksgiving is so much about family that I would never want to go out and eat on Thanksgiving. My family all cooks together, and since we all have the same things that we eat, we make everything together. So I feel like I would never want to eat out no matter what the cost was.
Another challenge, the Alliance to End Hunger says its members have reported higher need at food banks with lower donation levels.
With the rising cost of food, we wanted to make sure that all the families, more families than ever before, had access to the things that they're going to need to have a family meal.
The price of only one item, fresh cranberries, dropped by 14%. In fact, some people are skipping the meat entirely this year to save money, something these Thanksgiving experts fully support. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Yeah, that's a lot of good information there because a lot of people very concerned as we get just days away from Thanksgiving. They're having to send out notes to their family members and say, pick which foods you want this year because it is going to cost too much to buy everything that we normally would during the Thanksgiving holiday. I want to take you over to our Fox Means Business Report here. That is where Fox breaks down everything you need to know about the economy and everything going on really across the country here. So let's send you over to that report right now.
Inflation may be starting to ease, but Americans are still feeling the pinch. According to a new bank rate survey, a majority have delayed a major financial milestone due to the state of the economy, and 57% say it's had a negative impact on their quality of life. To Wall Street, where stocks fell in a choppy session on Thursday, investors once again worrying about interest rates after a Federal Reserve official said they still have a lot of work to do to get inflation under control. This year's rout in the market is still hitting 401ks, according to Fidelity. The average 401k balance dropped for the third consecutive quarter. It's now below $100,000 and down 23% from a year ago. And finally, more than 2,000 Starbucks employees staged a strike at more than 100 locations on Thursday. The union representing the workers says they're protesting the retaliation taken against union supporters nationwide. The company denies the allegations. That's business. I'm David Asman.
Thank you so much. All right, so I want to get to another story that we've been tracking here on Live Now from Fox. It's going to sound familiar. The man who led Enron through its bankruptcy proceedings and settlements, now leading cryptocurrency exchange FTX. In court bankruptcy filings, John J. Ray III blames the company's collapse on a complete failure of corporate controls. His remarks came as victims lawyer up and the company's ex-CEO gets ready to go before Congress. Fox News correspondent Carolyn Shively with more on that for us.
It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
I don't think so. And I'm never wrong about this stuff. Never.
Turns out Larry David was right. And hundreds of thousands of investors who spent billions on the cryptocurrency exchange FTX were wrong. The sudden and spectacular collapse of FTX has sparked a hearing next month by the House Financial Services Committee.
It's important for Congress to get to the bottom of this so that we can then respond to make sure that consumers are protected and that innovation can still occur in digital assets.
Last week, a run on deposits left FTX with an $8 billion shortfall, forcing 30-year-old chief executive Sam Bankman-Fried to resign and the company to file for bankruptcy. That in turn destabilized other cryptocurrencies.
This was just a house of cards that was waiting to fall apart.
Bankman-Fried is now facing a multi-billion-dollar class action lawsuit filed by investors. And so are the celebrities who did television ads for him, including Larry David, Tom Brady, and Gisele Bündchen.
I remember that classic ad about FTX where they had Tom and Gisele, when they were still on speaking terms, picking up the phone and calling Shaq on the phone saying you should invest in this thing. That is a classic Ponzi scheme. So it's ugly. It's a mess.
The Justice Department and Securities and Exchange Commission are also investigating FTX for potential misuse of customer funds. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
All right, do want to take another live look at Buffalo. I'm telling you, just depending on what camera you look at, it looks a lot different. But those clouds in the distance, they don't look very happy. So we are expecting this snowstorm here could bring up to 5 feet of snow to certain parts of western New York. So far, we have not heard from Governor Kathy Hochul today. It is very likely that she will hold a news conference with other state officials there, as well as local ones. When they do announce that, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered, as we do here on Live Now from Fox. We're also keeping an eye on our friends over at Fox Weather, as they are covering this extensively as well. If we do see them talk a little bit more about it, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to talk a little bit more about politics here, so let's get right into it. A lot going on, especially in the past week, and midterm elections just a little more than 1 week ago. So we'll get back to that in a second. But America marking National Education Week with a heavy focus on the affordability of higher education, which isn't always financially viable, especially in times of hyperinflation. Now, a UK-based startup is working to bring those costs down using a high-tech solution. Fox's Evan Brown has more from Miami in this Fox on Tech series.
Economic downturns hit everybody, including college students who are quite literally being forced to choose between dinner or a degree. 11% say they're skipping meals in order to pay for textbooks. So a British tech company is cutting those costs by turning old textbooks into new hyper textbooks.
They're doing all sorts of things like freezing their fees, increasing scholarships, but it's a very nice addition to then be able to say, we're saving you 50% on your textbook materials, and it's included in your student account.
The company called Biblio fully digitizes traditional textbooks, making the text searchable. They've also added high-tech features to help improve performance, like learning tools and additional materials that go beyond just what was written on the page.
Some publishers create, adaptive text, so there might be quiz questions or videos in their content. And then we also have created adaptive tech that we can apply to any flat book content.
Biblio is partnering with more than 100 colleges and universities, and they claim students using their platform raise their test scores on average by 4%. Education technology was forced to push itself forward due to the COVID pandemic, and that trend isn't stopping.
The expectations on technology and kind of the minimum requirements for accessibility have increased a lot. Now, there's quite strict standards.
The education technology market was valued at $100 billion last year. It could top $300 billion by 2028. In Miami, Evan Brown, Fox News.
Eben, thank you so much. A live look right here at Capitol Hill. I do want to get back into that political news that we have been covering all throughout the morning. Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi will step down as a leader for her party next year after leading more than 2 decades. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard reporting on the big leadership shakeup from Washington.
A standing ovation for House Speaker Nancy Pelosi as she announced she will not seek another leadership position. She made history as the first female Speaker of the House and has served as a top Democrat for nearly 2 decades.
For me, the hours come for a new generation to lead the Democratic caucus that I so deeply respect.
The announcement also comes after Pelosi's husband was attacked last month.
We're all grateful for all the prayers and well wishes as he continues his recovery. Thank you so much.
The House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer also announced he too will not seek another leadership position and offered up an endorsement, writing, "Now is the time for a new generation of leaders, and I am proud to offer my strong endorsement to Hakeem Jeffries for Democratic leader."
I think it's always good for a party to have new blood and new invigoration and enthusiasm and new ideas.
Speaker Pelosi will hand the gavel over to Republicans in January. The GOP caucus has elected Kevin McCarthy to be the next Speaker of the House. Thursday, prominent Republicans from the House Oversight Committee announced they will lead investigations into President Biden and his son Hunter Biden's business dealings.
Rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse will be the primary goal of a Republican House Oversight Committee. As such, this investigation will be a top priority.
Pelosi will stay on as a representative serving San Francisco, as she has for the last 35 years. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Thank you so much. Lauren Blanchard there with Fox News, providing more information on a story that we have been covering. We did bring that to you as breaking news yesterday as Nancy Pelosi made that announcement that she would not seek Democratic leadership once again. This comes, of course, after the Democrats did lose control of the House. We learned just 2 days ago that Republicans would gain control. The president's Homeland Security Secretary was in the hot seat. Alejandro Mayorkas tried explaining the administration's policy in light of the coming change to asylum rules along the southern border. Fox News correspondent Aisha Hasni has more on that.
The administration's continued failures on the border places Arizona communities and our nation's security at risk.
We can't fix the problem unless we acknowledge it.
The flow of drugs across the southwest border is unrelenting.
Senators from both sides of the aisle grilling Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas today at a Senate hearing on threats to the homeland, as Washington and border communities brace for a surge of migrants at the U.S.-Mexico border once Title 42 ends next month.
What's the plan for dealing with this mass migration and illegal immigration coming now post-Title 42?
What we are doing is precisely what we announced we would do in April of this year.
Mayorkas offering no new solutions today, instead sticking with a 6-point plan DHS unveiled in the spring. And yet the agency tracked a record 2.38 million migrant encounters in the entire fiscal year.
Do you believe your plan is working at the southern border?
Border security wasn't the only concern at the hearing. FBI Director Christopher Wray confirming since the Dobbs decision, which overturned Roe v. Wade and sent the right to an abortion back to the states, a stunning 70% of abortion-related violence cases were against pro-life organizations.
We're going after that through our joint terrorism task forces, so we take it very seriously.
And all of this comes as ICE just announced they've arrested 138 illegal immigrants convicted of sex crimes. The massive bust, part of a nationwide operation spanning about 2 weeks between October and November. Those crimes include sex abuse of children and rape. On Capitol Hill, I'm Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
Aisha, thank you. Obviously, some very graphic details there. Fox News has been covering that border crisis extensively over the last several years. Mike Tobin, he has been providing reports to us, so I do want to play his latest one here. It's about 2 minutes long and digs a little bit deeper into that border crisis.
A Coast Guard helicopter lands at the Puerto Rico Trauma Center carrying agents from the Air and Marine Operations Arm of Customs and Border Protection. 1 dead, 2 wounded after an exchange of gunfire with a suspected drug smuggling vessel 14 miles off the coast of Puerto Rico. One suspect also died, the other injured and taken into custody. DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas spoke today about the peril border agents face.
So the difficulty of this job cannot be compared to the difficulty that our frontline personnel face every day.
And it is every day that CBP agents are faced with a crush of migrants. Thermal video from our Fox News drone team shows approximately 250 migrants coming in the pre-dawn to Eagle Pass, Texas, a near daily occurrence. In Kinney County, Texas, a decoy for a smuggling team leads deputies on a chase, at times exceeding 125 miles per hour, ending with a rollover wreck. There's that vehicle. It impacted in the front and it rolled all the way along here, creating this debris. There was a single driver in that vehicle. You can see all of the airbags have deployed. Remarkably, the driver got up and ran. Deputy Ronaldo Escobar tackled him in the brush. In Arizona, Border Protection agents seized 3 million fentanyl pills intended for America's streets. Texas Governor Greg Abbott compared the chaos at the U.S. border to war, invoking the invasion clause, telling the state's Department of Public Safety as well as the National Guard to use every available tool to repel and arrest immigrants. He writes these efforts have been required of Texas because President Biden has abandoned his responsibility to enforce immigration laws and Congress has refused to hold the president accountable. The latest on those agents who were injured. A spokesman in Puerto Rico says one is in serious, one is in stable condition. They are 39 and 45 years old. The spokesman says they stopped the suspect boat to check registration. The men on board opened fire without warning. In Eagle Pass, Texas, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
Thank you so much. We'll have updates here on Live Now from Fox as we do get some more information about those agents. Again, 1 dead and 2 wounded there. I do want to go international and talk a little bit more about the latest on the war in Ukraine. We're talking 9-ish months since all of this did begin. Earlier on this week, Poland was hit by a missile, and there's still debate over who fired that missile. The president of Ukraine saying that it was Russia, and you do have NATO saying it was likely not an intentional act, but came from Ukraine. Let's head over to Fox News for the latest information on that investigation.
There's still no international consensus about who was behind a missile strike in Poland that left 2 people dead and the world looking for answers. It was initially believed to be a Russian attack, the first on a NATO country since the start of the war. Now, as the investigation ramps up, the evidence is pointing to a Ukrainian air defense missile that veered off course. But Ukraine's president says that's not what happened. The missile was Russian, and he wants access to the site so he can prove it.
Russian aggression took the lives of 2 Polish citizens. That is why we need our specialists to join the work of the international investigation and get access to all the data.
The U.S. and NATO pushing back on that claim. They say while Russia bears responsibility because of its unprovoked attacks, the trajectory of the missile indicates it was launched from inside Ukraine.
What's your reaction to President Zelensky saying that the missiles that landed in Poland were not Ukrainian? That's not the evidence.
The hit in Poland came amid a major escalation of Russia's airstrikes. On Thursday, those attacks picked up again. Russian missiles targeting Ukraine's energy infrastructure as temperatures here drop below freezing. The U.S. says this is a deliberate tactic by Vladimir Putin.
He seems to have decided that if he can't seize Ukraine by force, he will try to freeze the country into submission. It is hard to overstate how horrific these attacks are.
Meanwhile, a UN broker deal allowing grain shipments from Ukrainian ports has been extended for another 4 months. In Kyiv, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
Thank you so much, Greg. All right, so taking a live look here once again over at Buffalo, New York, as we talk about the latest relating to this major snowstorm that could bring up to 5 feet of snow to portions of western New York. No word yet on if Governor Kathy Hochul will hold another news conference today. It is very likely that she will to update the situation across the state. Once that does happen, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. We also have a lot going on, so take a look to the left side of your screen. In about 30 minutes, the National Weather Service there in Buffalo will join us live to talk about the latest on that snowstorm. Then coming up 15 minutes later at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, Fox 11 Los Angeles is going to bring us the latest information after the driver suspected of slamming into those 25 recruits in California was released from jail overnight. They'll report with the latest information from just outside of Los Angeles in Whittier, where this all happened. And later on today, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, Elizabeth Holmes will be sentenced in her Theranos scheme, where she did defraud several of the investors and put patients at risk. It's a story that has really gained national attention once again after that Hulu documentary that was more of a reenactment, I would say, of the situation that went on. So we'll have more on that sentencing. Not clear if they will allow cameras in court, but if we find out, we will let you know. I do want to get back once again to the latest on this storm in Buffalo. We have been checking in with our friends over at Fox Weather as they cover the topic extensively. I do want to take a look right now at their on-air newscast, where they do have several reporters that are working hard to gather the latest information and take you there to Buffalo, New York.
Closures as well as some flight cancellations, and it is just getting started. Hi, everybody. Welcome inside America's Weather Center. You're watching Fox Weather. I'm Jason Fraser.
And I'm Britta Merwin. We hope you're having a good start to your morning. For many of you, it is a morning that you're going to stay right where you are, and that's because of the historic snow that is just starting to unfold. So we're about 1 to 2 feet in, depending on where you live in New York, and we're anticipating another 2 to 4 feet for a few of you.
Yeah, so this is definitely going to be historic, and this is why a number of first responders have been saying to stay off the roads. Let's take a look right now at our big picture. So this is going to be a recap of our top stories. And our top story this morning is going to be that mess that the lake effect snow machine is causing here. So it is going to continue to crank up. This all has to do with the winds that have been moving over the Great Lakes. So that is the reason why, as Britta mentioned, we could see anywhere from another 2 to 3 feet in some parts of the region. And we can't forget about our friends in the Midwest as well. Over in Michigan, you do have a chance at seeing about another 5 to 10 inches of some snow across Michigan.
Yeah, and a tricky morning commute for you guys out in Colorado. So we're just getting in the thick of your morning drive, and we've had about 5 to 8 inches of snow overnight. It's starting to wrap up, but the roads are slick, and you have to do a little shoveling. So extra time for you guys, and the rest of the country is cold. I mean, Florida and also Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, you guys are feeling it. So we're all in it together. But temperatures are running well below average. Jason, it feels like January, not November.
Yeah, I mean, already we've been even seeing some temperatures in the single digits across not only the northern plains, but out west. So it's going to be one of those days where you're going to want to grab that big coat, depending on where you are.
Yeah, and we just got some new video into our Fox Weather Center. Look at this drone footage of, yes, thunder snow. Just watch this. It's incredible. What a perspective that Brandon Clement is capturing. Ooh. He's a storm chaser that's been riding out the beginning of this event. But it is tremendous. I mean, we see thunder snow with lake effect snow because this is a convective type of weather, a lot of instability. But all of our storm chasers are really remarking about how much we had last night. And we've been seeing that continue this morning, but kind of cool to see that flash of light within the snow itself. And if you ever hear thunder snow, you know, it has a little different sound than what you would expect from thunder from, let's say, a normal thunderstorm. Because we have the snow around you, it kind of has a dampening effect. So it's a low rumble that kind of lasts longer than a typical rumble of thunder. But Jason, just marvelous and mesmerizing.
Yeah, you know, this is also the perfect example of why lake effect snow is so dangerous, because you could be a mile away and things are calm. You just see a little bit of cloud cover. But in the distance, I mean, it is heavy snow. So this is exactly what we've been seeing all across western New York. And take a look at this video of some cars and semis that were unfortunately stuck in the snow. This was as some crippling lake effect snow had moved through parts of western New York, including the Buffalo area. This is exactly why everybody is encouraging you to stay off the roads here this morning. There have been some reported accidents as well. No reports on any major injuries, but a lot of people there are getting stuck, including the semis. And that is also the reason why the New York State Police had banned commercial vehicles there as of Thursday on the thruway, because we were really concerned about this happening here. Unfortunately, this is going to be the same situation throughout the New York State area for at least the next 48 hours. And take a look at all of the snow that has fallen so far. Over in Lakeview, New York, this is near Lake Erie. We've already seen 25 inches of snowfall here. That is more than 2 feet of snow. And when you start getting into some of these higher snow totals, this means that it is going to be days until we end up seeing things return back to normal. Over in Hamburg, we've got nearly 24 inches of snowfall. South Buffalo, nearly 19 inches of snow has already fallen here. And over in Orchard Park, nearly 19 inches of snow has already fallen there as well. You're taking a live look this morning also at Buffalo, New York, as well as Watertown. These are both going to be places that are going to continue to see additional snow. Up in Lake Ontario, just off of there, Amboy, we've already seen nearly 2 feet of snowfall. Mexico Beach, 15 inches of snow has already fallen. And over in Point Rock, 14 inches of snow here. And friends, we haven't even approached halftime here. So we're going to continue to see additional snowfall here. Part of the reason is because of the direction of the winds here. They continue to move out of the west here. So as long as you have that wind flow and it is sustained here, that is the reason why we're going to continue to see those totals pop up for those of you just to the south there of Buffalo and also over in the Watertown area. And anytime you look at the radar and you see that white over that blue there, that is an indication of just some of the intensity with some of these bands that are going to continue to move through here. So you have strong winds here. You got a whole lot of fetch there. And at the end of that fetch is going to be West New York. And that's the reason why those of you in Western New York will likely see anywhere between another foot to 2 feet of snow. Britta?
And let's take a look at the duration of this event. This is truly a marathon. We're one day in, but we still have a solid 36, 48 hours to go. And our two snow bands that have set up over Lake Erie and Lake Ontario will continue to dump snow in feet. So we're waking up to about 2 feet of snow depending on where you live, and this is what is still to come. We have the potential of an additional 2 to 4 feet, not only for Buffalo, but also for Watertown, New York. Now let's focus on Buffalo and Western New York in general. When you start talking about feet of snow, it's created by this long stretch of wind that's going right across Lake Erie. Now, the best wind flow to see the largest snow totals is from the southwest, which is really unfortunate because that's what we're seeing. And we're getting that interaction of the wind across the entire length of Lake Erie. And that's allowing for that cold air to really interact with the more mild, warm water that's in the 40s and 50s. And that's creating that perfect profile for the snow to really set up. Now, as we go throughout the day and also tomorrow, we're going to see a little wiggle with these snow bands because, of course, the wind direction is going to change from time to time. So we'll see it wiggle a little bit farther to the north of Buffalo. This morning, it's actually sitting south of downtown. And with those wiggles, that's going to impact our snow totals. Let's take a look at our future track, and you'll see what I mean by wiggles here. So between now and about lunchtime, we're going to keep that band parked to the south. It's going to be there all through the evening. So the majority of the snow that falls today is going to be for south towns. Now, notice what happens later tonight. That band moves over downtown Buffalo and starts to move up to the north. So as we wake up tomorrow, a lot of that snow is going to be falling in downtown and north of downtown. And then as we go into Saturday night, the band continues to move across western New York, and then it'll start to break apart. So by Sunday, we're kind of wrapping this up. But we're anticipating about 2 to 3 additional feet of snow for Hamburg and also for Buffalo. If you live up towards Niagara Falls, only 8 to 12, and there's not that much distance between those two spots. That's the impressive and very interesting thing about lake effect snow. Now let's go out to Buffalo. That's where we have Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera. Now, Madeline, it's so interesting to see the difference between yesterday and today. I mean, you're standing in a foot of snow.
Yeah, so the difference here really has been so great over the last couple of days and over the last few hours, really. So in some phases, in some areas, we'll see maybe for example, this morning we saw a lull in snowfall, and now we're seeing snowfall fall down more, just slightly more, as you can probably tell. So I think the big takeaway this morning, though, Britta, is that the conditions really do vary throughout the region. So, for example, here in Buffalo, as you mentioned, we've got about a foot of snow, but just 30 minutes south of us in Hamburg, they're seeing nearly 3 feet of snow. And so the response of local officials here is going to be different as well. For example, in the city of Buffalo, they're no longer under a travel ban, but towards central parts of Erie County, they're still under a travel ban. So that's why people are just being told to at least stay indoors, because the conditions are going to vary over the next several days. So, for example, here in Buffalo, as you can tell, the roads here have been plowed, and it looks pretty good, actually. But that's not the case, for example, again, in places like Hamburg, where crews are really having a hard time keeping up because if snow falls at a rapid clip of 3 inches per hour, crews won't be able to clean the roads fast enough to get it cleaned. And so we're actually seeing a lot of reports on Twitter about cars being stuck on the roads. We're also seeing reports of thousands of power outages, particularly in the south towns. That is the southern suburb of Buffalo. And, you know, that's going to be typical, especially when you see this heavy, wet snow. So that's the big takeaway that I'm seeing this morning, is that the conditions really differ throughout different parts, various parts of the region, Britta.
And Madeline, stay warm out there. We'll check in with you soon. But so impressive to see the snow coming down.
Of course.
Now, Jason, it's not just Western New York. I mean, so many.
Yeah, that's right. So that is our Fox Weather team. They are covering this around the clock. We appreciate them providing their coverage to us so we can pass it along to you. As you may know by now, a state of emergency has been issued in 11 counties in western New York due to this snowstorm that is described as extreme, some saying it could be historic, as 5 feet of snow could fall in certain areas around Buffalo at some point through Sunday. This is just day one, and you're already seeing that much snow on the ground. Again, that was our Fox Weather team providing that coverage for us. Don't forget, you can download the Fox Weather app. Just go to the App Store, Google Play Store, type in Fox Weather. It has a nifty radar and all of that weather news that you do need. Again, thank you to our Fox Weather friends. I do want to take a look at another shot that just popped up from Buffalo, New York. This is a live view where you can see the snow is coming down. We are told that there will be a reporter in here at some point, so if we hear a live report, we will cut in and listen to that live report. But Madeline pretty much had it covered there. The roads are being cleared, and some drivers told to stay off those roads if possible. It is now 9:10 on the East Coast and 6:10 on the West Coast. A lot going on here at Live Now from Fox. We do have another interview with the National Weather Service coming up. In just about 20 minutes, they will join us live, raw, and unfiltered from Buffalo with the latest on that storm. Then at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we'll be joined by Fox 11 Los Angeles. They'll report live after the driver suspected of slamming into 25 law enforcement recruits earlier this week has been released from jail. Again, a lot going on, so stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:13 on the East Coast and 6:13 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. What you are looking at right now is a live look at what will be the Capitol Christmas tree being brought in. I believe it's expected to happen around 9:55 a.m. Eastern Time. If my math is correct, and I'm a journalist, so I don't know how to do math, it should be about 40 minutes from now. We'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered, because you know what you need on a Friday morning? Something happy and nice going on. That's why I'm going to bring you this next story here. It's about a retired firefighter in Florida who has now rejoined the force. We like to have our Fox 35 Orlando team. Their reports are fantastic. Here is Nestor Motto with more on that.
I got back in the truck, and I truly, viably knew that I made a difference in somebody's life. And that's one of the reasons why I came back.
Dante Farina retired from the Orlando Fire Department in 2019 after 29 years of service. But now, at 56, he's back at new recruit training with the Seminole County Fire Department. His spark rekindled after Dante was asked a simple question by a firefighter at another department.
He asked me if I missed the fire service, and I said every day. And he says, well, we're running a hiring process. You should apply. So I went home, spoke with my wife, and she was on board with it.
His wife was also a firefighter for 20 years, but when the 56-year-old applied, he was rejected.
So I applied, and I scored in the top 10. They didn't even touch me. They didn't want me.
But that just lit the fire inside of him even more. Dante was determined to prove he still had what it took.
So I came to Seminole County, where it all started for me. And here I am.
Dante began his fire career at Seminole County as a volunteer in 1988. They welcomed him back. Now he's training with recruits that weren't even born then.
The job is still the same. Still putting wet stuff on the red stuff, still taking care of people. So, yeah, dealing with them, with the age difference, we've been getting along just fine. I've been learning a lot from them. They've been learning a lot from me.
And his attitude is probably the most positive I've seen come through training.
It's a new beginning for a firefighter that already had a decorated career, and Dante is encouraging everyone to keep the passion burning.
If you're 50-something years old, it doesn't mean you're done. It doesn't mean you have to retire. It means you just pick up and do the next chapter. You know?
Dante and 26 new recruits are set to graduate in December. Nestor Motto, Fox 35 News.
And we do love our Fox 5 team and our Fox 35 team as well. We really just have these crews that are all over the country, and we love tapping into their reports because we provide kind of a central hub where they give us their reports and we give them to you in one place here on Live Now from Fox. I want to get to another story that is making headlines here. Let's head over to our Fox 5 New York teams. Lizette Nunez following the latest after Ticketmaster has now paused the sale of those Taylor Swift tickets due to overwhelming demand causing a lot of problems.
Best believe I'm still bejeweled when I walk in the room. I can still make the whole place shimmer.
Bad blood continues between Taylor Swift fans and Ticketmaster. The world's largest ticket seller letting down Swifties once again after announcing it's canceling today's general public sale for Taylor Swift's upcoming tour.
It's me. Hi, I'm the problem, it's me.
This latest letdown comes after another ticket debacle earlier this week. Ticketmaster's website crashed during the pre-sale event and left many fans without tickets.
I tried so hard.
Live Nation, which merged with Ticketmaster, says more than 2 million tickets were sold during pre-sales, a record number of tickets sold on the platform in a day. Ticketmaster citing extraordinarily high demands on ticketing systems and insufficient remaining ticket inventory to meet that demand as to why they called off Friday's sales. Live Nation chairman telling this to CNBC.
All the Live Nation team is sympathetic that the long wait times and fans who couldn't get what they wanted. Reality is, it's a function of the massive demand that Taylor Swift has.
Questions still remain on how many tickets are left.
I think Taylor's team is sort of unhappy with the situation and the hits that they're taking. I mean, they tried to do their best in terms of allowing people in and the like through Verified Fan. They had the expectation there wouldn't be a problem.
One thing for sure, ticket prices have skyrocketed on resale sites like StubHub. Some tickets listed for tens of thousands of dollars, angering fans and causing lawmakers to call out Ticketmaster.
Ticketmaster works with these promoters and others to literally withhold thousands of tickets.
And thank you to Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez for providing a little bit more in-depth information there. Unfortunately, a lot of people have some bad blood toward Taylor Swift, and yes, I did that on purpose. All right, so we are checking in with all of our affiliates here. Fox 13 Tampa bringing us more on what are going to be a lot of holiday scams that are happening. Every time we get to this part of the season, we see scam after scam after scam. They do have an alert here from the Better Business Bureau.
Online shopping scam reports to the Better Business Bureau scam tracker remain just under the all-time highs that were reached in 2021, with losses approaching $380 million. According to a recent report, scams online are up 87% since the scam tracker launched in 2015. Of those reports, a vast majority of consumers say they did lose money. Also, they complained about receiving completely different or even worthless items compared to those advertised. In many cases reported to the scam tracker, the scammers entice shoppers with hard-to-find items, low prices, and fast delivery. Nearly 36% of all online retail fraud reports to the scam tracker originated through a fake website. Scammers use social media and email to initiate about 40% of the reported scams. So they really target three key moments in the shopping process, according to the Better Business Bureau: before the purchase through those social media ads, while you're shopping with extra low prices or the fake websites, and then after purchasing with fake tracking information and requests for extra money for safe delivery. You want to check the Better Business Bureau for consumer reviews along with other online reviews. Always take a look at the website's URL for any of those telltale misspellings or other mistakes. And examine the URL with Google's Transparency Report tool for an added layer of protection. Another thing to do, check a map to verify the business's address. Does it actually exist? Are they where they say they are? And always pay by credit card, because that offers the most protection against loss, because you can always report the incident if you shared the credit card number. Even if the transaction wasn't complete, you want to monitor those statements. And if you do suspect fraud, ask for a chargeback. It's not guaranteed, but many credit card companies will grant one. I'm Sarvani Banerjee for Fox 13 News.
Going through our affiliates here, we are gathering the latest information from across the country. I want to get to a very sad story that we have covered out of Phoenix. A family of 5 found dead inside a North Phoenix home Wednesday morning. Police confirming their deaths are being investigated as homicides. Phoenix fire hazmat crews and police officers responded to a home near 7th Avenue and Northern, if you are familiar with that area, because of a reported hazardous situation and a possible unresponsive person. This was just after 8 a.m. on Wednesday. Phoenix Fire said the crews did find a presence of gas, which made it a bit difficult for first responders to investigate the scene right away and get inside that home. Once crews made their way inside, 2 adults and 3 kids were found dead with obvious signs of trauma. That is according to Phoenix police, adding the suspect isn't believed to be on the loose. Now, it's not clear what led up to that family being killed, but I do want to send you to a report here from our Phoenix team.
Tremendous family. That is all this woman tearfully said as she walked to the home where a family of 5 was found dead in this north central Phoenix home this morning.
What we can say is that this is a family inside this home. There is 2 adults and 3 children that are deceased inside this home with obvious signs of trauma.
The 911 call came shortly after 8 a.m. as a hazmat situation with an unresponsive person. Gas was found inside the home, according to Phoenix police. Southwest Gas says they found no leaks at the home, but turned gas off as a precaution. Once the house was cleared and safe, the investigation began in earnest this afternoon. Throughout the day, besides police investigators, we saw friends and family coming to the scene, obviously distraught and stunned, as is this entire community.
Well, I heard it and I thought it was just a rumor. I didn't want to believe it, and it's very upsetting and scary, and I haven't really processed it, but I'm shaking right now.
A very sad story there. Let's go over to Pennsylvania now, where a Delaware County mayor facing charges after he allegedly attacked a council member during a contentious meeting earlier this month. Darby Borough Mayor Darren Burrell is accused of punching Councilmember Omar Thompson, knocking him to the ground during that meeting, which happened back on November 2nd. Burrell turned himself into police on assault charges and was later released on bail, but ordered to stay away from Thompson. Thompson is said to have gone to Mercy Fitzgerald Hospital for dizziness after that assault. He offered no comment on the incident during a Wednesday council meeting. I want to send you over to a report now from Chris O'Connell.
I want to make it clear, there is no excuse for violence in this body or in this life.
The Darby Council president starting off tonight's meeting talking about the arrest of the borough's mayor. Darby Mayor Darren Burrell was out on bail tonight, but his meeting chair was empty. Ordered by a judge to stay away from his alleged victim, sitting just 2 chairs away, Councilman Omar Thompson. The 41-year-old mayor, seen here on the borough's website, turned himself in to Delaware County detectives after being charged with assault during a fight in a private meeting here in council chambers back on November 2nd. It was during that meeting on traffic problems when, according to records, Burrell punched Thompson with a closed fist and he fell to the ground. He was taken to the hospital for dizziness.
At this time, I don't have no public.
Thompson, sporting a splint on his hand, didn't comment on the incident, but his attorney says a barrage of expletives and homophobic slurs were hurled by the mayor towards Thompson. And tonight, activists from the LGBTQ community are calling on Burrell's resignation.
The mayor should not be a mayor anymore. Homophobia is not okay. Violence is not okay, especially when it comes from an elected official.
Meanwhile, Darby residents are asking for the video recording of the alleged assault to be released to the public.
This is a public building. This is a public area. And that camera right there recorded that incident when the mayor jumped up and went after Councilman Thompson.
Fox 29 was told to make a formal request for that video. For the rest of the council, it's not clear if this seat will be taken by Mayor Burrell ever again.
Today, we may be in a dark place in our borough's history, but we will get through it.
Whew, that is a crazy story. 9:25 over on the East Coast and 6:25 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. No question, a big one that we are covering right now is this snowstorm that is pummeling Buffalo, with the National Weather Service saying that some areas could see up to 4 or 5 feet. We are going to step away for a quick break, but on the other side, we will talk live, raw, and unfiltered with the National Weather Service to get the latest information. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live view as that state of emergency does remain in effect for 11 counties in western New York amid this quote-unquote extreme snowstorm that is expected to last through Sunday. Some areas could see 4 to maybe 5 feet of snow in that time. If you look off in the distance, you can see it doesn't look good. Let's bring in Mike Fries with the National Weather Service there in Buffalo to provide a little bit more about the track of that storm and what we can expect. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Of course.
So are we still thinking 4 to 5 for some areas there around Buffalo?
Yeah, I mean, overnight, after the initial, I guess, onslaught of snow went through most of the county that Buffalo is in and dropped, 6 to 8 inches almost in the entire area. The band really has focused in on areas from the southern part of the city of Buffalo, basically out to around the airport in Buffalo and points just a little bit south of there. Those areas to this point so far have seen essentially between 18 and 25 inches to this point. And realistically, we're only 12 hours into the storm right now. That band, where it is right now in the areas immediately south of the city and east of the city, will continue to stay there through the rest of the day, dropping up to 3 inches of snow per hour with that band. And it'll continue to be there through this evening before it starts to wander back northward, right back into the city of Buffalo by around midnight and through all of the northern suburbs toward daybreak tomorrow. While during that time still dropping 1 or 2 or 3 inches of snow per hour as it does so. It will go all the way north to Niagara Falls during the day on Saturday before tomorrow night, again crossing the entire Buffalo metropolitan area with real strong snow rates again during that time as well.
And that's what you hear from a lot of people when you see something like this. They say, well, the forecast is wrong. I haven't received 4 feet of snow, and this has been going on for 30 minutes to an hour. But it takes time, especially when you're talking like a storm like this, where it's going to go on for several days.
Yeah, I mean, the evolution of this lake effect event is sort of complicated, and it's very long duration. So I know this is one thing as meteorologists we deal with a lot. People go to bed and it started snowing when they go to bed, and they expect when they wake up in the morning that all of that snow is going to be on the ground right away. Well, this is something that, we're only, 10, 11, 12 hours into, and we still have 36 or 48 hours more in many of the locations around Buffalo to go. So we'll get to those amounts. I assure you that. But it takes a little time to get there in one of these long duration events.
And the question that I'm going to ask here, what is lake effect snow? We hear it time and time again, and people say, I don't know what that means. Is it that it's snowing on the water? I don't know. So break it down for us.
So basically, during this time of the year, we're sitting here with Lake Erie's water temperatures generally around 50 to the low 50s, so they are relatively warm compared to the air that's coming over the top of the lake. And that difference in the temperature between the lake and the air that's coming over it makes the air that comes across the lake become very unstable. You also get a lot of moisture that comes off of the lake, and the combination of that moisture and instability results in the lake effect clouds that form, and eventually, as it grows and grows, as it goes down the length of the lake, eventually lake effect snow. In the case of last night, it was unstable enough that we had several bouts of thunderstorms inside of the lake effect snow. I know at my house personally, there were 11 lightning strikes that we had between essentially 11 p.m. and 1 a.m., which is pretty impressive in a wintertime scenario.
All right, so thunder snow. I mean, you were talking about something relating to that there, but people always talk about thunder snow, and what is that?
So basically, it's the same thing that occurs with a thunderstorm in the summertime. It's just rather than rain falling out, it's snow. And it occurs when basically you get very unstable air growing through a layer of the atmosphere where you can separate the charge to create lightning and hence thunder.
What's your advice for people? A lot of times you see drivers who say, I'm used to this, I've driven through snow before, I can do this, I'm just going to go drive somewhere. What's your advice to those people?
I think the best advice I can give is the advice that, the local and county and state officials give here. You might be used to driving in it, and like me, I'm used to driving in it, but not everybody has the same driving skills, and it's up to, our local and county and state officials to get our infrastructure ready to, clean up and whatnot, and they need everyone out of their way to do that. So if you don't need to go out, don't. Just stay home. Stay home, shovel your snow, keep your sidewalks safe for people walking down the street, and let the county and state officials do their job to clean things up for everybody else, and don't get in their way.
And Buffalo's used to seeing snow, but are they used to seeing 4 to 5 feet of snow?
I mean, it's not unheard of, certainly. I mean, everyone in the local area here remembers back to, 2014, when areas south of Buffalo got, 6 or 7 feet of snow. They also remember the event back in 2000. So, very large snows happen in Buffalo. They don't happen like this every year, but this is what this part of the country has the resources for, and there's a reason why we have them, because this is possible here.
All right, Mike Fries with the National Weather Service there in Buffalo. Thank you for being here. Anything else that you want to add before we let you go?
Nope, just follow the advice of the officials.
That is some good advice. All right, thank you so much for taking the time. I know you're busy over there.
All right, have a good one.
You too. 9:35 on the East Coast and 6:35 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of those top stories from across the country and across the world. We are keeping an eye on our friends over at Fox Weather. I want to dip into their coverage as they're explaining more about which areas are going to be hit by that lake effect snow.
It became much brighter blue, almost white near Central Lake. And what it can do with these mesolows as they move over an area is they can enhance the snowfall, the precipitation, and even bring in some pretty gusty winds. Off to the east, we had another mesolow that developed there just off to the west of Alpena. In fact, we'll bring the radar back. You can see it here, brief. But for that brief period of time, there was some bright banding there near the Alpena area, which did lead to some enhanced snowfall. And so really interesting feature that you don't see all the time. So we kind of geek out over it when we see it on the radar. But again, just kind of leading to the fact that we do have these very intense snow bands. I mean, Britta, you were talking about how just in a matter of the last 3 or 4 hours, that intense band over Hamburg has dropped nearly 15 inches of snow. So it is something that we will continue to watch as this event unfolds even through the weekend.
Yeah, and we really want to put some perspective to how much snow this is. So you might hear 2 feet, 4 feet, 5 feet, but if you've never been legitimately snowed in, you've never seen that type of snow, it's kind of hard to wrap your head around how much snow it is. So let's take you through it. We got some rulers here. We're going to bring in Jane Menard as well. Jane's a little shorter than Jason and I, so depending on where your height is. But I mean, I'm 5'8", and Heel's about 5'10". You're over 5'10", and Jane,
5'2".
I'm going to say with
some very generous heels on right now.
With a little bit of help. But once we hit 2 feet, you're talking about walking through snow that's up to your knees. For the majority of adults, you can still walk through that. After 2 feet, that's when it gets sketchy.
Yeah, I mean, we were also talking about doing the thriller walk, right? I mean,
a little bit of
that's what you do here.
high knees.
And it's also important to note here that you will see some of these drifts developing as a result of some of the wind that is going to be blowing around here. So by the time we get up to 4 feet, I mean, it's pretty much
no high
at
knees.
chest level.
There's no high knees.
Right?
I'm not moving.
Yeah, and then once we go a little bit farther up, I mean, look at that. This is what 5.5 feet looks like, and this is exactly what we saw back in 2014 there. And this is why, Jane, it became so dangerous for people to be outside.
And you think about it too, I mean, of course, we're going to be covered by snow at this point, but even if you are safe indoors, you go to open your front door and you're met with a wall of snow, literally. And so it takes days sometimes to kind of dig yourself out to get to the grocery store or get to, those essential items that you need.
Yeah, and we are likely going to see a lot of this snow. Unfortunately, they're going to probably have to bring in some construction crews to bring it all in and then eventually dump it out there there into the lake. But one place that's not seeing snow is going to be along the Gulf Coast. They are instead going to be seeing a little bit of rain. Good morning to those of you in H-Town. Later on today, we'll see temperatures topping out right around 55 degrees. There is a slight chance of seeing some rain showers later on tonight, but the rain is pretty much going to be hanging around for a good chunk of the weekend. Saturday, finally, though, by Sunday, we'll end up clearing out, but unfortunately, the clouds are going to be sticking around. 50 degrees for a high temperature for those of you in the Houston area. As we go hour by hour, here's what you can expect. So the rain is going to push through not only the H-Town area, but also Corpus Christi, as well as Brownsville, Texas. This is going to be in the overnight hours, as well as those of you in Austin, Texas, and even San Antonio. Eventually, this is going to expand to those of you in the New Orleans area. This is going to happen for those of you in Louisiana sometime tomorrow evening. And then it is those of you in Florida, Apalachicola, as well as Mexico Beach. You will end up seeing some of those rain showers sometime Saturday night into Sunday. So how much rain are we talking about for those of you across the Gulf states? Well, it's likely going to be some higher totals for those of you in H-Town, 2 to 3 inches. That is likely going to lead to some minor street flooding. And for those of you west of there, including over in the San Antonio area, we could end up seeing about another 1 to 2 inches develop. And then for those of you across Louisiana, it'll likely be anywhere from a ½ inch to upwards of 1 inch of rain. Britta?
Well, I've had a lot of people in.
Thank you so much to our friends over at Fox Weather. We appreciate it. We dip into their coverage here as they are the experts and they can bring us the latest information. Don't forget, you can go to the App Store, Google Play Store, type in Fox Weather and download their app. It does have a very nifty radar and everything you need to know for weather-related news. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break and we will get right back to the headlines here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 9:42 on the East Coast and 6:42 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for starting your day with us here at Live Now from Fox. Back to the headlines and the latest now on a story that we have been following very closely throughout the week. This involves the driver who slammed into a crowd of law enforcement recruits, injuring 25 of them outside of LA earlier this week. I want to bring in Mario Ramirez with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team. He is outside that driver's home and is here to bring us the latest information. Mario, thanks for being here.
Josh, good morning to you. And that suspected driver waking up in his own bed this morning. The Sheriff's Department, LA County Sheriff's investigators initially said it appeared to be an accident. This horrible crash that sent dozens of LA Sheriff's recruits to the hospital. But they're now saying it appears that this was a deliberate act. The 22-year-old driver, we're just outside of his home here in Diamond Bar, where he's staying with his family after being released late last night. And we'll go to the video here. You can see him at the crash site Wednesday morning taking a field sobriety test, which at the time showed no signs he was under the influence, although additional toxicology reports are pending. LA County Sheriff's investigators say Nicholas Gutierrez, was driving his Honda CR-V on the wrong side of the road in a Whittier neighborhood about 20 miles southeast of downtown LA when he swerved into a group of 75 cadets on their morning run. 25 were sent to area hospitals with injuries from head trauma and broken bones to loss of limbs. Deputies arrested that 22-year-old and later searched his Diamond Bar home. He was released late last night with jail records citing California Penal Code 849B, which authorizes police to release a suspect first before being arraigned if there are insufficient grounds to file a claim. Investigators are not legally allowed to hold an arrestee, a suspect, for more than 48 hours if a case hasn't been presented to the district attorney's office, which hasn't happened yet. Meanwhile, LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva talked about how lengthy and thorough this investigation is.
Well, they did a very thorough investigation. They interviewed dozens and dozens of witnesses and victims, and that was a conclusion they arrived based on the evidence and the testimony that they have to date.
And the LA County Sheriff's Department says it will continue conducting interviews and analyzing evidence in the case, and once it's prepared to send the case to the DA's office, they plan to re-arrest Gutierrez, the 22-year-old driver connected to that Whittier crash. And back out here in front of his Diamond Bar home, his family says that 22-year-old is a good kid who respects the law enforcement community because he comes from a law enforcement family. But still, so many questions in this case. Back to you.
Yeah, a lot of questions here. So do we know how those recruits who were hit, I know there were 25 of them, how are they doing now?
Yeah, the sheriff noted that some of them have a long road to recovery. 7 remain hospitalized this morning, 2 with critical injuries, and we know 1 remains on a ventilator this morning. There are some groups that are trying to raise money for some of those recovering, but just so many injuries. And that triage scene that was out there, you could see the first responders that were sent out there to treat all of them. But again, 7 remain in the hospital this morning.
All right, Mario Ramirez with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team, thank you so much. I'm sure we'll check back in with you in the next few days or so to get an update.
Take care.
9:46 on the East Coast and 6:46 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Stay with us because right after this quick break, we're going to talk about Elon Musk and Twitter. Yeah, it's been an ongoing saga. We will be right back. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox, taking a live look there in Washington, D.C. That is where the Capitol Christmas tree expected to be brought in now in about 7 minutes. That's what you want to see on a Friday morning, so we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here as it happens. There is a podium there, so I'm thinking someone is going to say a few words. Not sure if it'll be the president or who will do it, but we'll take that once again live, raw, and unfiltered. I do want to talk about another topic that we have been covering, and that is the latest on Twitter. It seems to be an ongoing situation where there's a new development each and every day. I had a chance to speak with an expert on the topic a bit earlier this morning, and he broke down for me the latest information and the future we can expect for Twitter. Peter Glor, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
So, am I reading a mystery novel? Am I watching some weird reality show? What is going on here with Twitter?
I think it's just somebody redoing the software engineering process of a very big software company.
Yeah, so, I mean, going over everything that has developed over the last, I would say, several days, several weeks, I have so many questions, but workers now leaving in those large numbers, and it sounds like Musk is kind of backtracking on his plans to say you need to work hardcore hours because everyone's leaving.
I think the challenge will be to keep the right ones. And it's, of course, a big risk that you frighten away the ones that you really would like to keep. But as far as, I mean, on the one hand, the advantage is that Twitter is not like a neat banking system. So there isn't really it doesn't compare with the cryptocurrency meltdown in that sense. It's basically distributing simple text messages, and that's technically speaking much easier than, for example, a trading system. So it can be done with much fewer people.
Do you think Musk is in over his head?
I think Musk has been in over his head for his entire career, so he's very used to that.
I gotcha. Is this the end of Twitter?
That is a great question. Personally, I don't think so. I mean, even if there is a big meltdown, then there will be a few days without Twitter, and then there will be the phoenix out of the ashes, and it will be reborn because A, it's too good a thing not to be there, and B, it's not rocket science to run it.
Who do you think Musk might choose as CEO? Are there any real options? Because Jack Dorsey's saying he's not going to do it.
No, I'm not reading the crystal ball here. So, I mean, he will fight through it, and then whether it's an internal hire or somebody from the outside, or whether he is trying to somehow collaborate with the original Twitter founders, I don't know. I think it will be a mix of all.
Does he need to just kind of slow his roll and calm down a little bit in his, I don't know, aggressiveness?
Well, his aggressiveness so far has served him quite well. If you look at SpaceX, if you look at Tesla, if you look at his previous undertakings, they have worked very well. And he certainly, I mean, I like to say no pain, no gain. And he's exposing himself right now to the biggest pain of everything. And so I think as long as his health is keeping up, he has a good chance of succeeding in turning that software company around and making it work again, and getting rid of a lot of slack.
Do you think he'll eventually just kind of give up and sell the company? I know, like you said, you don't have a crystal ball or anything like that, but does it seem like he's just going to kind of give up?
I don't think he's the sort of person that wants to do that. He's normally in it for the long haul, and if you look at the history of Twitter, there was 4 wonderful years, and that was the years when basically Donald Trump was governing the US through Twitter. And my feeling is Elon Musk might want to repeat that.
So
it's just such a great way to preach the gospel. to the world.
Right. Well, so it's definitely my kind of social media of choice when you're talking about collecting news. For reporters, it's, something that we use a lot. So my question here is, do you think that he's going to go back to allowing people to buy those blue check marks? Because you saw all the drama that happened where people were creating these fake accounts and they were tweeting as if they were celebrities, companies. Are we going to go back to seeing that again in the future?
I think there might be a two-tier system, and I'm making that up as I speak, because on the one hand, he has that problem. He has to pay all that interest on the money he borrowed on Twitter. And so selling something, and it's in that sense, whether you have Bored Apes, NFTs, or whether you have a blue check mark behind your name, it's sort of the same thing. And so he will need to have new revenue sources. But on the other hand, he also will need to have a way to identify the real influencers. And so perhaps he will create a mix of those things.
My last question here, what do you think is next for Twitter?
I think what he wants to get back is sort of, I'm not sure whether he will offer Donald Trump or other people, meaning controversy is good. And if he can get a well delineated, well demarcated and sort of sheltered playing ground for people that also offer fringe theories, it will greatly increase the attractiveness of Twitter. So I think he will be trying to create such a very a fertile mix.
I know a lot of people are trying to get over on Mastodon and make that the new Twitter. I can't figure out how to use it, so if I can't figure it out, well, I'm not that good at technology, but a lot of people are probably going to have that problem as well. I don't know if you're familiar with Mastodon.
I tried it out, and I think the problem is the audience, because it's basically you have the producers and they will produce something, but who's going to read it?
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, Peter Glor, thank you for joining us. Anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
I think I'm good. It will be a fascinating journey, that's for sure.
For sure. All right, thank you so much for joining us.
Sure, thank you for the invitation. It was a lot of fun. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. He provided some great insight there. Do want to take you back to a live look. Here is Washington, D.C. This is over at the Capitol, where the Capitol Christmas tree will be brought in. Not sure how this is going to go, if they decorate it, but it does look like someone will be speaking, so we will take that speech live, raw, and unfiltered. Now, I want to show you a camera because we have been tracking that storm in Buffalo. This is going to be hard to believe. If you have been watching us all throughout the morning, you could see drivers in the distance, and everything looked like it was still okay. However, here is a live look at the camera in Buffalo, and you can see nothing. There's a lot going on there. They're in the middle of the snowstorm, and we do expect some areas could see up to 5 feet of snow. We were joined a bit earlier by the National Weather Service. They said those numbers still track, and a lot of people in that area are saying, look, I've only received a few inches of snow. I haven't seen anything like 4 feet, but they wanted to remind people that this is going to go on for several days through Sunday. So you're not going to see 4 or 5 feet in your backyard right now. However, it is possible you will see it in the coming days. So I do want to send you to a quick commercial break, and on the other side, we will get back to that Capitol Christmas tree being brought in. I'm watching on the image here to see if they're doing it now. I can see some people standing there, but not bringing it in just yet. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. We will be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look from Washington, D.C. as we approach the 10 o'clock hour here on the East Coast and the 7 o'clock hour on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. That right there is the Capitol Christmas tree being brought in. It's going to be set up there next to the Capitol, and we will have some sort of speech coming up, a ceremony here in the next little bit. So we will play that for you live, raw, and unfiltered. I want to pop up the audio here to see if you can actually hear anything going on. I'm sure there's just a lot of sounds of trucks at this point, but let's listen in. So essentially, yeah, you're just hearing the sounds of trucks, but it looks like somebody will be speaking. We will make sure to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We're also talking more about that snowstorm over in Buffalo. Take a look right here at this live image that shows absolutely nothing because there is so much snow that is falling. We've been checking in with our Fox weather friends really briefly here. I want to check in to see their latest live reports.
When you get the bands of snow coming in, reduces visibility, and it's hard to see on the radar. The streams coming over Lake Erie are more intense right now than Ontario, but from Watertown to Buffalo, we could be looking at totals of several feet already. The numbers that are coming in are impressive. Erie County and then Jefferson County off Ontario, both under the travel advisories. We've got low visibility, also some ground stops on some of the regional airports. Almost all the flights out of Buffalo International are canceled right now. I did notice that they have a flight to Detroit. Probably has something to do with the football team.
Right?
We are a little way halfway past where maybe would be the midway point of the storm.
Yeah.
And this is basically going to be a long duration event, meaning several hours and possibly days before it's done.
Possibly days. And in fact, we've been talking about this for several days now, since Wednesday, really. And you talked about the football game. Of course, the Bills and the Browns have all moved, going to Detroit for Week 11. We want to get straight to Madeline Rivera, Fox News correspondent, who's been live out on the scene. And Madeline, we checked in with you yesterday. Crews were getting ready, but today it's all here.
It is here, and over the last few hours, the conditions have changed. This morning, we really didn't get a lot of snow, but look at it right now, Craig. This has really picked up just over the last 15 minutes or so. We've only been standing here over the last few minutes, and you can see I'm almost completely covered in white. The downtown Buffalo area, we've got about a foot of snow. At least that was the measurement this morning. I'm sure it's a little bit higher now, but this is not as bad as some other parts of the Buffalo metropolitan area. Just 30 minutes south of us in Hamburg, they're seeing nearly 3 feet of snow. And that's why the response of local officials, that has differed as well. For example, here in Buffalo, the travel ban has been lifted. There's still a travel advisory, but that is a downgrade from a travel ban. But for example, in central parts of Erie County, they're still under a travel ban. And that's why people are being advised to stay off the roads, because the conditions do change. We've seen crews working all morning trying to clean the roads. They are working 24/7 doing this cleanup. But look, if snow falls at a clip of 2 to 3 inches per hour, it's going to be a challenge for those crews to keep up. And that's what we're seeing, again, in southern parts of the Erie County, just south of Buffalo. Like, again, in Hamburg, where we've seen reports on Twitter of cars being stuck on the road, stuck in the snow. That's exactly what crews were hoping to avoid, and they were asking people to stay indoors. So that's what we're seeing here. You can probably see as well the visibility. It has worsened over the last few minutes. We used to be able to see the Buffalo Skyway right behind us. That is a major bridge in Buffalo. Now you can barely see it. So that just goes to show you how things quickly deteriorated, again, over the last 20 minutes or so. And that's what we could potentially see over the next few days. So people here are in for a long haul, Craig.
And Madeline, have you noticed still a lot of people out on the roads? Have people stayed in and heeded the warnings and say, hey, stay off the roads?
We did see a few people walking out and about. I saw a person this morning walking his dogs across the street from us. I saw 2 people walking. But for the most part, things in downtown Buffalo have been quiet. Again, it's a weekday. You expect people to be walking out and about, going to work. That's not the case right now. Craig?
All right. Good news. At least they're staying in and trying to stay safe.
Thank you so much to our Fox Weather friends there for providing that update. Madeline Rivera covered in snow there. So if you're in Buffalo watching us, not the best right now. Let's check in over Live Raw and Unfiltered in the Capitol, where we are seeing the Christmas tree brought in. A speech now underway. Let's listen in. Live Raw and Unfiltered.
And providing this beautiful 78-foot tree for the United States Capitol. Ruby the red spruce. Awesome. For more than half a century, the Forest Service have searched national forests each year to find the perfect candidate to serve as the people's tree. This year, we're honored to have this red spruce nicknamed Ruby from the Pisgah National Forest in western North Carolina's Appalachian Mountains. American forestry management can be tracked back to this region of North Carolina, where Gifford Pinchot was hired to manage the forests around the Vanderbilt estate. Pinchot, who later became the first chief of the U.S. Forest Service, had been recommended to Vanderbilt by Frederick Law Olmsted, the designer of the United States Capitol grounds. And it's very fitting that we're also celebrating the 200th birthday of Frederick Law Olmsted in 2022. Today, we'll set the tree into the west front lawn. Our Capitol Grounds and Arboretum team will spend the next several days decorating the tree with thousands of LED bulbs and handcrafted ornaments from North Carolina communities. Thank you to everyone involved who helped make this tree make the journey to the United States Capitol. We truly appreciate your efforts to help bring the holiday spirit to Washington, D.C. We are glad to have a beautiful Capitol Christmas tree that North Carolinians and all Americans can be proud of. It is now my pleasure to introduce Angela Coleman, Associate Chief of the United States Forest Service. Angela. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. On behalf of the USDA Forest Service, we are so proud to present to the American people this gift. It is a big day for the American people. It is a great day for all of us, for our partners and the entire family at the Forest Service, especially North Carolina's Pisgah National Forest. All forests, all Capitol Christmas trees are very special to us, and they mean something to me personally. I even have a tree at my home with every ornament that I've ever captured. But this one is special because I hail from the South, where this tree came from. So it's an extra glow in my heart as we welcome this tree here to the Capitol. And to the team from the National Forest in North Carolina, your undertaking has been enormous. You coordinated and accomplished a journey of 1,000 miles to get this beautiful tree to our Capitol. And we affectionately have nicknamed the tree Ruby the Red Spruce. You've touched tens of thousands of people along the way from the actual birthplace of forestry in America, from North Carolina. You conducted literally over 100 conservation education outreach events with Ruby. You made over 20,000 contacts with our citizens, and so we know you've been incredibly busy. I know the challenges and complexities involved in a project like this, but you embraced and excelled at it every step of the way. I've watched your journey, and I couldn't be more proud, and I want to personally thank you for all that you've done, each and every one of you. Thank you also to all of our staffs on and off the National Forest in North Carolina for bringing us this year's tree. Thanks also to our partner, Choose Outdoors, and to all of our partners, sponsors, and volunteers for delivering Ruby to this spot right here at the Capitol grounds. And of course, thank you to the architect of the Capitol and their team, Jim Kaufman, who will now begin the hard work of preparing this tree for its big day in just over a week. All your work leads up to that special Capitol Christmas tree lighting ceremony. It will be a wonderful event with many distinguished guests in attendance. And then Americans, and everyone who comes to Washington, D.C. throughout December will have an opportunity to enjoy the Capitol Christmas tree, the People's Tree, a little piece of North Carolina right here in Washington, D.C. Thanks to all of you. Congratulations, everyone. I am so proud for this day, and I look forward to our special event a week and a half from now. Thanks again.
Good morning. I am James Malonis. I'm the forest supervisor for the National Forest in North Carolina. So we are so honored to be able to bring the tree to the Capitol today. It's been an incredible journey. The National Forests in North Carolina are over 1.2 million acres. There's 4 national forests that we have the privilege to manage. These are the most recreated, most visited, most biodiverse national forests in the country. Not only are we the birthplace of forestry in America, but the first land acquired in the East to create the national forests was acquired in North Carolina. So we're so proud to be able to be here today. It has been an incredible journey. I want to thank my incredible team that made this possible, just an incredible group of people and partners that made this happen today. We have been on a journey across North Carolina, through Virginia, into the nation's capital today. It's been incredible to go to 17 communities across this country and to see the reception, how people connect to their public lands, and to be able to bring the tree from our public lands that are for all Americans to enjoy to our nation's capital, to the People's House, is just a real honor. The other thing I want to mention, Ruby is a red spruce. It's a special tree only found at the highest elevations of the southern Appalachian forests. And part of this project, we're working on restoring red spruce with our partners. And so we've collected cones from Ruby and other trees like her so that we can plant thousands and thousands of more red spruce in the southern Appalachian Mountains. And Ruby's journey does not end here at the Capitol. We're going to be able to take the wood from Ruby, bring it back to Western North Carolina to local instrument makers who will be making guitars and banjos from the wood from the tree, and we'll be donating them to communities in Western North Carolina. So thanks again. Thanks to Jim Kaufman and everyone at the Architect of the Capitol. Have been so great to work with, and thanks for being here.
That's way up there. Thank you, James. Thank you, Angela. And again, I do want to express sincere gratitude and thanks to so many people at the U.S. Forest Service that have got the tree to us. And I want to give sincere thanks to many staff on the AOC and especially my team, Capitol Grounds and Arboretum, who make the tree, make the grounds beautiful so that all of us can enjoy it. Thank you all for being here. I'm happy to take any questions that there may be about the tree, about the selection process, and we'll be here for a few more minutes. Other than that, we're going to clear it out and it becomes a construction zone and Ruby gets set up. Any questions? Yes, sir. Sure. So it looks like some of the branches are cut. So great question, and part of the process, so when we go in to select the tree and harvest the tree, it's very carefully done to with minimal impact to the forest to be able to set it onto a tractor trailer. Now we have a 25-foot wide tree at the base, and we got to squeeze it in an 8-foot trailer. So we try to minimize the breaking of limbs, and typically with a red spruce, they're pretty flexible, but it is a wide tree going into a narrow trailer. So if we do have any kind of breaking, our talented arborists will be able to make it look right. Ruby's about 75 foot, 78 foot. What's that? Who drove it there? The Hardy brothers there.
There you go. Any other question? Yeah. Sure. Angela. Question.
Oh, question for me. Sorry. Oh, what a wonderful question. The national forests are a system of about 192 million acres located throughout the country, from mostly in the west, but we have a good 13 million, I believe, here in the southeast. And they are places where people can recreate and enjoy the outdoors, but they are also lands for uses. Lots of products and wood products we just mentioned come from the forest, as well as many other uses, land uses that we work to provide to the American public. So these are called lands of many uses as a result. So that's the distinction from the Park Service. And while we provide plenty of outdoors and beautiful outdoor scenery and activities for people to enjoy, we also provide sustainable resources to help the American public in communities all across the country. So we are definitely an agency that serves all Americans with a lot of different uses and opportunities.
Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. You are listening to a news conference underway after the Capitol Christmas tree was brought into Washington, D.C. Now they say it's becoming a construction zone, as we are expecting them to do a ceremony of some sort next week. We'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as we do. So I do want to bring in a guest right now. We are looking at Mariana Alfaro with the Washington Post, and we're here to discuss a little bit more about the latest information with Nancy Pelosi. We know that just yesterday she did announce that she is stepping down from Democratic leadership and will not try to become a leader again. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, so the big question from everyone here, first of all, was this expected, but also what is next? Who is the next leader?
Yeah, so, expected is a bit of a kind of a guessing game that we were all trying to figure out what was going to happen yesterday. We also just already knew that she was not going to be speaker next year just because the House, Republicans took that back. But, after the attack on her husband before the election, and, I think even after January 6th, I think that Speaker Pelosi has been feeling kind of sort of not pressure, but a reconsideration of where things stand. She's been doing this for so long. She's definitely, put in a lot of years of public service. She has achieved so much. She has a very storied career. And I think that she's like a very, no one can really measure up to all the things that she's done in her time in Congress. So we kind of expected it to be, the end of an era, end of a chapter. And the fact that she's not stepping down from Congress, that's also, I think that we did expect that she would remain in the House. But up until the moment when she delivered those lines, I don't think anyone was for sure expecting her to say that she wasn't going to be in leadership anymore.
So you think the attack on her husband probably played a role in all of this?
I think so. I don't know how much of it did, but I definitely think it was a point of reflection for her. And she was talking yesterday about how she's kind of suffering through this survivor's guilt, how she knew that this attacker came in looking for her and, all of the attention that she has and, all of these terrible things have been said about her recently. I think that it might have been a factor in considering that maybe, it's time to take a step back right now when she's like writing on all of these successes that she's achieved so far.
It seems like by stepping away, she's kind of opening the door, I guess, to some of the younger Democrats to step up. What are your thoughts?
Yes, that's definitely a thing that I feel like makes this more, iconic or just adds more, I guess, emotion or meaning to her decision, just because, we heard during the campaign a lot of the Democrats, in their own party saying it's time for new leadership. It's time for us to figure out where we're going next because we are, the Democrats are saying this is a party run by 70-plus-year-olds and, it's time to change that. And so what we're seeing now is all of these younger Democrats announcing a run for House leadership. We've heard Hakeem Jeffries will likely be the next minority leader. He is 52 years old. He's a young Democrat from New York, very, party aligned, but also has very different views, very different backgrounds from what we've seen in previous leadership. He would be the first Black lawmaker to lead a caucus in Congress. So that is just, already history making. And then we're seeing, I think, Rep. Catherine Clark, she's also in her 50s. Also, when we're talking about young in Congress, very young. She also, I think she's going for minority whip. And so all these positions are filling in. And I think someone else who is in the running, he's in his 40s, Aguilar. So all of these folks are relatively very young when you consider, how we're talking about Nancy Pelosi in her 80s and even Chuck Schumer. I think it's opening the door to another, 2 decades of new leadership, quote unquote.
Yeah, and so the question has been, if President Biden didn't run for re-election in 2024, who would be the Democratic candidate? Do you almost think that this is a way for someone to get in the door to do that? Some of the names that you just don't hear very often, they get a position to help lead the party, and then, hey, I can run for president.
Yes, this is a good way in. I would say that the Democratic bench is kind of deep in terms of any potential 2024 chasers. The thing is, again, President Biden has said time and time again that he intends to run. But if he weren't to run, I think there's a long list of known names who are in their 50s, are in their 40s. And I think that right now, when we're seeing the House, the people who I've just named, I think that they are more committed to staying in the House for now. I mean, all of these could change. But just because the bench on the presidential list, I think, is already long. I mean, I'm thinking, the people to judge the world, Kamala Harris, all these folks that have gotten closer to a White House run or have done a White House run, while all these other folks on the House side, I think, are focused on, the next step in House leadership.
All right, Mariana, thank you so much for being here. Anything else that you want to add before we let you go?
I think just, it's worth looking at just all of the things I think that Nancy Pelosi achieved in her career and all of the, support she's been getting from both sides of the aisle. Now that she announced her retirement from the speakership, I think that that's been one of the few moments of bipartisanship that we witnessed recently, just the support that she's gotten.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, 10:21 on the East Coast, 7:21 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of those top stories from across the country and the world. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but back to the headlines here on the other side. Stay with us on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 1024 on the East Coast and 724 on the West Coast. You're taking a live look at Buffalo, New York, and you can see absolutely nothing. They are dealing with this crazy snowstorm, could be historic according to the National Weather Service. They do say some areas around western New York could see 4 to 5 feet of snow through Sunday. We're going to keep an eye on this storm and bring you the latest information as we do get it. So stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to go to just some of the other news that we are following, and let's talk about politics, because pretty much everything now does revolve around politics. We know, of course, we just spoke with the Washington Post, and Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi is going to step down as the leader for her party next year after leading for more than 2 decades. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard reports on the big leadership shakeup from Washington.
A standing ovation for House Speaker Nancy Pelosi as she announced she will not seek another leadership position. She made history as the first female Speaker of the House and has served as a top Democrat for nearly 2 decades.
For me, the hours come for a new generation to lead the Democratic caucus that I so deeply respect.
The announcement also comes after Pelosi's husband was attacked last month.
We're all grateful for all the prayers and well wishes as he continues his recovery. Thank you so much.
The House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer also announced he too will not seek another leadership position and offered up an endorsement, writing, "Now is the time for a new generation of leaders, and I am proud to offer my strong endorsement to Hakeem Jeffries for Democratic leader."
I think it's always good for a party to have new blood and new invigoration and enthusiasm and new ideas.
Speaker Pelosi will hand the gavel over to Republicans in January. The GOP caucus has elected Kevin McCarthy to be the next Speaker of the House. Thursday, prominent Republicans from the House Oversight Committee announced they will lead investigations into President Biden and his son Hunter Biden's business dealings.
Rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse will be the primary goal of a Republican House Oversight Committee. As such, this investigation will be a top priority.
Pelosi will stay on as a representative serving San Francisco, as she has for the last 35 years. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, Lauren, thank you. Let's go back to the headlines here, taking a look at New York. We mention it all the time, but we have cameras all over the country and all over the world. The president's Homeland Security Secretary in the hot seat, Alejandro Mayorkas, tried explaining the administration's policy in light of the coming change to asylum rules along the southern border. Fox News correspondent Aisha Hasni has more on that.
The administration's continued failures on the border places Arizona communities and our nation's security at risk.
We can't fix the problem unless we acknowledge it.
The flow of drugs across the southwest border is unrelenting.
Senators from both sides of the aisle grilling Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas today at a Senate hearing on threats to the homeland, as Washington and border communities brace for a surge of migrants at the U.S.-Mexico border once Title 42 ends next month.
What's the plan for dealing with this mass migration, illegal immigration coming now post-Title 42?
What we are doing is precisely what we announced we would do in April of this year.
Mayorkas offering no new solutions today, instead sticking with a 6-point plan DHS unveiled in the spring. And yet the agency tracked a record 2.38 million migrant encounters in the entire fiscal year. Do you believe your plan is working at the southern border? Border security wasn't the only concern at the hearing. FBI Director Christopher Wray confirming since the Dobbs decision, which overturned Roe v. Wade and sent the right to an abortion back to the states, a stunning 70% of abortion-related violence cases were against pro-life organizations.
We're going after that through our joint terrorism task forces, so we take it very seriously.
And all of this comes as ICE just announced they've arrested 138 illegal immigrants convicted of sex crimes. The massive bust, part of a nationwide operation spanning about 2 weeks between October and November. Those crimes include sex abuse of children and rape. On Capitol Hill, I'm Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
A very disturbing story there. On to another developing story. One federal agent dead, 2 others injured after a gunfight with suspected smugglers. It's the latest deadly encounter in the fight to protect the nation's borders. Fox News senior correspondent there, Mike Tobin, is in Eagle Pass, Texas, with the latest.
A Coast Guard helicopter lands at the Puerto Rico Trauma Center carrying agents from the Air and Marine Operations Arm of Customs and Border Protection. 1 dead, 2 wounded after an exchange of gunfire with a suspected drug smuggling vessel 14 miles off the coast of Puerto Rico. 1 suspect also died, the other injured and taken into custody. DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas spoke today about the peril border agents face.
So the difficulty of this job cannot be compared to the difficulty that our frontline personnel face every day.
And it is every day that CBP agents are faced with a crush of migrants. Thermal video from our Fox News drone team shows approximately 250 migrants coming in the pre-dawn to Eagle Pass, Texas, a near daily occurrence. In Kinney County, Texas, a decoy for a smuggling team leads deputies on a chase, at times exceeding 125 miles per hour, ending with a rollover wreck. There's that vehicle. It impacted in the front and it rolled all the way along here, creating this debris. There was a single driver in that vehicle. You can see all of the airbags have deployed. Remarkably, the driver got up and ran. Deputy Ronaldo Escobar tackled him in the brush. In Arizona, Border Protection agents seized 3 million fentanyl pills intended for America's streets. Texas Governor Greg Abbott compared the chaos at the U.S. border to war, invoking the invasion clause, telling the state's Department of Public Safety as well as the National Guard to use every available tool to repel and arrest immigrants. He writes these efforts have been required of Texas because President Biden has abandoned his responsibility to enforce immigration laws and Congress has refused to hold the president accountable. The latest on those agents who were injured. A spokesman in Puerto Rico says one is in serious, one is in stable condition. They are 39 and 45 years old. The spokesman says they stopped the suspect boat to check registration. The men on board opened fire without warning. In Eagle Pass, Texas, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
All right, the latest out of Ukraine right now, where the president is insisting the missile that hit Poland came from Russia, despite the U.S. claiming it has evidence pointing to Ukraine. Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palcott with more from Kyiv, Ukraine.
There's still no international consensus about who was behind a missile strike in Poland that left 2 people dead and the world looking for answers. It was initially believed to be a Russian attack, the first on a NATO country since the start of the war. Now, as the investigation ramps up, the evidence is pointing to a Ukrainian air defense missile that veered off course. But Ukraine's president says that's not what happened. The missile was Russian, and he wants access to the site so he can prove it.
Russian aggression took the lives of 2 Polish citizens. That is why we need our specialists to join the work of the international investigation and get access to all the data.
The U.S. and NATO pushing back on that claim. They say while Russia bears responsibility because of its unprovoked attacks, the trajectory of the missile indicates it was launched from inside Ukraine.
What's your reaction to President Zelensky saying that the missiles that landed in Poland were not Ukrainian? That's not the evidence.
The hit in Poland came amid a major escalation of Russia's airstrikes. On Thursday, those attacks picked up again. Russian missiles targeting Ukraine's energy infrastructure as temperatures here drop below freezing. The U.S. says this is a deliberate tactic by Vladimir Putin.
He seems to have decided that if he can't seize Ukraine by force, he will try to freeze the country into submission. It is hard to overstate how horrific these attacks are.
Meanwhile, a UN broker deal allowing grain shipments from Ukrainian ports has been extended for another 4 months. In Kyiv, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
Like, I feel attached to this, and Jeff was like, yeah, do it.
All right, sorry about that audio there. I do want to take you to a live camera that we do have. We've been mentioning we have them across the country and the world. Here is what's coming up. A federal judge Friday will decide whether disgraced Theranos CEO Elizabeth Holmes should serve a lengthy prison sentence for duping investors and endangering patients while peddling a bogus blood testing technology. Holmes' sentencing in the same San Jose, California courtroom where she was convicted on 4 counts of investor fraud and conspiracy back in January marks a climatic moment in a saga that has been dissected in an HBO documentary and an award-winning Hulu TV series about her rise and then downfall. U.S. District Judge Edward Davila will take center stage as he weighs the federal government's recommendation to send Holmes to federal prison for 15 years. That's less than the maximum sentence of 20 years that she could face, but her legal team is asking for incarceration of no more than 18 months, preferably served in home confinement. Her lawyers have argued that Holmes deserves more lenient treatment as a well-meaning entrepreneur who is now a devoted mother with another child on the way. Their arguments were supported by more than 130 letters submitted by family, friends, and former colleagues praising Holmes. A probation report also submitted to the judge recommended a 9-year prison sentence for Holmes. Prosecutors want Holmes to pay $804 million in restitution. The amount will cover most of the nearly $1 billion that Holmes raised from a list of sophisticated investors that included software magnate Larry Ellison, media mogul Rupert Murdoch, and the Walton family behind Walmart. We're going to follow this and bring you more information. You can see right now the media is out there. That sentencing expected to be held at 1 p.m. Eastern time, so that is in about 2.5 hours. Stay with us here on Live Now for the latest. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, but on the other side, we will get right back to the headlines.
Inflation may be starting to ease, but Americans are still feeling the pinch. According to a new bank rate survey, a majority have delayed a major financial milestone due to the state of the economy, and 57% say it's had a negative impact on their quality of life. To Wall Street, where stocks fell in a choppy session on Thursday, investors once again worrying about interest rates after a Federal Reserve official said they still have a lot of work to do to get inflation under control. This year's rout in the market is still hitting 401ks, according to Fidelity. The average 401k balance dropped for the third consecutive quarter. It's now below $100,000 and down 23% from a year ago. And finally, more than 2,000 Starbucks employees staged a strike at more than 100 locations on Thursday. The union representing the workers says they're protesting the retaliation taken against union supporters nationwide. The company denies the allegations. That's business. I'm David Asman.
Well, that doesn't look good. That is the camera coming in, just one of them from over in Buffalo, New York, where the snowfall is extensive. We know from the National Weather Service that they are expecting to get somewhere between 4 to 5 feet of snow in some areas of western New York. There is a state of emergency that has been issued for 11 counties over there in New York. All of them, of course, in the western portion of the state. A lot of the cameras have been showing us just a lot of snowfall there, but right now it looks like some ice is blocking the camera. If we get a better view, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. I want to get back into some economic news here. Let's talk more about the housing market. As we know, the prices have gone up, the mortgage rates went up, but there is a chance that there could be some hope as we saw a huge drop in those mortgage rates over the last week. Here is Jerry Willis with more on that.
These days, if you want to be a homeowner, you need to earn at least six figures, as spiking mortgage rates and rising housing prices have pushed monthly mortgage payments through the roof. New data from Redfin showing that a home buyer has to earn $107,000 to afford the $2,600 monthly mortgage payment on the typical U.S. home. That's up 45% from $73,000 a year ago. Mortgage rates have risen this year at their fastest rate on record. Today, though, that number falling to 6.61%, according to Freddie Mac, and incomes, of course, haven't kept up.
The income needed to buy a home is well above what the median income is in this country. And that means that, you have to be part of the upper class to be able to afford a home now, when previously home ownership was seen as a way to enter into the upper class. Now you have to already be there to be able to afford that starter home.
Fully 45 cities have now entered the 100 Grand Club, up from 16 last year. Many of these metro areas are located in Florida. Northport, Florida leads the list. In that town, situated between Tampa and Fort Myers, buyers need to earn $131,000 annually to afford the typical monthly payment of $3,200. That's a 73% spike from just last year. Other Florida cities on the list include Miami, Tampa, and West Palm Beach. Meanwhile, Chicago and the Bay Area had a small uptick in income necessary to afford a home. The study assumes buyers pay no more than 30% of their income monthly for housing. In New York, Jerry Willis, Fox Business.
All right, well, you can finally block your ex without having to change your Netflix password. The Taylor Swift tour pre-sale fiasco prompts an investigation. Mariah Carey hopes to make your Christmas wish come true with stocking stuffers, and you can once again make it a blockbuster night this weekend in Los Angeles. Fox's CJ Papa has this Fox Business Brief.
No more mooching, Bling Empire. Netflix adding a new feature that lets users remotely log out of devices connected to their account. You have to go to the Manage Access and Devices option in account settings. It allows the paying customer to log anyone out with a simple click. Tennessee's Attorney General launching a probe into Ticketmaster's Taylor Swift pre-sale chaos. Swifties say there's bad blood after Ticketmaster glitches force fans to wait days to buy tickets to her spring tour.
I have beef with Ticketmaster right now that it's making my skin crawl. It's making me so upset. No one on earth can buy Taylor Swift tickets right now.
Attorney General Jonathan Skrmetti is stepping in saying, quote, as an industry player, you think Ticketmaster would be well aware that these were probably going to be the most popular tickets or close to the most popular tickets they've ever had. She might not be the official Queen of Christmas, but Mariah Carey is teaming up with Find Your Happy Place on a line of festive candles, body lotions, and bath gels. The scents include cozy and cashmere, candy cane, and balsam fir. And the 90s are back. A new blockbuster pop-up bar opens this weekend in Los Angeles, featuring movie-themed cocktails, nostalgic photo ops, and blockbuster-inspired entertainment. Tickets start at $29, and customers must be 21 to get in. And remember, be kind, rewind. That's business. I'm CJ Papa.
All right, CJ, take a look at this X-Rad radar right now. We are talking over and over again about this storm. It's kind of a big deal. It's being called an extreme snowstorm by the National Weather Service because some areas of western New York could actually see 4 to 5 feet of snow. We've been checking in with our friends over at Fox Weather. They are doing a live interview with a meteorologist right now, so I want to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Buffalo blitz, you know, a huge amount of snow in a short amount of time. How long does it take Buffalo to recover from major events like this? Because we all know that Buffalo, they're hardcore, right? They know that the snow is coming. They can handle it. They've got the machines, the equipment, the people who know how to do this. But it seems like even they have been impressed. Yesterday, Buffalo city officials saying this snow's coming down with a vengeance. How long will it take them to clean all this up?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if most of the areas open up by Monday morning, Monday afternoon.
Wow.
Buffalo's a really snow-savvy city. I've worked with the streets department in forecasting when I was in charge of the office in Buffalo and with the airport. Both of those crews are some of the best you'll find anywhere. And of course, they're well seasoned. They've got a lot of practice, but they have certain protocols they take to clear the streets, to clear the runways, and they really do a fantastic job.
Meteorologically, as we're looking at the storm, one of the things, of course, we're watching for is that direction of winds to change. Anything that you're seeing in the forecast that could alter the amounts of snow that we see or prolong the storm in any way? Does it look like we're pretty much on track to see that shift in the winds and things start to dwindle by Sunday?
Yeah, I think we're doing very well. The computer models have come a long way over the past 10 to 12 years in predicting weather systems on this such a small scale. Now you can see here as we look at this where the snow is going to move as we get into this afternoon. Just tiny changes in the wind direction will move the band north or south of the city. It starts out south of the city, but overnight the winds shift to a south-southwest direction. They back a little bit, and that drives the snow band into the northern suburbs and eventually to our neighbors over in southern Canada. That's southern Ontario, Canada. Now, by Saturday evening, this next shortwave comes through across the Great Lakes, and the snow band will actually come through Buffalo one more time before it settles into the southern tier. But another 2 to 3 feet of snow. If you take a place like Hamburg that's already had 3 feet, you may be looking at well over 5 feet of snow. And that's big in anybody's books, even Buffalo.
Yeah, that is just incredible to see that, you know, literally standing, I would be covered in snow. With over 5 feet, 3 inches, we'd be, you know, eyeballs covered in snow. That's just incredible to see. The other thing that's interesting when I look at some of these models, and it's true historically with lake effect, it seems like overnight you do see that push to the north, maybe even north of Buffalo. They're north of the thruway. Is that to do with daytime heating that causes that little shift in the wind? What is it that makes that overnight shift that seems traditional?
There can be shifts in the snow band due to the time of day. However, in this event here, there are tiny little features, little short waves in the jet stream that are causing the winds to change direction and make that snow band move north or south of the city. And once again, we feel that as we go overnight tonight, it moves north of the Buffalo area into Niagara Falls, Tonawondas, the suburbs in Niagara County. And then during the day on Saturday, it actually moves right off the axis of the lake and sets up over southern Ontario, Canada.
Yeah, those little impulses that come along, such as the flap of the butterfly wings, I suppose. Anything else we should look at here as we go into the afternoon hours? It looks like some of those bands off the lake will still stay intact and produce heavier, more intense snowfall rates. Does that last for a couple of hours, or is that just going to come in bursts?
Well, the snow's going to come down at rates of at least an inch an hour throughout the next 24 to 30 hours. However, some of these thunderstorm cells, as you can see in that lower image there, probably seeing the north edge of that snow band. Look at that. It's a wall. Driving into that, you go from unlimited visibilities down to a whiteout where your visibilities are only about 30 to 40 feet at times. It is amazing to see. It's actually, it feels otherworldly when you're in the Buffalo area and you are looking at that snow band from one side or the other. And again, the convection within that snow band, because the cold air is so deep, is producing thunderstorm cells and actually producing thunder snow across the area. This will likely be one of the most prolific thunder snow events that we've seen in several years across the eastern Great Lakes, or probably anywhere in the United States.
Excellent. We're going to check back in with you, Fox Weather Winter Storm Specialist Tom Nizzle. We appreciate the insight. We're going to now move towards
Thank you so much to our friends over at Fox Weather. We are able to tap into their coverage and provide that coverage to you here on Live Now from Fox. Don't forget, they have an amazing weather app. Just go to the Google Play Store, the App Store, whatever kind of phone you have. Type in Fox Weather. You'll get all the weather news on that app, but also an awesome radar that you can use to see if there's any weather in your area, or hey, if you're traveling, it'll tell you what's going on there. 10:49 on the East Coast and 7:49 on the West Coast. I want to step away for a quick break, but on the other side, we will get right back to the headlines of the day. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. We will get back into the headlines in just a few, but I did want to show you a look at the stock market. This is the Dow Jones, open on the upside. It's interesting to see that because we don't see that green as much as we should, but hey, it looks like they are up about 0.43%. So hey, that's some good news there. Want to get back into some of the other stories here that we are covering, and they are health related here. The dreaded combination of COVID, RSV, and flu cases causing the nation's emergency rooms to become overwhelmed. Fox News correspondent Molly Line in Boston to provide that report for us.
It's not just here in Boston. Emergency rooms across the country are under serious strain. Janet Cook's recent visit to an emergency room at Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston was, in her words, horrible.
I was in excruciating pain, vomiting, unable to walk. I had hyperventilated.
Janet waited 8 hours for a bed, languishing in a hallway with other patients, and her case isn't unusual. Facing what's being dubbed the tridemic, a surge in COVID, along with cases of flu and RSV, a respiratory virus, hospitals across the nation are in crisis, ERs overwhelmed. According to the American College of Emergency Physicians, the situation has been years in the making.
It's just gotten to a breaking point where we're seeing literally people dying in waiting rooms across the country because there is nowhere for them to go outside of the waiting room.
The technical term for this medical purgatory is boarding. And a recent ACEP survey underscores the system overload.
We found that 97% of emergency physicians say that the boarding of their patients lasts for at least 24 hours. And about a third of those who did that survey said that it could be up to a week
Dr. Terry says the situation is so dire, her organization sent a letter to the Biden administration urging federal intervention. In Boston, Molly Line, Fox News.
Children's health groups want President Biden to declare a national emergency over a shortage of a very common antibiotic. Fox News correspondent Jillian Turner with that story.
This year's cold and flu season is about to get tougher for many parents thanks to a nationwide shortage of amoxicillin, an antibiotic commonly prescribed to treat everything from ear infections to bronchitis in kids. On October 28th, the FDA declared a shortage of a powder version of amoxicillin pharmacists mixed with liquid and used to treat small children. That same month, over 100,000 Americans missed work due to child care problems, a record high according to new government data. The child care sector, already hollowed out by pandemic-era staffing shortages, is still down 384,000 daycare and public school employees. Now pediatric groups are asking the Biden administration to declare dual national and health emergencies so they can get access to extra funding and help alleviate overwhelmed pediatric hospitals. Not all physicians agree.
Declaring states of emergency is just a way to move funding around, and we have to make sure that that funding is actually going to care for people.
An FDA spokesperson says, quote, there are a number of factors that can cause or contribute to drug shortages that are out of the FDA's control, including manufacturing and quality problems, delays, and discontinuations. Some physicians, though, like Dr. Mark Siegel, insist the culprit is clear.
50 million prescriptions for antibiotics every year in the United States for kids. This is a wake-up call that we're overusing amoxicillin.
CVS tells Fox News we're working with manufacturers to replenish supply as quickly as possible. Some parents may have better luck elsewhere. Quote, Walgreens is still able to meet patient needs at this time and will continue to work with our suppliers and distributors. Economists predict all these worker absences will take a toll on the economy. Worker productivity took the sharpest plunge on record in the first half of 2022, according to federal data. In Washington, Jillian Turner, Fox News.
Let's take another live look at Buffalo, New York. The camera looking a lot different than it did maybe 15 minutes ago, where you couldn't see anything. You can now see some stuff going on there in the distance, and the snow will start falling later again, because we know the National Weather Service saying we could get between 4 and 5 feet of snow in certain parts of western New York. We have not received word from Governor Kathy Hochul just yet on if she will hold a news conference at some point today. It is very likely, as those conditions have deteriorated, and usually she does provide updates on road conditions, emergency services, and just about everything you need to know. When we do find out, we will pass that along to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and then we will rejoin our headlines coming up and talk more about the storm in the top of our 11 o'clock Eastern Time hour. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 11 o'clock on the dot Eastern Time and 8 o'clock on the dot West Time if you're over on the Pacific Coast. Taking another live look here at Buffalo, New York. We have been talking about this major snowstorm that is hitting just about everyone there. And we have just learned from the city of Buffalo that they've issued a travel ban in certain parts of the city. So this is south of William Street from downtown to the city line if you are familiar with that area. Heavy snow, deteriorating conditions are there, and the rest of the city remains under a travel advisory, which is a step below that. However, a travel ban in effect for that portion of the city. We've been checking in with our friends over at Fox Weather. I want to take just some of their live coverage right now, as they do have reporters that are covering the latest on this storm. Also, their meteorologists giving snow totals so far.
Counting their snow in feet. This is what it looks like off Lake Erie in Buffalo. We've had reduced visibility at times. At least we can see the thruway there down below. And then you've got Lake Ontario in Watertown right now. Again, they have changed dramatically. Just within the last 30 minutes, their visibility completely reduced. And this is the deal here with lake effect snow. It can create blinding conditions. This is why the winter storm warnings continue across the lakefronts. Erie County and Jefferson County are under travel advisories. That is a little bit of a loosening from the travel ban they had last night. Visibility is low. We have some ground stops on the regional airports. Almost all the flights out of Buffalo were canceled early this morning. We're monitoring that with FlightAware.com, and just a little halfway past the snowstorm's midway point, the snow's still stacking up.
Yeah, and we want to take a look at the radar as well. This multi-day event going on right now. Places like Jerry in Chautauqua County there, about 51 miles south of Buffalo, reporting about 12 inches since 8 o'clock this morning. And that's the 24-hour total, not on top of what's already fallen as well. Well over 16 inches just for 24 hours in Hamburg. But those numbers, their storm totals, are way more impressive. We'll have a look at those as well. But look at that fetch going all the way across Lake Erie, pointing directly almost just south of Buffalo right now. A lot of the south towns getting some of the snow.
Yeah, basically, you've got a wind coming across the lake for a good 200 miles, where it is cold air over warm lake waters, able to squeeze out the moisture, the buoyancy of this, really creating thunderstorm-like activity and bolts of and flashes of lightning, both coming out of this. Last night, the Buffalo city officials told Fox Weather they were expecting it to be snowing with a vengeance. That was the quote.
That is it, right?
The forecast is on track, folks. Superlatives like blockbuster, epic, historic, all very accurate. Pretty much a slam dunk here that this storm could rival past November Great Lakes snow events.
Yeah, I think this is going to be up in the top numbers as well. We bring in Fox Weather winter storm specialist Tom Nizzle. Thanks so much for your impression so far of the storm and what you have seen since last night.
Well, I'll tell you, it's behaving as expected, and it is pasting Western New York. Take a look at this picture. If you're a native of Western New York, like I was for so many years, this is what you see when one of these bands is sitting just to the south of you. This is the north wall of that lake effect band. Look at the conditions there. There's hardly a flake coming down right now on the north side of the city. But just to the south, there is a wall of snow that you will drive into and go from this kind of visibility to about a 30 to 40 foot visibility in a pure whiteout. It's otherworldly to be in this part of the world during these lake effect snow events. And you can probably tell by the excitement in my voice what it's like to be there. As long as you don't have to drive in it or shovel it, it's really something to see. And by the way, you put cold air over the Great Lakes at this time of the year when the lakes are still relatively warm, it turns all of them on. They're all weather machines and they're all producing snow. But the heaviest snows are on Lake Erie and Lake Ontario because the prevailing winds are moving down the longest fetch of both of these lakes. They're perfectly oriented for that. And on Buffalo in particular, look at the winds right down the length of the lake there. Temperatures aren't exceptionally cold in the area right now. And what that means is that snow is kind of it's a little heavier snowfall. I talked to someone who took a measurement earlier, and for the weather geeks out there, the snow to water ratios in this event right now are somewhere around 12 to 15 to 1. That means 1 inch of rainfall would equate to about 12 to 15 inches of snow.
Fluffy, powdery snow that stacks up very quickly, which would make a lot of sense, especially into the Fox Weather Alert system. We just had the reports that Hamburg has gone above 3 feet of snow.
Yeah, that's correct. And when we talk about that snowfall, a lot of it is in the form of what we refer to as graupel. It's kind of like a soft hail, kind of like little pieces of styrofoam that are falling out of the clouds. Graupel is a really important hydrometeor in the production of lightning within thunderstorms. And that's exactly what we're seeing in this lake effect snow event. The cold air is...
All right, so you're watching Fox Weather's coverage here. You can see their live broadcast as they talk more about that snow in Buffalo. There is a news conference underway right now. I am not sure, though, that this is connected to the snowstorm. So let me pop up the audio here on Fox Weather and listen in to that news conference here so I can bring you more information.
Stronger updrafts, that creates charge separation and lightning. And the snowfall rates, again, can be 3, 4, 5 inches an hour in some events. Hamburg now coming in at 37 inches, and you're going to be updating these tallies kind of like a vote count in politics every half hour or so, because that snow is coming down at such a rate. Now, the good news, right now, the north side of the city, as you can see with this radar, just to the north of the F's in Buffalo, that's opened up a little bit. The band is shifted more to the central portion of Erie County and Buffalo, and it will continue to lock in there for the next several hours. But then later this evening, it'll cut back through the city, go to the northern suburbs, Niagara Falls and north of there. And then finally on Saturday, it actually lifts right off the axis of the lake and sets up over southern Ontario, Canada.
Very interesting. How long do you think we could be hearing and seeing this thunder snow? Because I think it's so fascinating, and there's so many people who maybe have never even heard of it before, and it's incredible to hear and see.
Well, I think we're probably in store for another 12 to 18 hours when that air is that deep over the lakes and the fetch is right up the longest length of the lake itself. Eventually that will wane as the cold air becomes a little bit shallower on Saturday and then eventually into Sunday. But there's a lot of research going on with this, and we'll be talking about this later. A big research project on the east end of Lake Ontario to study lightning within thunder snow events. And that's due to that band that's sitting up right there in Watertown now. They're studying that band, and they're looking at how lightning actually forms within these thunder snow events. A really fascinating project. But boy, take a look at that. It's like dipping a hose into one end of the lake and pointing the nozzle in the other direction. And if you move the nozzle one way or the other, that's the wind changing direction and putting all that snow down on one location or the next.
It is pretty impressive, too, looking at this imagery that we're looking at right now, because clearly the lake on the right, Ontario, you can see the fetch starting about mid-lake but extending to Watertown and really producing some very significant snow totals and snowfall rates there. Then comparatively, you look at Lake Erie, which that fetch really extends the entire span and length of the lake about 200 miles or so, and that's probably why that's more intense. We're getting the bigger totals coming out of that longer fetch, but it's a great illustration looking just at this imagery right here.
Yeah, it's really a good point, Amy. You can literally see that on Lake Ontario, the winds are not quite along.
You are listening in to Fox Weather's live coverage of that major snowstorm. You heard them say there's about a foot, maybe 2 feet of snow in certain areas already. This will continue into Sunday, so we'll keep an eye on the storm and bring you the latest. There's now a court hearing underway regarding Senator Raphael Warnock and the Democratic Party of Georgia requesting Saturday early voting. That hearing is now underway, so I do want to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
The right to participate in our political process and to utilize the voting procedures that the legislature has expressly made available so that voters have ample opportunity to exercise their right to vote. So I want to turn directly to the statutory language that governs the issue here, and that's specifically OCGA 21-2-385D. And I'd like to direct the court to Exhibit 8.
Give me 1 second.
right, go ahead. And we've attached a copy of that statute as Exhibit 8 to the affidavit of Mr. Sparks.
I have the statute.
Great. So subsection D1, 21-2-385 D1, authorizes a period of early voting separately for primaries and general elections and for runoffs. For primary or election, the advanced voting or early voting starts the Monday immediately, or the fourth Monday immediately prior to that election. For the runoff, the statute sets forth a different rule. Advanced voting starts as soon as possible, but no later than the Monday immediately prior to the runoff. The second Monday, that is, immediately prior to the runoff. So already in setting the period of authorized advanced voting or early voting, the statute, and meaning the legislature, distinguish between runoffs and primaries and elections. Now that is the authorized period of voting in the runoff. That is the authorized period of also of voting in the primary and general election as set forth in subsection D1, A, and B. Now, the provision then goes on to provide conditions on voting during the Saturday in that runoff period. It provides conditions on that authorized period of early voting.
Let me ask you a question about the pronouncements that you referenced in passing in the media. State actors' comments in the media. Does the public have a right to rely upon those types of statements, or could those statements be made in error, or could a public official simply change his or her mind about a statement that may have been made initially in the media?
I acknowledge, Your Honor, a statement made publicly can be made in error, and I'm not suggesting there is a legal right to rely on that statement. But it does suggest that, as a matter of fact, voters may have had access to that statement, and in fact, because it went to a national audience, it's likely that they did. And that implicates the equities as well, which I will get to later on. But even if a voter does not have a legal right to rely on a statement made by an individual, which I will credit for the sake of argument without conceding, that does not mean that such reliance is not likely or reasonable and expected. Now, going back to the statute, as I mentioned earlier, we now see in the statute that there's a period of authorized advanced voting for the runoff, which is as soon as possible. As soon as the counties can make advanced voting available, and ending on the Friday immediately prior to the primary, election, or runoff. That second sentence in subsection B then imposes conditions on that early voting period.
So you are conceding that this initial language in the paragraph, as soon as possible, is subject to conditions?
No, I'm not conceding that it's subject to these conditions, and I'll explain why. Because the language, as soon as possible, is that follows subsection D1B, ends with the sentence, and that sentence ends, shall end on Friday immediately prior to the primary, election, or runoff. The following language is what imposes the condition.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 11:14 on the East Coast and 8:14 on the West Coast. You are listening into a court hearing underway there in Atlanta. Georgia's Democratic Party requesting Saturday early voting during this runoff election. That is not enacted yet, so we will find out in court as the judge hears the arguments whether or not that will happen. Again, this is all related to Saturday early voting amid that runoff election. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will get right back to the headlines here in just a few. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 11:17 on the East Coast and 8:17 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. And it's about to get fairly gross here because there is now a news conference underway with the mayor of New York City, and they're talking about rats. So let's actually listen into that to see what they have to say.
Other countries are passing us by. We have this old-fashioned method. It started during the Lindsay administration when we're dealing with a particular issue around trash. We moved away from the trash cans. We introduced plastic bags into our lives. It has never been the same. This is going to be a difficult task if we don't really deal with plastic bags. And I don't know who thought of these ideas about mint bags is going to stop rats. It's comical, you know. So we have to get garbage off our streets. That is our mission. We want to be the administration that finally deals with how do we rethink this process of garbage bags sitting outside our doors and outside our homes. Commissioner?
Sure. I'll just echo the mayor's commitment to rolling out containerization in New York City. It is definitely the way of the future. And I'll say the topic of containerization has been in the discourse in New York City for at least a decade. And this is the first administration to really make meaningful progress on it. So what have we done already? We've rolled out a pilot of containerization in every single borough. We met our commitment to do that. We're about to roll out a residential pilot later this month. And we are right now engaged in a 24-week, not just study, but planning process to plan for how we roll out containerization more broadly in New York City. I want to be clear that it's really hard to do. I don't have to get into all of the details now, but we are doing that hard work now to measure space on the curb lines and understand the volume of trash by neighborhood, by housing stock, to figure out how big, for example, the containers have to be. And the last thing that I would say to that is the change in the set out times, which we're in the process of doing, and the mayor signing legislation today about it. Those new rules that we put forward are going to, in my opinion, dramatically increase the use of containerization, of containers in New York City, even before we get to universal containerization, because they give New Yorkers an option. You want to put black bags on the curb? Not before 8 p.m. You want to do it earlier? Great. You can do it at 6, but it has to be in a container. Same idea for businesses. And so I think when these new rules take effect later this spring, you're going to see a lot more use of containers in New York City than you have in decades.
All right, there you go. A fairly quick news conference with the mayor of New York City talking about the issue of rats after a video went viral on TikTok. And now he says it's the type of garbage they have that is leading to that rat problem. So he is signing some legislation to address that. If we get any updates, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. We do have cameras that are all over the country and all over the world, so I do want to take you to this one as we continue to watch the Capitol Christmas tree being brought in. There's a lot of cleanup underway. We expect the decorating of that tree to happen next week. That tree was just brought in earlier on this morning. There was a few speeches or such, and then, now it's over. So we'll wait until next week to see what happens there. I do want to talk more about that major snowstorm, though, that is over in the western portion of New York, causing quite a bit in the way of snowfall. This is a live look at Buffalo, New York right now. This camera, at times, you can't see anything when the snow starts coming down in basically blizzard conditions, but now it appears to have slowed down just enough to where you can actually see off into the distance. We know that the National Weather Service does say to expect between 4 and 5 feet of snow through Sunday as a result of this storm. So it's going to be a major storm, and a lot of people there need to definitely pay attention. There is also that travel ban that has been issued for part of Buffalo, New York. As we do get more information on a possible news conference from Governor Kathy Hochul at some point today, we will bring you that live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. I did have a chance a bit earlier on this morning to speak with a reporter, so to speak. She's actually a former reporter who now works for AAA in New York. She gave us a live look at the snow there in the city. This was several hours ago, but you could see it was already starting to pile up. So let's listen in to that. Live look here over at Buffalo, New York. You can see the snow is really coming down. We do know that Governor Kathy Hochul issued a state of emergency for 11 of the western counties there around Buffalo due to this major snowstorm that could bring up to 5 feet. You heard that right, of snow. Now, we do want to check in once again with Elizabeth Carey. She is with AAA New York. She's been out in the snow for us all morning. And yeah, it looks a lot different than when we talked to you last time.
Yeah, well, you're talking about adding people to the payroll. Put me on the list because I'm standing out here in this winter wonderland. But you showed that downtown shot of Buffalo. So you saw the gray skies there, but it looks pretty clear there because the band of snow is actually here in the south town. So it's coming down about a few inches an hour. And what happens when we drive through this lake effect snow is if you're out on the roads, which we do remind everyone from AAA to stay home and stay safe. But what could happen is you're driving and the road looks clear and you hit a wall of snow and it's just the visibility just drops and you really cannot see where you're going. So we've gotten a ton of calls since midnight of cars off the road. They lost control, they slipped off the road, and they're looking for someone to come tow them out.
And that's where I want to get to the next situation here, the advice that you do have for those drivers who do have to drive on the road and maybe those who could stay home if they wanted to.
Yeah, and so there's a driving ban where I am right now, but they did lift the ban in some areas, and it's an advisory. So with the advisory, they're saying only go out if you really have to, and with the ban, they're saying just stay in place. So no matter what, if you're driving on wintry conditions, we remind you to slow down, control your speed. What AAA likes to say is go slow on ice and snow. Speed is one thing that you can do to control your vehicle in conditions like this.
And so a lot of people, though, are still going to hit the road, and unfortunately, they don't think about the fact that this does affect tow truck drivers. It affects your employees, other employees, law enforcement, because they then have to venture out there to rescue people.
Yeah, exactly. You're told by the county not to drive, and then someone chooses to drive, especially if it's something silly like going to the store or something like that. Then they get stuck, and then that creates gridlock. And we've seen this with storms in the past. And this is going to be an extended storm over several days. Then a car gets stuck, then the emergency crews can't get through, the plows can't get through, and it just complicates the situation for everyone.
Yeah, I'm seeing some of the cars. I think I saw one earlier behind you that is covered, buried there in snow. About how much snow do you think has dropped so far? Because I know they were saying some areas could see up to 5 feet, which just sounds unreal to someone who's from Florida.
Well, I'm kind of having flashbacks to Snowvember. It was 8 years ago to the day that we got hit with that 7 feet of snow. So you'll see my neighbors out and about. They're snow plowing here. We definitely have a couple feet of snow. So if you take the shovel, for example, and stick it here, it's like pretty deep. It's definitely a couple feet there. So if anybody wants to come shovel me out, you're welcome. Come and find me and I could use some help.
Well, once we get you on the payroll, you can afford to hire someone to do it for you.
Oh, that sounds great. And, you know, we talked earlier about the Buffalo Bills and them having to move that game. So we just heard that they can't even practice today because the players can't even get to the, the facility to practice. They canceled practice. They're going to do a virtual meeting to prep for that game that's going to be in Detroit on Sunday. So this is like a bizarre circumstance we're seeing.
And so many people, especially there, are Bills fans. So it is so rare to see something like this happen where not only, I mean, they could postpone a game, but they have moved it from there over to Detroit. It's so strange to see.
Yeah, and since they're playing in Detroit on Thanksgiving, a ton of Bills fans were planning to go there for that game. Now you're wondering if people might get there and try and get a doubleheader and be there for both games. You don't know, but depending on where you are in Buffalo, depending on if you can get out and get there. But what we see is a lot of people driving from Buffalo through Canada right to Detroit. It's not a bad drive. So if conditions improve, I bet you a lot of the Bills Mafia will be heading there with their tables in their cars to go cheer on the Bills.
Yeah, and the other ones who are angry will just break a table at home, I guess. Elizabeth Perry with
Right.
AAA New York, thank you so much for joining us. Anything else that you do want to add there in the snow before we let you go?
Just a reminder to stay safe, and if you are going out there, make sure you have the supplies in your car and a full tank of gas. And if you can stay home in conditions like this, just stay home and relax and enjoy the warmth inside.
Yeah, not a bad idea. All right, well, thank you so much. Get indoors here. We appreciate you joining us and giving us that live look.
Okay, take care.
I think it is time to add her to the payroll. We appreciate her taking the time to talk to us there out in the snow. She is with AAA New York. 11:27 here on the East Coast and 8:27 on the West Coast. I do want to take you to a live view that we do have. It appears it actually just disappeared, but Elizabeth Holmes will be sentenced in that Theranos case. That's going to happen around 1 o'clock today Eastern time. That is in about an hour and a half. We'll give you updates here on that sentence. It could be 15 years, it could be 20. It's all still up in the air, but we should find out at 1 p.m. Eastern time. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, but back to the headlines here in just a few. All right, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 11:30 on the dot on the East Coast and still just 8:30 over on the West Coast. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Representative Hakeem Jeffries announcing today his intention to replace outgoing Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi as the House Democratic leader next Congress. The Democrat from New York sent a letter to his colleagues asking for their support. Pelosi confirmed her departure yesterday after nearly 20 years as leader. If successful, Jeffries would be the first black person to lead a party in Congress. The 52-year-old has served in the House since 2013. We will definitely keep you posted. Do want to talk more about this snowfall over in Buffalo. Let's check back in with our Fox weather friends as they are covering this extensively.
South of Syracuse as well. I have some impressive totals coming in many of the locations out here. Storm totals are already going to add up quite a bit. For a 24-hour period there in Hamburg, they had 16 inches, but that's not their storm total. That was just in 24 hours. That's the kind of snowfall rates you could get in some cases with these bands.
Let's bring in Fox Weather winter storm specialist Tom Nizzle to explain a little bit about lake effect snow and how this storm is different, because we all know the pattern here of cold air coming over the warm lake waters. But this storm is early in the season, and it's certainly making an impression.
Oh, it's making an impression on this well-seasoned meteorologist right here. Take a look at this amazing imagery from NASA. That's a nighttime view of the northeastern U.S., and you can see the lightning strikes occurring within these snow bands to the east of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. This is fascinating technology, and it gives you an idea of just how convectively active these snow bands are. Typically, lake effect snows don't produce this kind of convection, lightning and thunder, but if the cold air is deep enough, they develop much deeper convective cells. You can see this in the satellite imagery. Those little bumps or roughness on that satellite image are actually cloud tops that are developing higher up into the atmosphere, and that is what is producing the convection across the area. Let's take a look at this. In typical lake effect snow, cold air is shallow in the atmosphere, only a few thousand feet. The clouds do not grow very high, weak updrafts, less in the way of snowfall rates. But in events like this, when the cold air is really deep, you develop very tall thunderstorm clouds, strong updrafts that causes charge separation, and eventually it'll produce lightning, and certainly snowfall rates that are much higher, 3, 4, 5 inches of snow an hour. That's what is resulting in these kind of snowfall totals already. We got 2 members in the 3-foot club now, and by the time this is over, they may actually get into the 4-foot club.
Incredible. I want to ask you real quick, when we look at the fetch between Lake Erie and Lake Ontario, north of Buffalo, I'm not sure how wide that land span is, 40, 50 miles or so. Is there any chance that that could go over that piece of land and then go over Lake Ontario and over to Watertown?
Oftentimes, multiple lakes will come together to help enhance snow bands. So if that channel continues from Erie over a small distance of land, it can regenerate and intensify the band off Ontario. Later on Saturday, the Lake Erie band may actually shift far enough north that Toronto, Ontario, Canada, located on Lake Ontario, may see snow off of Lake Erie.
Wow.
That's impressive. You know, our Fox Weather cameras that we've got situated around, we do have 2 vantage points, one allowing us to see inside the band there on the lower ground level. And then we also have another vantage point, and this is from facing lake. This is basically facing Lake Erie, and you can see the storm in the distance. Again, we're not over a large geographical space, which is really kind of mind-blowing. And the more you describe it, the more we're able to get these visuals, both on the scientific data with the radar and the Fox Weather cameras, to be able to get that vantage point of what this storm would look like if you were there in person.
Yeah, and this is otherworldly. Take a look at the word Buffalo there, the city. Think of standing there now, that's in the city, and that upper video there of Buffalo, New York, you're looking south into the northern wall of that snow band, okay? It is amazing if you live there and you see this, because that is a 15 to 20,000 foot tall curtain or wall of snow that is sitting there to the south of you. And the lower video there is what you're seeing when you're inside that band of snow. And those conditions, as you drive into that band, will change over the course of less than a quarter of a mile. Over a few hundred yards, you go from nothing into a raging whiteout. And that is what is so difficult from the forecast challenge point of view, and also difficult if you live in this area to determine whether you can go out and go shopping, get home in time before that band moves across your part of the town or county. Just a fascinating scale of Mother Nature operating here. And as I always say, the Great Lakes are an amazing natural laboratory to make their own weather.
Tom, if you don't mind, I want to bring in the founder and owner of HurricaneTrack.com, Mark Sudduth. He was tracking hurricanes about a week ago. Yeah. Now he's out in the field. He's in Geneva. Mark, set us up here. What kind of conditions have you seen as you've been here in the region? What's been the worst of it? Are you seeing a lot of people stuck by the low visibility issues?
They were earlier, certainly, especially near Buffalo. We are now en route going to try to get over to Watertown because that band set up over Ontario is really sending that fire hose of moisture and heavy snow towards the Watertown area. It's starting to sink south, but leaving Buffalo, yes, we saw accidents. It's like, again, you're going so fast down the interstate, and there's not many people out there, and something happens, you hit those brakes in that heavy snow and the slick roads. Somebody ended up in the ditch over there. But generally speaking, it's been, pretty good. People slowing down, taking it easy. And where we are now near Geneva, there's absolutely no snow on the ground. It's like nothing's happened at all.
So, Tom, as we have you on here, you've got a storm tracker out there in the conditions. Any questions you want to ask him about what he's seeing?
Yeah, Mark, I wish I was there riding with you, but I do have one question. What were your thoughts about the snowfall rates when you were actually in the middle of this band, just how heavy it was coming down?
It is indescribable. You hear about those rates, 4 or 5 inches of snow per hour or more. I have been in rain with Harvey that was about 6 to 7 inches of rain per hour. And you think about snow and how wonderful it is. It makes for great pictures and movies and whatever. It's serene. But that kind of snow coming down that quickly can overwhelm everything and everyone. It's very disorienting. And you hear about it, but until you see it in person and you experience it, like a lot of weather phenomenon, you really don't know what it's all about. Quite impressive to see in person.
Yeah, and Mark, one other question. I'm assuming because you're traveling in this, you have a 4-wheel drive vehicle and you're prepared. You've got those safety items within your vehicle like clothing, food, etc., to make a trip like this.
That is exactly right. Nice 4-wheel drive vehicle, plus many years of experience doing this type of work, whether it's hurricanes or the winter storms, especially the last 8 or 10 years or so. I've done more winter storm observation and education and research work. And yes, you have to be prepared. You can't go out and just assume that luck is going to be on your side, because if it runs out and you're unprepared, like I said earlier, it's not just us, it puts other people, it puts them out. They have to come out and rescue you, and it's not necessary. So we try to be as safe as we can.
Well, this is interesting, Mark. We got in from the Hamburg Town Police just a little while ago off their Facebook page saying that they had some of their police cruisers get stuck. Some of their special vehicles get stuck as they were out trying to help people. And their advice was, if you get stuck in the snow, you just go ahead and call a tow truck, because unless there's a hazard that's life-threatening for us to come get you, you got to get your car out of there or else it'll be stuck for days. Yeah,
exactly. And, these people, the men and women in law enforcement, they live here. They don't want to have to go out in conditions that puts them at risk. It makes them stay away from their families longer. They'll do it because that's what they're sworn to do. But you're seeing these impacts here, and that's pretty solid advice there, if you will, that, hey, look, if you get stuck, you just might as well call the recovery company, and it's probably $150, $200 probably.
Oh, at least, I imagine. Tom, we're seeing a lot of these public works out, taking care of the roadways, doing an excellent job. But we will see blowing snow during these bans. We can see that snow return and cover the roadways once again, even after it's been cleared. And because it's coming so...
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in to Fox Weather's live coverage of that massive snowstorm. We know some areas around Buffalo could potentially get 4 to 5 feet. You heard that right, 4 to 5 feet of snow through Sunday. Right now, conditions are deteriorating. There are whiteout conditions, which means there is a travel ban in effect for part of the city of Buffalo, and it's likely that there could be other locations that experience the same thing. We know that a state of emergency has been issued for 11 counties over in the western part of the state. We are waiting to find out when Governor Kathy Hochul will be addressing the public. We know that she has been holding news conferences to update everyone on what's going on. I want to send it over to Fox News' Madeline Rivera. She just filed a new report from Buffalo, New York.
Heavy snow is crippling travel across parts of western New York, but people here say it's nothing they haven't seen before.
Normal.
Normal for us, I guess.
A potentially historic snowstorm not fazing Buffalo residents. At times, snow fell at a rate of 2 to 3 inches per hour. By Sunday night, parts of western and north
All right, well, it appears Madeline did not finish her story, so that's all you get. 11:41 on the East Coast and 8:41 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and the world. I do want to step away for a quick break, but back to the headlines here on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Hey, welcome back on Live Now from Fox. This shot is apparently outside of the courtroom where Elizabeth Holmes will be sentenced later on today. I know we do have another camera as well. We will try to get that pulled up for you in a second. But a federal judge today is going to decide whether disgraced Theranos CEO Elizabeth Holmes should serve a lengthy prison sentence for duping investors and endangering patients while peddling a bogus blood testing technology. Holmes' sentencing in the same San Jose, California courtroom where she was convicted on 4 counts of investor fraud and conspiracy back in January marks the end in a saga that has been dissected in an HBO documentary and a Hulu TV series about her rise and her downfall. The U.S. District Judge will take center stage as he weighs the federal government's recommendation to send Holmes to federal prison for 15 years. That is less than the maximum sentence of 20 years that she could face, but her legal team asking for incarceration of no more than 18 months, preferably served in home confinement. That hearing is set to get underway in a little more than an hour at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, which is probably why they are setting up the camera there. If we do get a feed from that courtroom, I'm sure we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. I do actually very briefly want to take you back over to the courtroom in Georgia. That is where this hearing is underway as the Georgia Democrats do ask for Saturday early voting during the runoff election. This is an ongoing hearing, so let's dive right in and take a listen.
Your Honor, I think the most recent expression of the Secretary of State's office position on this issue, we shouldn't look at 2020 because we are operating under a different law in 2020. What we should look at is the guidance that the Secretary of State's office put out to counties in 2021 when counties were subject to the current version of 21-385, and we attached that guidance to our brief. It was given to 5 counties, and it involved a special runoff election for special elections for House seats that affected 5 counties, and that guidance that was offered by the Secretary of State's office is consistent with the guidance that the Secretary of State's office put out for this particular general runoff election. That in that case, we were dealing with elections over the summer, and the period for Saturday voting fell over the 4th of July holiday weekend, and the Secretary of State's guidance at that time was that Saturday voting was not permitted under the same provisions in 21-385.
And I get your pointing to 2021. I want to ask you another question about 2022. Was the law in 2022 substantially different to the current law, specifically as it relates to Saturday voting?
Not sure I understand your question, Your Honor. Are you saying is the law in 2020 substantially the same as it is now in 2022?
Yes.
No, it is
as
not.
it relates to Saturday voting.
There is a significant difference as it relates to Saturday voting in that the legislature, one, it added some more specificity as to when advanced voting should occur in general. It also added a provision that unless Saturday or Sunday voting is expressly authorized within 21-385 D1, then it is expressly prohibited. And so that limitation, I think, is what kills the plaintiff's argument here, and I will get to that when I walk the court through the statute. But I think that is a significant change in the law between 2020 and 2022, in that the counties don't have that type of discretion as they may have had before. Turning back to the guidance that the Secretary of State issued, that's at issue here, the guidance advised that Georgia law does not permit counties to hold advanced voting on November 26th, but it also said that counties could hold voting on Sunday, the following Sunday, and even they could start on the Tuesday before Thanksgiving if they were able. So we're talking about counties having at least 5 and possibly up to 8 days of available early voting. Most of the counties, at least the larger metro counties, have published their time periods and dates for advanced voting, and a lot of them are taking advantage of that Sunday day. So there will be a weekend day available to Georgia voters on that Sunday. The statute at issue here, 21-385 D1, is clear that advanced voting is prohibited on a Saturday following a state holiday on Thursday or Friday. And again, as I mentioned, this is it's due to an unfortunate turn of events that the Saturday at issue here, which would normally be available, is not this year because of the way the calendar fell. It's a situation that's unique to this election year. The general election date was much later this year. It fell on November 8th, which is the latest possible date you can have a general election. And so this has pushed back all of the election dates. They're all much later this year. Even the certification date is later. We also had the intervening Veterans Day holiday that pushed dates back further. So the situation here where you have a second Saturday falling over the Thanksgiving holiday is unique to this election year. If we were talking about last year's election calendar, election day would have been November 2nd. And so this same second Saturday would have fallen on November 20th before Thanksgiving.
Let me ask you a question about weekend voting, early voting. Does the state consider weekdays and weekends to be on equal par for purposes of the practicality of the Georgia voter? Again, I don't know if my experience is any different. I work during the week, and on the weekend you have more time. There are other Georgians who may only have a limited time off, and that day may be Saturday. What do you say to that?
Well, first, Your Honor, I don't think that's an issue that's necessarily relevant here. The issue that is relevant is, what did the legislature mean when it wrote 21-385, and what are the legal requirements? It's not really up to me or my office or even the court to determine what the best policy is. That is the job of the legislature, to write what the law is according to what they think is the best policy. I will say that, again, the Secretary's guidance does provide for weekend voting, and the statute itself also accounts for working Georgians, in that it allows counties to expand the times of early voting on the days that are allowed. So it's not just limited to 9 to 5. Counties have the opportunity and the discretion to expand the time of early voting from as early as 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., just like they do on Election Day. And so that does allow for some flexibility for working Georgians to give them opportunities to vote.
Would you agree that within the context of this statutory interpretational question, that this court is permitted to look at the statutory changes to the language of this code section over time in order to interpret the current meaning?
Yes, Your Honor. I think it's fair to look at the legislative history to the extent that there is any ambiguity. But I will say that the current version of the statute is the most recent expression of the legislature and their intent. And the primary.
All right, if you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, we are approaching the noon hour on the East Coast and the 9 o'clock hour on the West Coast. You're listening in to a hearing. This is over early voting there in Georgia with the runoff election. Georgia's Democratic Party is requesting Saturday early voting. There's some discussion and debate going on. We will, of course, let you know exactly what happens with that. As we go to a break, I do want to give you another live look here at Buffalo. You can see, yeah, it is still snowing out there, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. We do expect 4 to 5 feet of snow in some parts of Buffalo and western New York through Sunday. We'll keep you posted on that storm, live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to step away for that quick break, but we will be right back with more of your headlines.
And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us all day today. We are going to be showcasing the weather in Buffalo. Take a look at this shot, and when you see it, I mean, it just looks downright cold, and you can see the snow there in the distance as well. They are looking at lake effect snow throughout the day as that warning remains in effect until 1 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. They are expecting still heavy lake effect snow, and it could continue to go up to 4 feet of snow when it's all said and done. Let's take a look here at our live radar to really show you just what is going on right here. And you can see right in the center is really where that storm is taking a lot of snowflakes with it and really mounting up within just the last 12 hours right now, and it continues to go for most of today here as the heavy lake effect snow will continue. It expires in 2 days. That was the latest from the National Weather Service just moments ago. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you, and we appreciate you joining us here on this Friday edition as we give you top stories, headlines, and when breaking news occurs, we got you covered on that. And we know that the Christmas season is coming. This is another reminder that we're getting close. A live look right now at the Capitol, where the Capitol Christmas tree has just arrived, and crews are getting ready to stand it up and get it all beautiful there for everyone visiting D.C. This holiday season there. It is going to be always very special. This year's tree coming from North Carolina and a spruce from the Appalachian Mountains there, where they were able to get it from one of the highest points there in North Carolina. So amazing to see right there. Let's take a look at the Dow right now while we have it here, and you can see the Dow. It is trending up here. We got 160 points there in the green, so we will definitely take that as U.S. stocks post modest gains right now as investors wrap a choppy down week for equities, digesting more Fed speak and the prospect for retailers ahead of Black Friday. Hard to believe that is just a week away right now. So we'll definitely keep you all in the mix right here on Live Now from Fox. We are monitoring a live event that will be coming up in just moments, featuring Representative Ruben Gallego and others. They will be talking about the Hispanic caucus and giving us a little update there going forward, as they will have new members come January there for House Democrats. So we will feature that for you right here on Live Now from Fox, always in the mix here for you. And what we are going to do is also show you, we are going to go to this for some time today. This is out in Atlanta, in Georgia here, where the Democratic Party would like to have Saturday early voting ahead of that runoff between Senator Warnock and the other big race there. So we will feature that for you right here on Live Now from Fox, always here, giving you the latest when it comes to big top stories and headlines from across the country, everyone. We are just getting ready for another hour right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's show you Buffalo once again. We'll be with you here in the next 10 seconds. And welcome everyone here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all our new viewers in this hour. We appreciate you joining us here as always. And look at this, a live look right now in Buffalo as snow is burying western New York right now. It's going to head like that into the weekend as well. Hi everyone, Mike Page here. Thanks so much for joining us here on the Friday edition of Live Now. I want to go back and really just show you a little bit more of our radar here and the system that is developing with this storm alert here, as feet of snow is already on the ground in western New York and is going to continue. That warning doesn't expire till 1 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. I want to go to some of the coverage from our Fox weather team right now as they are on this right here on Live Now from Fox.
50 million Americans are bundling up. Yeah, getting ready for the cold as we head into the weekend. Some, for the first time this season, they're going to be layering up with the scarves, gloves, and hats. I mean, and the Great Lakes is just undercover, period.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yes,
all the snow
waiting
cover.
out the snow.
Right, not in inches, but in feet.
This is a look live at Buffalo, New York, off Lake Erie. You can see we are just outside of the storm in Buffalo, looking at that wall of snow. And then off Lake Ontario, you've got Watertown, and it is blanketed. You can see some of the vehicles there parked to the side. We've been watching snow-covered roads here, and at times getting pretty good snowfall rates on some of our live cameras to the point where visibility gets reduced. You see exactly why they don't want you out trying to travel. You can be disoriented very, very quickly. Winter storm warnings will go through tomorrow. Erie County and Jefferson County are both under travel advisories, not the bans that they saw last night, but advisories. If you don't have to be out, you just don't want to be doing it. Unnecessary travel should be avoided. The visibility is bad if you're trying to get into your car and drive somewhere, but ground stops also have occurred at some of the regional airports. Almost all the flights out of Buffalo early this morning were canceled. We're following FlightAware.com and some of their flight intelligence with this weather system coming in on how it'll impact the airports. And this is about the midway point, Craig, through the storm. We're a little bit more than halfway through this.
Yeah, and when you look at that shot of Buffalo right there, Amy, we'll give you a shot of what it looks like on the radar. That is on the northern side looking down to the south. That is scary because you know that when those winds shift, that is going to be over you.
It's a wall of snow.
It's a wall of snow, a curtain of snow. It goes high up in the atmosphere, also creating some of the thunder snow as well. Over in the town of Jerry in Chautauqua County, as of this morning, that's about 51 miles south of Buffalo, they had already reported a foot, but that was for the 24-hour total, not the storm totals. These are the bands right now moving over Lake Erie. A good 240 miles or so is where that fetch is before it reaches the shoreline south of Buffalo, the south towns as well.
And we want to get out into this snowstorm, see what it's like. Well over a foot of snow on the north side of Buffalo. Southtown, though, up to 3 feet, right?
Yep.
34, 30, how many
36.
inches are we at? 36 inches. 36 inches.
It's a lot, right?
Yes.
We want to bring in Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera, who's been in there at times breaks and at times a lot of snow coming down.
That's exactly it. Conditions, they've really varied over the last several hours, Craig and Amy. But I did break out a ruler thanks to one of the maintenance guys over at the hotel, so we can at least measure how many inches of snow we've gotten so far. We're doing this together. Let's see. So far, okay, just under 5 inches. Of course, again, that could change as snow continues to fall over the next several days. Again, remember what forecasters have predicted. They had expected this region could see up to 4 feet of snow by Sunday. But as we mentioned, conditions have been changing, right? So, for example, about 30 minutes outside of Buffalo, in Orchard Park, for example, one of our producers lives in Orchard Park, and she says she is seeing about 3 feet of snow. She's seeing snowfall at a rate of 2 to 3 inches per hour. She says there are a lot of power outages. So, it's tough for them. But even here in downtown Buffalo, we are not out of the woods just yet. To emphasize that, the city of Buffalo has once again reimposed a travel ban for everything south of William Street. That is right where we are. We are south of William Street. So if you look at a map, you'll actually see that Buffalo almost looks completely split in half because of that travel ban. The northern side of Buffalo, they're not under a travel ban. They're under a travel advisory. And then again, south of William Street where we are, we're under a travel ban. So that just goes to show you how things can change so quickly. So people here shouldn't relax just yet. They've still got a long way to go, Craig and Amy.
Your total does make sense, Madeline, because you're in an area that's like 5 to 8 inches. Meanwhile, you go Buffalo, Southtown into some of those suburbs. We've had reports in Hamburg up to 37 inches. It shows you how big of a difference over such a small space we can see in these storms. It's a great illustration.
Yeah. Madeline, are they putting notices up for people where the bans have been put into effect so that people of south of William Street so that they know, hey, you can't travel?
Well, they've just been sending out these advisories via Twitter, and of course the media, news organizations, they are sending out those advisories as well. They're sharing it anyway. So that's how they're really letting people know. But look, the advice of local officials over the past 48, 72 hours has been to just stay indoors, regardless of whether you're not in a travel ban, because you're going to make the work for crews difficult as well. So
Yeah.
that's the advice that we've been hearing over the last 72 hours or so, Craig.
Yeah, especially with that band south of you where you are, Madeline, because once those winds shift, you're going to be in the snow again.
Thank you for the update. Madeline Rivera is live in Buffalo downtown. We will check back in. And earlier we heard from some of those suburbs. So you hear what the city is saying. And south of William Street, there's the travel ban. But we had Hamburg Town Police via the Facebook page saying, hey, if you get out, you're going to need to be towed. Just go ahead and call the tow truck. You don't need us to call and then call the tow truck for you. They said just go ahead and call unless it's a major emergency or some sort of life hazard.
Right.
So you could get stuck out there and the tow truck has to come, or maybe you have to abandon your car for days.
Yeah, you might have to wait for the tow truck if there are more people getting towed and pulled out. And of course, you know, you want to be careful making sure that the exhaust pipe is always clear if you've got the car on to reheat yourself or so, because that can come back into the car for some reason. So you've got to make sure that the pipe on the back of that is clear, because you don't want that coming back into the car, which could be life-threatening.
Last night, the National Weather Service in Buffalo put out a discussion saying it'll be snowing with a vengeance. The forecast is on track, folks. They've been using superlatives across the media like blockbuster, epic, historic. All of those look to be accurate at this point, maybe even a slam dunk to get this storm to rival some of the past November Great Lakes snow events. It is going to be one for the record books.
And the forecast has been really spot on in some cases. We want to bring in Fox Weather winter storm specialist Tom Nizzle. And so far, we've been talking all morning. You've been talking about these bands since last night, setting up and the direction. What are your impressions of the storm so far?
Well, I think it's been behaving very well. And I want to give you a little inside story. When I worked at the National Weather Service in Buffalo for a couple of decades, we always coordinated with local officials, the local streets departments, and the EMS services. These officials are talking to the National Weather Service office probably on an hourly basis, and this is what leads them to make these plans, to set the advisories where they need to. So it's a very well coordinated effort among many agencies. And as we're looking right now, the north side of Buffalo, we're looking south at that wall of snow that is set up across the south towns and across southern Erie County. Now, you can see that much of the city of Buffalo is snow-free at the present time, and it's going to remain like that for a few hours yet this afternoon and into this evening. I think as we get into the hours just after dark, you're going to begin to see the snow band work its way northward into Buffalo. So it's kind of a good news and bad news situation. If you live in the city of Buffalo, it's good news now because you can get out, you can plow your driveway, you can do what you need to do. If you're down into central and southern Erie County, you're getting hammered by this heavy snow. Later this evening, that will completely change. It'll be the opposite. The city will be back into the snow.
Yeah, it is really interesting how these storms work and what you have to take advantage of. Folks who've seen this decade after decade because they've lived in the region, they know how the storm behaves. It's interesting, though, for us to hear how many people in and around the Buffalo area are even impressed by how this storm has performed, particularly with the thunder snow.
Oh, the thunder snow has been really amazing. And if you've never been in it, when it's snowing real heavily and a lightning charge goes off, it's like a giant flashbulb going off because that light just gets scattered by all of the snowflakes that are in the air. So again, it's another one of these surreal experiences. And I've gotten to experience it many times. It's fascinating, but every time I do, it just wows me one more time.
And Tom, you think that's going to go on for several hours in some cases, right? And it does extend a distance, 20, 25 miles or so.
Yes, it certainly does. It's across the entire lake right now. The length of that snow band, we're seeing lightning discharges down that 200-mile length of the lake. The winds are blowing that snow and moving those cells 20, 30, 35 miles inland at the end of the lake here. That should continue with the potential for thunder snow right in through about midnight tonight. And then that will begin to wane as that snow band moves northward, as we're seeing here. It will weaken a little bit, and the depth of that cold air will become just a little shallower.
It's interesting because the lightning and the thunder are just very similar, the exact same that you would see in a regular summertime thunderstorm. It's just we have a storm that's cold producing snow instead. So I think that's interesting for people to sort of wrap their heads around. It also is interesting because we're talking about a snowstorm that's dangerous. Typically, people don't talk a lot about snow being dangerous, but this particular situation can be hazardous for a variety of reasons. Very unlikely, obviously, that people would be out in a snowstorm to get struck by lightning, but that's one danger. And then on top of that, you've got visibility issues and disorientation. If you could just talk a little bit about the danger of some of the storms. I think when I look back at 2014, there was like 25, 27 lives lost. A lot of those had come from snow shoveling, actually. Snow removal.
Yeah, there are a lot of indirect issues that you deal with storms like this. The most direct impact from a winter storm in almost all areas is travel. And so if you can hunker down and not be on the roads where you could get in a situation where your car could get stuck, you could get out and another vehicle could hit you. You could get stuck and you could be stranded there, get carbon monoxide poisoning from leaving the car running with a blocked tailpipe from the snowfall. These are the kind of situations that we encounter. And of course, there's a heart attack situation. We often refer to the heavier snows as heart attack snows. You've got to be aware of the fact that every shovel of snow that you move is anywhere from 30 to 50 pounds. And if you remove 500 shovels full of snow, you can do the math. It's a tremendous amount of strain on the heart. And so the best advice there, hunker down, stay home, call a snow plowing company and spend that money. It's well spent money to have them come out and plow your driveway.
Good advice. We are going to be monitoring the storm along with you. Fox Weather Winter Storm Specialist Tom Nizzle, thank you. And we'll be back for an update in just a bit.
That was just some of our coverage from Fox Weather. We always appreciate them joining us here and giving us those updates with experts as well. All throughout the day, we'll be checking in and looking at the latest radar and giving you updates throughout the day right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Here's a live look right now, right outside of the Oval Office at the White House. We have the Marine standing by right outside of the door. That means President Biden is inside of the Oval Office right now. And coming up at 1:30 Eastern, he will deliver remarks and meets with business and labor leaders. The Secretary of Treasury will also attend, so we will feature that for you as soon as it gets going right here on Live Now from Fox. We should also let you know that there is a White House briefing at 2:45 that we will also take. That's 2:45 Eastern. You're watching Live Now, as always, bringing you top feeds, top stories, and breaking news when it does happen. We're going to take our first break here of this hour. When we come back, it's another live event that we have for you right here on Live Now from Fox. This is Representative Ruben Gallego out of Arizona talking about the Hispanic caucus going forward for the next term starting in January. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. You can see we have the Dow here at about 51 points in the green. We'll continue to look at it for you as we close out the trading week, and as well as the regular week here. Friday special right here on Live Now from Fox. What we are going to do right now is continue with live events that are happening. Right now, we go out to Ruben Gallego, a Democrat from Arizona, talking about the Hispanic caucus. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Not the ones in this room, of course, right? Not the ones in this room. But there's a lot of prior to this election, a lot of pundits said that the Latino vote was going strongly and swiftly to Republicans. They said that there was a massive realignment that was happening that is shaking up politics and could potentially doom Democrats to the minority in perpetuity. Let me tell you, that did not happen. Not only did it not happen, not just because we see these great new members here, we see because up until a few days ago, there was a chance, for the first time, at least in our nearest memory of history, that the party in control would potentially stay in control of the midterm. And that was because Latinos came out and voted. They came out and voted for the Democratic ticket, and Republicans and Democrats should take this as a lesson. Invest in Latino voters. Talk to Latino voters early and recruit Latinos and Latinas to run, and not just in majority Latino districts, which we have a lot of members here that ran in non-majority Latino districts, and they won, and probably the reason they won is because they were able to really reach across all aisles there. And so I'm very proud that we have actually been able to say that, and now we have, for the first time, over 40 members, potentially getting up to 42 members. We are proud to contribute to the close margins, and we'll contribute again to the close margins in 2024 when we help take back the House. The one thing I like to say about this group is just the amount of diversity that we have here, whether it's from their backgrounds. We have people from South American background, Central American background, Mexican, Cubans. We have people all the way from the most northern part of the country in Washington State and all the way down to the Rio Grande Valley. And we have people that are doctors, business executives, state elected officials, and just in general, all around good people. And we did it because of all of your help here. Bold Pack, for the first time in any election cycle, ran their own independent expenditures. We put close to $6 million of our own money that we raised into several of these campaigns, and we not just put our money in, but we usually ask other partners to join us to put them into contention. And I'd like to say and give recognition to Tony Cardenas, who led a lot of those independent expenditure efforts. So our IE efforts were designed by Latino strategists, and we got involved directly in 13 races, and we won 11. If you have that type of batting record in baseball, you're automatically in the Hall of Fame, by the way. And then we did not just stop there. We also contributed to making sure we re-elected the first Latina senator in Catherine Cortez Masto. And Latinos played in very, well, I know for a fact they got elected Senator Kelly and new to be Senator Fetterman in Pennsylvania. And besides, obviously, the IE, we have wonderful staff in the room here who were in constant contact with many of your campaigns to the point of it may have seemed like harassment. But we really were able to build out a great staff that understood how to run campaigns and were able to help some of these candidates do some really, really hard campaigns, and also organize us as members here to be advocates for them on Capitol Hill, on K Street, in the union halls, when a lot of times many people do not want to invest in our candidates. And in the end, we show what happens when you do that. Now, I'd like to introduce one of our first, let's just call them winners, but really a great Bold Pack story in Andrea Salinas, as I like to call her, the giant killer. Andrea's story is why Bold PAC was created. Because if Bold PAC had not existed, I think Andrea would have won anyway because she's a talented leader. But we were there to really help her put her atop. You know, in some of the hardest, one of the hardest races in the country, both in the primary and the general. I'm surprised you're not napping right now. In a primary, she had $12 million spent in independent expenditure money against her. Latinos do not come from, we don't have many Latino wealthy families. We don't have $12 million that we could tap. And then House Majority Project decided to double down and go with her opponent and essentially give him the de facto endorsement of quote unquote being the Democrat to choose in the primary. Bold PAC did not let that slide. We doubled down. We made our largest primary investment, I think, in the history of any election with a $1 million IE, coordinated with other groups that were also interested in making sure that she got elected. We doubled down our own efforts here on Capitol Hill, making sure that other members knew that Andrea was in the fight, she could win, and she's the right one. And she won that primary by double digits. Yeah. Wow. And then she had a very easy general. No, unfortunately not. But because of her hard work and the hard work of Bold PAC and Bold PAC members, a lot of us traveled up there to campaign for her. We kept on raising money for her. I see a couple of people here that I called for money for her. Thank you so much for continuing doing that. She went and won the first open seat created in Oregon. And now we get to call her a member of Congress. And please welcome Andrea the John Killer Salinas up to the podium.
Thank you, Chair Gallego, and thank you to CHC Bold PAC, and thank you to many of you who really were in this fight from the very beginning. I mean, this is truly, for me, La Familia, so thank you. And I'm very proud to be here today as Oregon's new Congresswoman-elect from the 6th Congressional District. My father, like many of yours, came to the United States from Mexico in 1950, and he picked cotton and tomatoes in the Rio Grande Valley. And upon returning from 2 tours in Vietnam, he married my mom, he got a good paying union job. And for him and our family, he achieved the American dream. And I recognize that change is possible in a single generation. And I know this to be true because it has happened for mine. My father, it's only, I feel like, in America where my father can come to this country as someone who worked in the fields and on January 3rd, watch his daughter get sworn in as a member of Congress. And I ran for Congress because families like mine need a champion. They need a level playing field. They need an economy that is serving working people. They need to know that corporate greed is not going to get in the way of them achieving their American dream. They need a healthcare system that is affordable and accessible for everyone, and they need government out of those healthcare decisions. Our community needs a champion to bring our unique voice and experiences to Congress, and I intend to be that champion for Oregon's 6th district, which does have the largest Latino population in Oregon, and I'm proud that we will have voice to what has historically been a marginalized voice in Oregon. And as I look at my colleagues here today, I'm so humbled and so proud, and I'm hopeful. And if you're looking for a reason to be hopeful in this next legislative session, look no further than the Congressional Hispanic Caucus class. Yes. We are bringing our stories and our culture and our communities to the 118th Congress. And I know this country will grow stronger because of our representation. And finally, I just once again have to sincerely thank my Bold PAC family for their ongoing support and leadership. They did recruit me, and they have been with me every step of this journey. And it has been a wild one, as the chair mentioned, when a cryptocurrency billionaire, who some of you may know, just we saw in the news recently, was able to pour $12 million into one of the most expensive primaries in history, and then making sure that Bold PAC was in the fight then, and they continued that fight when my self-funding multimillionaire Republican opponent poured millions into his race in the general election. Bold PAC was just the force I needed. needed to get me over the finish line, needed to connect me to media, needed to connect me to different partners. They were at the forefront of all of this. And let me be clear, Latino candidates can win, and they can represent our communities in a real way. So I feel like right now, today, together, we have made history. I look forward to representing our community in Congress so that we can build that stronger and brighter future for the American people and for our Latino comunidad. Gracias.
And now we're going to have Gabe Vasquez from New Mexico 2 and Greg Casar after that from Texas 34. What is 35. That? 35. That's too many number. I don't remember. It's a good problem to have. Okay.
Yeah. Buenos días. Me llamo Gabriel Vázquez. Yo soy un orgulloso hijo de inmigrantes de la frontera de Ciudad Juárez.
All right, everybody. So we were taking a little of that Capitol Hill there as new House Democratic Hispanic Caucus members speaking on the 2023 hopes as they will take the stage there in January. All right, everyone, we are going to slide away for another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to showcase what's happening in Buffalo, New York. They are going to get dumped on. They already got about a foot of snow already. It's going to continue all the way to Sunday, and right now officials are speaking on that. We will take a break, and then we will bring it from the beginning right here on Live Now from Fox so you won't miss anything. Welcome back, everyone, here live now from Fox as we continue to track the heavy snow that is coming to western New York. We're all talking about Buffalo right now. Let's listen into officials as they are talking about this storm.
For getting messages out to his residents, for working very closely with us, and stressing to people living in South Buffalo how important it is to be patient and stay at home. I'm now going to turn things over to Councilmember Christopher Scanlon.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everybody. Much like the Commissioner, I just arrived from South Buffalo, and I can also attest to the fact that there was a significant snowfall in the southern portion of the city, several feet, in fact. Unfortunately, I can also attest to the fact that on my way in, I noticed numerous abandoned vehicles, people who were out driving and were stuck. I'm urging everyone, I'm pleading with anyone who's living in South Buffalo, unless it is an absolute emergency, please stay home. please check on your neighbors, take care of them. In addition to keeping your cars off the road, making it easier for plows to clear a path, we want to ensure that all of our emergency responders can get down streets in case anyone's having a medical condition. So again, please make sure you're staying off the roads. Again, there were several feet of snow that fell. I want to thank the mayor, the commissioner, and his team for staying in constant contact, but also for getting the resources out to this area that was hit so hard. I want to thank them for their continued work. I want to also thank, as the mayor stated, the county executive, the governor for their collaboration on handling this storm. But again, if I could tell you one thing, anyone living in that portion of the city, please stay indoors. Do not go out unless it is an absolute emergency, and let the Department of Public Works, Emergency Services, or whomever else do what they have to do. So the storm, it's going to hover around for a little bit here. Hopefully won't get hit too much further. But again, just shelter in place and we'll get through this together. Thank you, Mayor.
We have focused very closely also on making sure that our routes to all of our hospitals are open for any emergency situations, any surgical procedures. The routes to Mercy Hospital in South Buffalo, that was a priority for our public works crews, but we need people to stay at home in that area of the city. Please do not drive. People tempted it yesterday. There were a number of vehicles that got stuck. When the snow is falling between 3 to 4 to 5 inches an hour, you can't beat it. You are going to get stuck. So we need people to follow the guidelines. We'll now open up for any questions that you have.
Mayor, do you see, how will you navigate those bans, right, in terms of the travel ban for South Buffalo? Is it, let's start with that. When will that expire? How will that decision be made? And is it possible that we see another travel ban here in the downtown area as this system moves up?
I'm going to have Commissioner Martin speak to that. He and his staff have been watching that very closely, working with the National Weather Service, the state of New York, the county of Erie. We're in constant communication on the movement and the bans. Commissioner?
Yes, certainly on the movement of the snow ban. I think you had a snow ban question and maybe a driving ban question too.
Driving ban in general.
Yeah, so so that's something from a public safety standpoint. The driving ban we thought was important to reinstate in South Buffalo. Coming back from my time there today, a number of cars, as was already referenced, off the road, abandoned. That's hampering our efforts, but it's really putting the residents in harm. So again, the urge to stay home. So we're going to navigate that and evaluate it with the Weather Service, giving us some guidance on where those bans are. As those bans move north across the city, if it moves quickly, we'll evaluate the conditions and decide at that point in time. So it's going to be a reaction to the conditions at the time.
Commissioner Martin, this is your first major snow event in this position, so I wanted to ask you how is it going and what has it been like?
Well, it is my first event in this position, yes. It's actually been going quite well from an overall operational standpoint. We've got a great snow plan in place that addresses how we work with our city. That's been a plan that has been in place for a number of years. We've got a great team. Years of experience, decades of experience with a lot of our leadership and a lot of those individuals in the plows across the city. So my first time, but it's the team that has a lot of experience, that has taken care of the city and taken care of the neighbors in our community. So, we're just continuing to do that this year. I'm rolling right in with them and providing the leadership to that, but it's a team game and they're really doing great.
Let me add too, I think Commissioner Martin is being a little modest. He has filled in like a savvy veteran. We do have a very experienced team. The team is working tremendously well. The snow plan is going as expected. I also want to thank former Public Works commissioners who have called in with some recommendations and advice. It is going as well as can be expected given the snow that we are seeing in South Buffalo. We are very focused on that area of the city, and we have had vehicles in every single area of the city of Buffalo, so the plan has worked very well.
How did the parking switch over go last night? Like, I live on one of the streets where you have to move Thursday and Monday. How did that go?
It's gone reasonably well. We have Parking Commissioner Ray Wagner here, and I'll let Commissioner Wagner speak to that.
Thanks, Mayor Brown. Yeah, so most of the areas are very clear. We have compliance in all the areas except for South Buffalo, where the snow, they got hit the most. So for the most part, the city is very clear and compliant with parking.
This question can be answered by anybody, but I think a lot of people right now might be watching and say, oh, the sky's blue, it's beautiful, we're never going to get hit with this. What's your message to people who might not be heeding the warnings and not be patient?
It can turn very quickly. This is a very unpredictable storm. We see how hard and how fast it's falling in South Buffalo, making driving conditions extremely hazardous. People trying to drive getting stuck. Once this storm shifts and moves to other areas of the city, we will potentially see the same thing in other parts of the city of Buffalo as well. As I said, Commissioner Martin and his staff doing a great job in tracking, communicating, following the trends, and moving equipment as necessary, and that will continue as we deal with the storm.
Anyone else?
Can someone talk about the GPS tracking and how that's gone so far?
Commissioner?
Yeah, the GPS tracking is operational. I know that we've had some issues with some of the equipment on the vehicle. So it is on all vehicles, it is operational, but some of the reaction back in the system standpoint isn't working. So that's one item that that isn't quite reflecting. We're going to take a look at that. I mean, we're looking at it now, but when this storm is over, we're going to get back and actually make sure we've got all those, all the pieces of equipment on all the vehicles working. Secondarily, the GPS will not reflect our contractors that are on campus. They don't have GPS, so the 60 contractor pieces of equipment that are out helping South Buffalo and other parts of the city, those aren't reflected in the GPS. So your city might, your street might be being serviced or helped or passed through with that equipment, and it just wouldn't reflect it. So a little, a couple points there.
But the use of private contractors is kind of an innovation with our snow plan. We wanted to get into the residentials more quickly. The private contractors are helping us do that. We've retained 60 private contractors, and they are working very well with city, county, and state crews out there. And we have about 55 vehicles, plows in South Buffalo right now. We also have a new fire vehicle which has been very helpful in the storm. It's called an ARV. I want Commissioner Ronaldo from our fire department to talk about that.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And just like many of our other city departments, we've shifted some of our resources to South Buffalo. Alternative response vehicles, or ARVs, were positioned on the west side and the east side, and we shifted them over to the south to deal with the increased number of calls. And they've had a positive impact, a positive influence on the calls that we're having over there. So I also want to take this opportunity to just reiterate what some of our other leaders have said about staying at home, taking care of your heating equipment, which is very important. We had an increased number of CO, or carbon monoxide, calls due to blocked vents, dryer vents, chimney flues, things of that nature. So just want to put that warning out there for our homeowners to keep an eye on that, because many of those vents are mounted on the outside of your home, maybe 2-3 feet up on your outside wall, and they may be snow covered by now. And what happens is your pilot light goes off, and then it starts generating carbon monoxide fumes. So I just wanted to get that warning out there. So thank you, everyone.
Commissioner, can you just talk about what ARV stands for and why they're so useful in weather conditions like this as compared to maybe a normal fire truck?
Yes, of course. So alternative response vehicles, which are basically a Chevy Tahoe, which are outfitted for emergency services platform. It's a more effective, efficient way we think of delivering emergency services to the community. And of course, they're not anywhere near, of course, yes, thank you, Mayor. Specifically in conditions like this, where you have narrow roads, cars parked on one or both sides of the streets, dead-end streets, things of that nature, and of course, snow-clogged streets. So they're more maneuverable. They're able to get to those tight spots where the ambulance may not be able to negotiate. They can get probably right in front of a home instead of transporting a patient maybe a block or 2 blocks in the snow. So once again, they're having a positive impact in the environment we're working in right now.
And then finally, I just want to recognize that police response times are on track. Our police department also doing an excellent job in responding to calls and issues. No delay in police response time right now. Things are working relatively smoothly. Again, hardest hit area, South Buffalo. Travel ban in that area of the city of Buffalo, the southern portion of the city, and still asking people in other areas of the city, no unnecessary travel, please. If you do not have to go out, please stay at home. It will aid in our snow removal efforts.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
And that was the latest update there from officials in Buffalo, New York, everyone. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, as Buffalo is working to remove snow, New York City officials are hoping to remove rats. We'll tell you all about it and their new pledge to New Yorkers coming up next here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here on this Friday as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines from all over the country. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks so much again for joining us here today, everyone. Okay, this is what we have a look right outside of the White House Oval Office here, where we are expecting President Biden to be making some remarks happening at 1:45 Eastern. We will take that for you. And 2:45 Eastern will be the White House briefing. We'll have it all for you right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. In the meantime, I do want to go out to New York City, where officials are pledging to New Yorkers that they are going to clean up the rat problems that are happening and then have been happening in New York City. It's called Get Stuff Done with Mayor Eric Adams. Let's listen.
Kill some rats. That is the signature. And so we made it clear. And I just really want to thank the commissioner who has taken the passion of cleaning our city to an entirely new level. Our vision is clear and clean. And so today we're making clear that rats don't run our city. New Yorkers do. The 4 bills I signed today will help create a cleaner city for New Yorkers. The legislation will create rat mitigation zones, codify garbage set-out times, and reduce rats in construction areas and other buildings with large rodent infestations. Last month, we announced that New York City was making a once-in-a-generation change to the cleanliness of our streets, reducing the amount of time that trash can remain on the curb and reducing rats on our streets. Today, we are taking the next step in signing into law. Clean streets are vital to vibrant neighborhoods and to New York City economic recovery. They go hand in hand, and we hear it over and over again that people are concerned about the visualization of rats in their community and the infestation and just really the anxiety that they bring. Rats hurt the quality of life in our city and cause real damage to our homes. It's costing New Yorkers and businesses millions of dollars to deal with this crisis. There have been 110 mayors in this city, and they've all dealt with this crisis of rat infestation. And one of them had to worry about this population, and we're going to take a real serious approach to ending this rat tail. For far too long, the population of rodents have been able to roam around this city with a level of impunity, and we're saying no to that. Today, we're making history, and we're going to start the process of ending the rat race with this package of bills. So I want to thank this amazing team of councilpersons who listened to their constituencies and leaned into this issue. Councilman Abreu, who has talked about this often in his councilman district, Councilman Bacha, who's in the heart of Manhattan, and it really deals with this issue because of the large number of people, the large number of restaurants and businesses. Councilwoman Nurse and Councilman Osei in the Bedford-Stuyvesant area. We did a couple of initiatives there, and they really are concerned about the rat problem. They have helped us get this done, and we commend them for it. We're putting a dent in our rodent problem, and this is how we can carry it out together. And this is one of many. We have a few more items we're going to be rolling out to deal with the rodent issue in this city. So again, Commissioner, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Adams. I'd now like to welcome Councilmember Sean, this is not Ratatouille, Abreu.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's no more Remy the Rat and no more Mickey Mouse on the streets of New York City. We're done recycling old ideas. We're trashing the old way of doing trash and introducing a new visionary approach to garbage. The New York City Council and the mayor have achieved a monumental victory in our war against rats. After nearly a year of research, negotiations, and partnership with experts, labor, DSNY, the commissioner, council colleagues, we have done what formal councils and administrations can never achieve. Our offices secured support for a bill which will reduce the amount of time trash sits out on our streets. This will keep our streets clean and starve rats of the midnight snacks that sustain their explosive growth. Families will no longer have to navigate as many mountains and mazes of trash piled up outside their apartments. New Yorkers will not have to fear as many rats hiding in late-night shadows or more frequently rampaging through our subway system and sidewalks without fear. This was not an easy feat, but city-altering change never is, and I am most proud that we were able to do this in partnership with labor and the administration. New Yorkers can rest easy knowing that we are fighting back. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Abreu. Next, please join me in welcoming someone who definitely knows how to trash talk, Councilmember Eric Bottcher.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Tisch. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to my Rat Pack colleagues. And thank you to my legislative partner, Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine. Now, to the rats of New York City, surrender now. Get out of town before it's too late. For 300 years, we've let you push us around. Today, we're saying no more. Enough. And we've made your lives too easy. Heck, we even put out food for you on the sidewalks every night. Well, the party is over. Now, I know you rats are listening to this and thinking, yeah, we've heard this before. We know you don't mean it. Well, we're here to tell you that with this mayor and this city council, it's a new day. And like the commissioner said, we're not going to let the rats run this town any longer.
Thank you. I like that.
Finally, we will hear from a great ally in the war on rats, Councilmember Chi Osei.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Commissioner, Mr. Mayor, and my colleagues in the Rat Pack. This package of bills is one step forward for mankind in our war in combating rat kind here in New York City. While this is only going to make a dent in the rodent situation that we have in New York City, it is laying down the infrastructure and groundwork for hopefully a citywide trash containerization program in New York. This is a love letter to all of our constituents that have been calling our phones day in and day out about this rodent problem. I'm really proud of the work that we are doing and taking this situation seriously. And I'm so proud to be amongst this collective of council members that is listening to their local constituents. This is the power of local government. Pizza Rat, if you're listening, pack your bags. Pack pizza in your bags too. You may enjoy it later. And thank you again to this administration for taking these bills seriously. Thank you.
All right, without further ado, let's sign some bills. Please join us at the table.
Do we have any on top? I'm going to do some on topics so I can sign, and then we can, all right?
Any questions for Jane?
Yes. Thank you for taking the question. Good to see you. This is serious. Oregon Pest Control ranks cities for rat populations and rat complaints every year. This year, New York is number 2 after Chicago, up from 3 last year. Where would you like to see New York, say, 1 year from now, 5 years from now?
No, my goal is we must be the cleanest city in America. That's the goal. We're the largest city, the most important city. We must be the cleanest city in America. We must be clearly the place where people know we address this rat problem. And we have a few other items we're going to roll out that we're testing right now to really deal with this issue. This is not only a health issue, but it also brings anxiety. To have a rodent in your car when you started, run across your feet, to come out of a garbage bag, it is traumatizing. People think about it the entire day, and they don't walk down their blocks after having an experience like that. And so our goal is to be the top of the list on ending this rat problem in our city. And again, we have a few other items that we are testing right now, and there are some promising results, and we're excited about moving this initiative forward. But we have to stop contributing as human beings. As Councilman Boucher stated, we were feeding rats. We were creating an environment where rats felt comfortable of being on our streets. We have a part, and I am with Councilman Osei, this old-fashioned way.
All right, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox.
Yes, Mayor, with respect to the request to leave Mickey Mouse out of this. But you're a lifelong New Yorker, of course.
Yes.
Have you had your own personal experiences with rats?
Yes, far too many, far too many. When I purchased my home, I had a real rat infestation. We removed and killed 79 rats when I purchased my house to do a renovation. Brooklyn Borough Hall, we put devices, the rat traps around Brooklyn Borough Hall. We collected 96 rats. Now, people demonized me back then. If you look at all the stories, people said, why are you killing those poor little creatures? You know, but I think every New Yorker can tell you their rat story. And if you walk down the block and a rat runs across your foot, you never forget it. Every time you walk down that block, you relive that. If you see a rat in your home, you never feel comfortable in that room in your house again. For whatever reason, I don't know what it is, rats do something to traumatize you, and you never live through it. And I hate rats.
All right, last question, Andrew. Mayor, you've been crystal clear on this, I think. The only thing I wanted to follow up with is, whatever measures you put into place now, a rat expert I interviewed today from Fordham said, as long as there are bags of garbage on the street, anywhere in the city, the rats aren't going anywhere because they've got to be. So can you get to essentially vision zero for rats?
Well, and I'm going to let the commissioner touch that as well, but I think Councilman Osei is right. We sent a team down to Buenos Aires. Other countries are passing us by. We have this old-fashioned method. It started during the Lindsay administration when we were dealing with a particular issue around trash. We moved away from the trash cans. We introduced plastic bags into our lives. It has never been the same. This is going to be a difficult task if we don't really deal with plastic bags. And I don't know who thought of these ideas about mint bags is going to stop rats. It's comical, you know. So we have to get garbage off our streets. That is our mission. We want to be the administration that finally deals with how do we rethink this process of garbage bags sitting outside our doors and outside our homes. Commissioner?
Sure. I'll just echo the mayor's commitment to rolling out containerization in New York City. It is definitely the way of the future. And I'll say the topic of containerization has been in the discourse in New York City for at least a decade. And this is the first administration to really make meaningful progress on it. So what have we done already? We've rolled out a pilot of containerization in every single borough. We met our commitment to do that. We're about to roll out a residential pilot later this month. And we are right now engaged in a 24-week, not just study, but planning process to plan for how we roll out containerization more broadly in New York City. I want to be clear that it's really hard to do. I don't have to get into all of the details now, but we are doing that hard work now to measure space on the curb lines and understand the volume of trash by neighborhood, by housing stock, to figure out how big, for example, the containers have to be. And the last thing that I would say to that is the change in the set out times, which we're in the process of doing, and the mayor is signing legislation today about it. Those new rules that we put forward are going to, in my opinion, dramatically increase the use of containerization, of containers in New York City, even before we get to universal containerization, because they give New Yorkers an option. You want to put black bags on the curb? Not before 8 p.m. You want to do it earlier? Great. You can do it at 6, but it has to be in a container. Same idea for businesses. And so I think when these new rules take effect later this spring, you're going to see a lot more use of containers in New York City than you have in decades.
All right, there, you heard the pledge there. New York City mayor hoping to reduce the rat problems that are happening there in the city, especially ahead of Thanksgiving and Christmas there, where there's going to be a lot of visitors. We continue on right here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us here as we bring you top stories, headlines, all in the mix right here, giving you the very latest. And we have been covering the latest with the snow. It's pretty much snowmageddon that's happening in Buffalo, New York. Right now, we are looking at already a foot of snow that they are dealing with. Oh, and there is more on the way here, as you can see from our radar here. More is going to pile up. When it's all said and done, they're looking at least 4 feet of snow. And this is why the Buffalo Bills, well, they can't play in Buffalo on Sunday. Take a look at their field right now. I mean, you could barely see it except for the post right there with the extra point there. So, of course, we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. We will continue to showcase everything that is happening weather-wise. And let's go out right now to Fox Weather. They are continuing to bring us coverage on the lake effect snowstorm that is blanketing western New York.
So all modes of travel are being impacted. We're seeing travel bans in place for Buffalo. Actually, parts of Interstate 90 in western New York closed due to poor conditions. We'll give you updates on that. We're also seeing reports of power outages, but right now surprisingly minimal. But they're still impacting traffic signals, and there are reports of vehicles being stuck in the snow. And we've also heard that bus service is being suspended and schools are closed. A final way of transportation, you're looking at Amtrak stations from Buffalo to Niagara Falls. They're going to be staying closed today. Numerous flights out of Buffalo Niagara International Airport also canceled. So we're going to be talking about all the impacts. And one that Craig and Amy were just talking about, the NFL announcing late in the afternoon yesterday, it would relocate the Buffalo Bills home Sunday game actually to against the Cleveland Browns. That's going to be on the other side of Lake Erie into Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, this is so significant. Obviously, that game had to be moved, and rightfully so. And we've got several more days to go before this all wraps up and gets on out of here by Sunday into Monday. But we want to thank you for joining us on Fox Weather on this Friday. I'm Kendall Smith.
Yeah, and I'm Steve Benner in for Stephen Morgan. Thank you for joining us. And a lot of people, Kendall, have been saying, wait, Buffalo's used to snow.
Yeah.
Just not this much, Kendall. When you're talking feet and then heavy snow, it's going to have some big impacts.
It really is, and that's what we want to show you right now. Wow. Did you hear that rumble in the background? That is thunder snow, and I have to say, probably behind severe weather, thunder snow is probably my second favorite weather phenomenon. I mean, it doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it is just spectacular to witness. This video coming out of Buffalo, New York, and in fact, this system in particular, we have been dealing with a lot of thunder snow, and we are expecting more on the way. So we're monitoring the totals that we've seen so far, but this has been a very impactful storm thus far, and we're watching as locations like Buffalo and Watertown are really in the crosshairs in particular. But again, elsewhere in the Great Lakes, we're dealing with very significant impacts as well. So the biggest takeaway is that if you do not have to be out on those roadways, just stay home. It's not worth it trying to risk it in these kinds of conditions. But in terms of timing, we are anticipating to still be dealing with this system throughout today, throughout tomorrow, and then yes, all the way through Sunday for some locations, even potentially through Monday. So by the time we start off the work week, we still could be dealing with some of those effects. So just be aware of that. Also plan accordingly if you did have any weekend plans. But we are not talking about inches of snow. We are talking about feet of snow. And in particular, places like Buffalo could potentially, we're talking, Steve, be picking up upwards of maybe 5 feet of snow by the time it's all said and done.
Incredible. So we want to bring in Fox Weather winter storm specialist Tom Nizzle for more. And Tom, we're looking at this right now. There's actually more snow to come. So what can Western New York expect for today through the weekend?
It's a really good question. It's timing, location, duration, all that goes into play with these storms. Before we get into the lake effect, I do want to show you this snow squall warning. These are short-term warnings that are issued for areas that are off the lakes, different than our lake effect snow warning. These are rapidly moving squall lines of snow that go across the area and can very rapidly change the visibility conditions there, taking them down to near zero at times. Critical for anybody that is traveling through the area. You go from 8, 10, 15-mile visibility on a highway down to a quarter mile or less. So this is really important down across Allegheny, Beaver, Butler, and Washington counties here in Western Pennsylvania. Very important. Be careful if you're out driving, and please adjust your speeds for that. Now back up to the lake effect snow, guys. Look at these bands of snow coming in off the lakes. There's 3 points I want to make here to this lake effect snowstorm. Snowfall rates as much as 3 to 5 inches an hour. Duration for the band setting up over any one area, as much as 24 hours at a time. You do the math. That's where we're coming up with the potential for 5 feet of snow. And of course, the icing on the cake with this, is thunder snow, and that is occurring with both of these bands right now.
Yeah, and Tom, I think it's so important to also realize that, again, like we mentioned, folks in Buffalo, Watertown, just really the Great Lakes in general, no stranger to events much like this, but this system in particular, this one is a very significant one and one that we're watching very closely. And we're going to head out now to Western New York, and that's where we find Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera, who joins us live from Buffalo, just one of those locations that has really been dealing with the brunt of this system. And it appears that we're trying to get Madeline, so we'll see if we can get her up here momentarily. But what you need to know in Buffalo is that, yeah, it's at a standstill traffic-wise. We have been dealing with multiple reports of crashes, really, especially right along the I-90 corridor. And Madeline, it does appear that we now have you. So what are conditions like currently, at least in Buffalo? We can see several feet of snow behind you. And yeah, I can imagine it is just cold out there as well.
Yes, well, I actually have a ruler, Kendall, so now we can measure how many inches of snow that we have out here in downtown Buffalo. Let's check it out. It is, just about 5 inches of snow. So that just goes to show you it's not nearly as bad as some other areas here in the Buffalo metropolitan area. I heard you guys talking about it earlier. Think about Hamburg, for example, or Orchard Park, about 30 minutes outside of Buffalo. We actually have a producer that lives in Orchard Park, and she says she's seen at least 3 feet of snow. She says snow is falling at a rate of 2 to 3 inches per hour. She's talking about power outages, and so it's tough for them out there. Here in Buffalo, again, things aren't as bad. I want to show you, for example, what the downtown area looks like. Look over there. You'll see some plow trucks coming through. They have been working around the clock trying to get these roads cleaned up. You'll also see another car right over there. The roads look messy, but they don't look as bad as they could be. And, you know, you can also see it right there. I wanted to point that out. You'll see a couple of people walking out and about. So, you know, it's interesting. You'll hear some people talk about how they're trying to make the most of this. I want to point our photographer, Phil, over just right over here, Phil, to my corner, right to my right. You'll see that is a snow angel. People here are trying to make the most and trying to make the best of this situation. But that doesn't mean that people should just let their guard down. In fact, local officials had a news conference about 30 minutes or so ago, and they talked about how they're concentrating a lot of their efforts in South Buffalo. They have a driving ban there. They don't want people out on the roads because the conditions are bad. And if people are out there driving on the roads, they're just going to make the work harder for crews who are trying to get things cleaned up. So that is the message that they are trying to share with locals here. Don't let your guard down because, again, this region could see up to 4 feet of snow over the next few days. So these guys just aren't out of the woods just yet. Stephen and Kendall.
Yeah, folks certainly are not. And Madeline, thank you so much for whipping out your ruler and just showing us how important it is, really based on your location. Because, and really, like you mentioned, the heart of Buffalo right now, 5 inches, but it's a completely different story just several miles away. Madeline Rivera, thank you so much.
Exactly.
Steve.
Yeah, and Kendall, let's take a look at some of those snow reports that are coming in and the impacts. This is Hamburg, New York, right? And so Madeline had just referenced this as well. It's considered the South Towns, only 30 minutes away, and they just got dumped on. So we're going to be looking at where you could get 1 to 2 inches per hour, that blinding snow that Tom Nizzle talked about as well, and why this is very concentrated, and you don't want to let your guard down, go outside, think you're going to make a quick errand run, and then you may be getting stuck on the roads. Look at some of these impressive numbers that we've gotten through Wednesday evening. And so this is near Lake Erie. This is on the southern shore. You get out to Monroe Center. This is in Ohio. They got over 17 inches of snow along with Edgewood. And so, again, over a foot, closing on a 1.5 feet of snow. Let's talk about what's going to happen through the weekend into early next week. It's the I-90 corridor. Erie could still get up to a foot more snow on top of what they've already seen. And then as you lift to the north and you start taking this closer to Buffalo, that's where you get to Dunkirk. They get a 1.5 feet to 2 feet. As you move inland, you start to taper that off, but still several inches of snow left to go. Let's go to Lake Ontario, where the hose is on for later today through the evening time for Watertown. Right now, it's been relatively quiet for them. They've gotten a few inches of snow, but look at this steady stream and band that sets up. And then we kind of look for when the wind shifts. Remember, lake effect snow is a wind-driven event. So as long as that wind stays over the warm waters, creates that fetch, and then you can see that snow really enhance into the overnight hours. This is when you're going to start seeing it lift to the north and get up towards Alexandria Bay. By early Saturday morning, Watertown is seeing the lingering showers, but kind of being released from this. And through the morning time on Saturday, you're looking at DeBauville towards Alexandria Bay. That is the area that's going to be seeing quite a bit of snow. And when we're all said and done, we're going to be measuring again in feet. In regards to Watertown up towards Alexandria Bay, 2 to 3 feet of snow for Watertown. So any weekend activities, make sure that you are being careful outside. Kendall?
Yeah, good advice. And Steve, it's not just Lakes Erie and Lakes Ontario that we're dealing with the lake effect snow. It's also our other 3 Great Lakes that are just producing lots and lots of heavy snow. You are looking live in Traverse City, Michigan. As you can see, the snow is coming down as well. And then
that was just a little bit of the coverage there from Fox Weather. We always appreciate them, and you could download the app, Fox Weather, or check them on streaming as well. They always do a great job, especially when weather is in the area like Buffalo. They really do showcase a lot that is happening. All right, everyone, we appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take our first break here of this hour. We do have coming up here in just moments, President Biden will be speaking about businesses as well as labor leaders at the White House. We'll be bringing that to you as soon as it happens right here on Live Now from Fox. And you can see the Dow right now up 87 points there in the green. So a kind of a seesaw day as it was creeping almost into negative territory about 20 minutes, but then rebounded. So we'll continue to watch that and so much more coming up next here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to be talking all about Thanksgiving etiquette, what to say, what not to say at the dinner table come less than a week away. Welcome back, everyone, here live now from Fox. Happy Friday to everyone. Hard to believe, though, we are getting closer and closer to Thanksgiving. We are just less than a week away right now, and this is always a great reminder. They're talking about the proper etiquette around the dinner table. You're going to be with family and friends, maybe some family you haven't seen in a little bit, and so probably a good idea is to maybe not talk about election stuff or if someone's getting married or when they having a kid, but maybe just keep it simple. Let's listen to what Fox 13 has to say all about that. Our friends in Tampa talking about etiquette coach about the big day on Thursday.
We're counting down the days to Thanksgiving, and while we are all excited for the delicious food, you don't want to forget to bring your table manners. Whether you're gathering with family or hosting a Friendsgiving, there are some definite do's and don'ts.
And joining us now to talk about that, it's our favorite etiquette expert, the author of Everyday Etiquette, Patricia Rossi, back with us again. Thank you, Patricia, for your time.
Hi, I've missed you guys.
We have missed you
too. All right, so step one, you should open probably your dinner with a talk about the election results, I'm guessing. Is that the first
or COVID.
First go-to in conversation there?
Anybody that you invite, you have to tell them 3 weeks before or tomorrow, you have to tell them no politics, no pajamas. You want to dress in a decent manner. And no pulling up old grievances. I want y'all to leave those bones buried.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so I always struggle with this one. What should you bring? You're invited, so you're a guest maybe. Do you bring the wine? Do you bring, your favorite green bean casserole? What
not green bean casserole.
Okay, not to Chris's.
So I have a new thing that I have been bringing, and that's paper goods, paper plates, paper napkins. I put it in a really little cute container, a little dish towel, and then don't forget the paper cups. They'll want these for coffee. And if you're feeling real festive, you can just throw some little wine charms in.
Can you
But that's so you don't, that's all under $20, and a cheesecake's going to be $20, and it's dried up before it gets there.
That's a good idea. The paper
Okay, good.
goods.
So that would work.
Yeah, and no one wants to be the person who says, "Hey, is the stuffing gluten-free? I have,
Are there onions in that?
Well, are there onions? But if someone does have diet restrictions, Patricia, should they tell the host or just try to avoid eating the items where they're not sure if there's something in there they shouldn't be eating?
I would tell the host whatever was my restriction was and say, I'm going to bring a plate for everyone to share of what I'm bringing. And that way everybody gets a little bite of what you're having as well.
So it seems like everybody's online. I have a question about this. When it comes to Thanksgiving, what can you post and when can you post it? Because my kids always get mad at me when I post, the family events before they've approved the pictures. Is that a thing?
Well, here are the social media guidelines. No, don't take pictures of anyone sleeping, anyone eating, anyone tippling too much. You don't want to take any of those pictures or post those. Be respectful.
Wow, that would leave no photos at my family get-togethers if you can't include people that are sleeping or eating. We talked about earlier some things you shouldn't talk about at the table, but what is a good topic, a good kind of a group question to get people going and have good dinner conversation?
A great question is, what kindness happened to you this year that wobbled your heart? And about everybody's going to have a story about that. And if they don't, you can kind of turn it around on them and say, well, what covert act of kindness did you grant somebody? And then that gets the whole table talking. It brings out great feelings, and you find out what affects people in your family. Like, to me, it's food. So not only do I want you to pay for my Starbucks in the car ahead, I want a big chocolate muffin too.
Nice. Great advice as always. Thanks so much, Patricia, and happy Thanksgiving to you and your family.
Happy Thanksgiving. I bet Thanksgiving dinner at the Rossi house, I bet there's a lot of pressure there. Everyone has to be on their best etiquette, right?
Well, they have good paper goods. I know that. Thanks.
Thanks, Patricia.
Great segment there from Fox 13 in Tampa. We do appreciate that right here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to roll on here. And our next story that we're going to talk about, getting a lot of attention, especially on Twitter. If you were on Twitter last night, you were probably seeing people tweeting that they were thinking that maybe the app would not be around for too much longer. That is coming as Elon Musk continues to let people go that he feels that are not performing at the top level here. So let's go out to my colleague from earlier today with this interview talking about Twitter and its future. This is my colleague Josh Breslow with the latest.
Peter Glor, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
So, am I reading a mystery novel? Am I watching some weird reality show? What is going on here with Twitter?
I think it's just somebody redoing the software engineering process of a very big software company.
Yeah, so, I mean, going over everything that has developed over the last, I would say, several days, several weeks, I have so many questions, but workers now leaving in those large numbers, and it sounds like Musk is kind of backtracking on his plans to say you need to work hardcore hours because everyone's leaving.
I think the challenge will be to keep the right ones. And it's, of course, a big risk that you frighten away the ones that you really would like to keep. But as far as, I mean, on the one hand, the advantage is that Twitter is not like an e-banking system. So there isn't really it doesn't compare with the cryptocurrency meltdown in that sense. It's basically distributing simple text messages, and that's technically speaking much easier than, for example, a trading system. So it can be done with much fewer people.
Do you think Musk is in over his head?
I think Musk has been in over his head for his entire career, so he's very used to that.
I gotcha. Is this the end of Twitter?
That is a great question. Personally, I don't think so. I mean, even if there is a big meltdown, then there will be a few days without Twitter, and then there will be the phoenix out of the ashes, and it will be reborn because A, it's too good a thing not to be there, and B, it's not rocket science to run it.
Who do you think Musk might choose as CEO? Are there any real options? Because Jack Dorsey's saying he's not going to do it.
No, I'm not reading. The crystal ball here. So, I mean, he will fight through it, and then whether it's an internal hire or somebody from the outside, or whether he is trying to somehow collaborate with the original Twitter founders, I don't know. I think it will be a mix of all.
Does he need to just kind of slow his roll and calm down a little bit in his, I don't know, aggressiveness?
Well, his aggressiveness so far has served him quite well. If you look at SpaceX, if you look at Tesla, if you look at his previous undertakings, they have worked very well. And he certainly, I mean, I like to say no pain, no gain. And he's exposing himself right now to the biggest pain of everything. And so I think as long as his health is keeping up, he has a good chance of succeeding in turning that software company around and making it work again and getting rid of a lot of slack.
Do you think he'll eventually just kind of give up and sell the company? I know, like you said, you don't have a crystal ball or anything like that, but does it seem like he's just going to kind of give up?
I don't think he's the sort of person that wants to do that. He's normally in it for the long haul. And if you look at the history of Twitter, there was 4 wonderful years, and that was the years when basically Donald Trump was governing the US through Twitter. And my feeling is Elon Musk might want to repeat that.
So
it's just such a great way to preach the gospel to the world.
Right. Well, so it's definitely my kind of social media of choice when you're talking about collecting news. For reporters, it's, you know, something that we use a lot. So my question here is, do you think that he's going to go back to allowing people to buy those blue check marks? Because you saw all the drama that happened where people were creating these fake accounts and they were tweeting as if they were celebrities, companies. Are we going to go back to seeing that again in the future?
I think there might be a 2-tier system, and I'm making that up as I speak, because on the one hand, he has that problem. He has to pay all that interest on the money he borrowed on Twitter. And so selling something, and it's in that sense, whether you have Bored Apes, NFTs, or whether you have a blue check mark behind your name, it's sort of the same thing. And so he will need to have new revenue sources. But on the other hand, he also will need to have a way to identify the real influencers. And so perhaps he will create a mix of those things.
My last question here, what do you think is next for Twitter?
I think what he wants to get back is sort of, I'm not sure whether he will offer Donald Trump or other people, meaning controversy is good. And if he can get a well delineated, well demarcated and sort of sheltered ground, playing ground for people that also offer fringe theories, it will greatly increase the attractiveness of Twitter. So I think he will be trying to create such a very a fertile mix.
I know a lot of people are trying to get over on Mastodon and make that the new Twitter. I can't figure out how to use it, so if I can't figure it out, well, I'm not that good at technology, but a lot of people are probably going to have that problem as well. I don't know if you're familiar with Mastodon.
I tried it out, and I think the problem is the audience, because it's basically you have the producers and they will produce something, but who's going to read it?
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, Peter Glor, thank you for joining us. Anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
I think I'm good. I'm good. It will be a fascinating journey, that's for sure.
For sure. All right, thank you so much for joining us.
All right, that was Josh Breslow from earlier talking about Twitter and its future. All right, everyone, let's take another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox as we take a look at the Dow, 73 points up in the green, and we'll continue to look at it throughout the trading day right here on Live Now. We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here on this Friday as we continue to roll on. Well, if you're a T-Swift fan for Taylor Swift, you know, it's been incredibly hard to snag some of those tickets of her tour, and Ticketmaster is having several issues with that whole situation. And a little bit earlier today, Taylor Swift put out a statement just calling it an excruciating process there, and she is upset with Ticketmaster. Now I want to go to Fox News' Lauren Blanchard breaking down, could there be some congressional oversight into Ticketmaster?
There are growing calls for corporate oversight on Capitol Hill after Ticketmaster left Taylor Swift fans frustrated. Senator Amy Klobuchar promising a hearing.
It is not just about Taylor Swift.
Right.
This has been going on. It's about prices
hidden fees that are way too high. It's about site disruptions.
The Swift presale was such a mess. The site, which merged with Live Nation more than a decade ago and dominates the ticket market, had to cancel the planned public sale. They said it couldn't handle the 14 million who tried for a ticket. Tennessee's Attorney General has opened an antitrust probe.
Ticketmaster is such a dominant market player that they need to be subject to extra scrutiny. I'm reluctant to have the government tell people what the solution is here.
Plus, Twitter, now under Elon Musk, is in disarray with employees being laid off or fleeing the company.
The critical response teams that manage both the back-end code and the front-end code have been completely gutted.
It's not the only concern with the Twitter takeover. Democratic Senator Ed Markey tweeting to Musk, "Fix your companies or Congress will," after a fake account impersonating the senator was verified.
There are ways, as other countries have done, that we could put rules in place.
Senator Klobuchar wrote to the president of Ticketmaster asking him what happened with the sale and his company, and she wants those answers by next week. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, everyone, we are continuing on here. A live look right now inside of the White House here. You can see the White House calling it building an economy for working families. And President Biden will be meeting with labor leaders here in just a moment. And we are waiting for him to come and sit down. As soon as that happens, we'll bring it to you. I want to slide in a break right here on Live Now so we don't miss anything with President Biden. Welcome back, everyone. You're live now from Fox. We are moments away from President Biden to me making some remarks, talking to business leaders as well as labor leaders at the White House. And as soon as that happens, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to go back out, though, to Buffalo, New York here. As we could see, we are showing you the radar here of the system that continues to push forward there in Buffalo. When it's all said and done, they're expecting as much as 4 feet of snow. Check that now. Fox Weather is saying some areas could see up to 5 feet of snow. Let's go out right now to them right here on Live Now from Fox with the latest.
Season big event. That allows the convective clouds to grow to 10, 15, 20,000 feet, and that produces tremendous snowfall rates and also thunder snow. Again, snowfall totals over 3 feet in places like Hamburg, Orchard Park. They're going to be over 4 feet the next time we get these reports in. I'm certain of that. Now, as we look at the snow band working through the rest of the day, Through the rest of the afternoon, most of the Buffalo metro area northward stays snow-free, but watch what happens tonight. After dark, that snow band moves north through the city of Buffalo once again. Overnight tonight into Saturday, it will move up into Niagara Falls, Lockport, Niagara County, north of Buffalo, and then it actually moves off the long axis of the lake into southern Ontario, Canada. It stays up there for a good part of the day Saturday evening, overnight Saturday, and then swings through one more time Sunday morning as the short wave that is forcing all of this weather finally exits Western New York.
So, Tom, again, just several more days to go for a lot of folks, especially in Western New York in particular. But I want to touch on thunder snow again briefly, because I think it's so interesting, especially for folks that maybe have not experienced it so far. We know that you worked in Buffalo for several decades. So in terms of what you've covered so far event-wise, is there another similar event to kind of what we're experiencing this year where we have seen as much thunder snow occur?
Well, certainly 2014, what is that, 8 years ago to the day, had a significant amount of thunder snow as well. But I'll tell you, this is probably not only one of the most electrically active lake effect snowstorms I've seen, but winter storms across the U.S. overall. This is a long-lived event, and it'll be interesting to see just how many strokes of lightning have occurred from this event when they total it all up. But yes, again, Stephen Kendall, this is not over yet. We've got several hours to go in through Saturday, at least for the Western New York area, and another 2 to 3 feet of snow. We're going to see snow totals over 5 feet in some areas before this is all over.
Wow. It's almost hard to kind of imagine. Tom, just for reference, I'm 5 feet tall, so it's incredible.
Kendall would be gone.
I would be gone.
Disappeared. And this is why they've, made some of those closures, and they moved some of the Buffalo Bill games. There's big impacts sweeping. Tom Nizzle, thank you for joining us here on Fox Weather. Excited to talk to you in the upcoming hour again, kind of dive deep into this. Let's talk about some of those snow totals. As Tom had mentioned, every time you revisit it, you're going to be seeing a significant growth. So this is out of the southern shores of Lake Erie in Ohio. So I think it's important to show you that it's not just Western New York, but also portions of northern Ohio closing in on over a foot and closing close to 1.5 feet of snow in Monroe, Center, Ohio, Edgewood, getting to that 16-inch benchmark. Then you do have some spots in northern PA, like Springboro and Crossingville, as they get over 1 foot of snow. Showing you some live visuals from Buffalo to Watertown. That is where you're going to have the greatest fetch set up off of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. But we can't look at the southern and overlook the southern shores. From Erie, you could get another foot on top of what you've seen. Dunkirk, remember, I-90 is closed north of here. They could be adding up to another 2 feet on top of what they've had all the way through Monday morning. It's important to notice the benchmark, how long this is going to happen for through the weekend. So make sure you're adjusting your weekend plans. Here is those spots outside of Lake Ontario. There's Amboy coming in at 2 feet of snow. Now notice this is important to see that it's not just right along the shore. You have to move miles inland. That cold air really starts to condense and it enhances that snowfall as you move inland. So it's not just those areas that are along I-90 closer to the lake. Even if you move just outside of there. Look at this steady stream. We already fast forward to this evening time. It's still sitting over Watertown. We get into the overnight hours, and by Saturday at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., that's when it starts to get released to the north. The winds come out of the south a little bit more, and now that fetch is created along Alexandria Bay towards DePaulville, and those spots are north of Watertown start to get that stream of snow. But because of the long duration that it sits over Watertown on the edge of Lake Ontario, you're still looking at 2 to 3 feet on top of what we've already seen, and then up to another 2 feet for Alexandria Bay. You go south along Interstate 81, Sandy Creek could be getting up 1 foot of snow. But this is, again, what I want to emphasize. Miles inland, Carthage, you're getting 1.5 feet to 2 feet of snow over the weekend. So make sure that you're staying careful out ahead of the holiday travel weekend for Thanksgiving. Kendall?
Yeah, Steve, good advice. And also, it's really important to know that when we're seeing snowfall rates as high as we are with an event like this, it's going to take several hours to get those roads cleared. And especially for those road crews that are doing all of that hard work, help them out, stay off the roads, because we just have several more days to go until this system gets on out of here. But we want to take you to another location now that's also dealing with some similar impacts. And it's not quite as impressive as what we're seeing, especially for our neighbors further to the east, but this is what it looks like right now in Ontonagon, Michigan, where, yeah, the snow, it's coming down, and we are anticipating potentially up to 2 feet of snow.
All right, everybody, that was Fox Weather right there, giving you the latest breakdown of the Midwest and East Coast right there, as we are taking a look there of the Great Lakes storms that continue. We are going to take our last break here of this hour right here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. More to come, including President Biden at the White House making remarks. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now. We take you out to the White House. President Biden making remarks on the economy as well as talking to business leaders. Let's listen right here.
Countries in Cambodia. We also met with Indo-Pacific allies, including a trilateral meeting with Japan and the Republic of Korea, and with President Xi in Bali, as well as the leaders of the G20 and the countries with many of the largest economies in the world. It was clear to me, and I think to most people in those meetings, that the United States is as well or better positioned than any nation in the world to lead the world on the economy in the years ahead. And there's a strong sense from all the leaders of the world of the strength of the American economy, and we've seen the willingness to want to work together and also here at home. We had an extraordinary 2 years of progress from the American Rescue Plan, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the CHIPS and Science Act. But what I'm most excited about is that people are starting to see the impact of these legislative achievements in their own lives. We're just getting started. We passed them this year, but now they're really going to kick into effect. It's going to accelerate in the months ahead. And the implementation of these legislative achievements is going to be one of the key parts of the success, I believe, for the economy. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to bring us together today. You know, I've called together a group of labor leaders and business leaders to discuss progress in building the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. And they've been partners in creating the jobs of the future and in building a world-class workplace ready to compete to fill those jobs. And our approach, I believe, is working. The economy grew at 2.6% last quarter, while inflation started to slow and unemployment stayed low. But what do these economic statistics really mean to people? Well, here's what they mean, in my view. We've added jobs every single month of my presidency, more than 10 million jobs total. 700,000 of them were manufacturing jobs. Inflation at the grocery store is coming down slightly. Prices for things like clothes and television and appliances are going down as well as we head into the holidays. This week we saw the growth in prices in business pay for goods and services to come down as well. Gas prices are down, but it's going to take time to get inflation back to normal levels as we keep our job market strong, so we could see setbacks along the way. I don't doubt that, but thus far we're in good shape. But we're laser focused on that. And in 6 short weeks, Americans are going to start to feel the effects of the Inflation Reduction Act. Come January 1st, seniors with diabetes on Medicare are going to pay no more than $35 a month for a prescription of insulin. Some pay as much as $400 a month now. And this matters to folks like Bob, who lives in Long Island, who has had diabetes for nearly 50 years. And he's had a leg amputated and has issues with eyesight because of the complications of his diabetes. Bob came to the White House a few months ago and talked about how he has to pay $300 out of pocket every 90 days for his insulin. Now, he won't have to choose that beginning January 1st, paying for a trip choosing between a trip to see his grandkids or to pay for his insulin in order to survive. This matters. There are millions of folks like Bob across the country. People are going to get a little more breathing room come January 1st. And for every Bob, there's a person who won't have to pay $100 or as much as $200 for shingles vaccine anymore. Come January 1, seniors on Medicare Part D will get the recommended vaccines like shingle vaccines for free, no copay. All this matters. Right now, 4 out of 5 folks who sign up for health insurance through the Affordable Care Act can get health care coverage for $10 a month or less. These lower rates were set to expire on January 1st of this coming year, but instead we were able to extend them. You need health insurance. You can sign up for those lower rates right now. Just go to healthcare.gov. Already we've seen a nearly 40% increase in new signups over last year. We're also helping folks save money on their energy bills. Starting January 1, you can get up to $3,200 tax credit to make your home more energy efficient. You can get up to $600 tax credit for new windows, $500 for new doors, $2,000 to install a heat pump, $600 to replace electric panels. Here's what this means. If you're living in a home with a drafty windows and doors, starting January 1, you'll be able to save up to $1,100 in the cost of replacing them. And that's just on the upgrade. You're also going to save a lot of money going forward because your utility bills will be lower. And that's good for your wallet, but it's also good for the environment because you're using less energy. And that's not all. If you want to install solar panels on the roof, you can get a tax credit for 30% of the cost. It'll bring down the cost of installation by about $7,500. And when you get to keep savings money on your electric bills for the remainder of the year, it's about $300 a year on average. Look, if you switch to electric pump to heat your home, you can get a tax credit covering up to $2,000 of the cost. But that heat pump's going to save you hundreds of dollars a year on your energy bills, depending on where you live and what kind of heating system you rely on today. Look, we're talking about real money here to save people, and it's just going to start kicking in now. By taking action, we're making real progress in strengthening and stabilizing our economy, giving Americans across the country some breathing room. To build on this progress is not just acting, but it's listening. That's why I'm here today to open to good ideas to continue bringing inflation down and continue creating an economy that works for everyone with these business and labor leaders who are in front of me here. Folks in this room, American labor unions, American companies, are key to building an economy from the bottom up and the middle out, as I said. I look forward to continuing to partner with them and hearing their thoughts about things I should do and should not do, ways we can continue to strengthen the American economy, and about how we can work together going forward. And now I'm going to turn it over to Brian Deese, Director of National Economic Council, and he's going to continue this meeting, and I'll intervene along the way. But again, thank you all for being here. I really appreciate your help and advice. Brian, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we're going to just pause a moment while we have the press depart and we turn to the rest of the meeting here. But as they do, I'll just add my thanks.
See, there you go. You heard the media trying to get a question answered from President Biden, but no such luck right there. All right, everybody, we got you covered as always right here, giving you top stories, headlines, and live events when they're happening. Live look right there outside of the Oval Office, right there at the White House, where in the next hour we will have a White House briefing. We will feature that for you live when it happens right here on Live Now from Fox, and we continue to showcase the weather that is happening in Buffalo. We are talking about feet and feet of snow that continues to slam western New York. I want to go back out to a little bit of Fox weather, as now they are talking to somebody from western New York in their car right now on this historic lake effect snow. Let's go to that right here on Live Now.
Events, spring severe weather, winter storms, and yeah, we're at hurricanetrack.com. Everything's Hurricane Track. Social media, just search at Hurricane Track. We're pretty much everywhere you can look for us.
All right, so head to Hurricane Track if you want to check out some of that amazing footage that Mark and his team are going to be getting in the next several days. So Mark Sedith, we greatly appreciate your time on the show this afternoon. We'll be checking in with you later on.
Thank you.
And cold temperatures are stretching as far south as Texas. The Lone Star State preparing for a rainy and blustery weekend. And unfortunately, yeah, it's just not what a lot of folks want to hear. And meteorologist Scott Fisher from Fox 7 Austin has a look at the weather those of you in the Southern Plains can expect.
Another couple of cold fronts are coming.
All right, and as Fox Weather goes to other weather stories across our country, we are going to continue to bring you these top stories right here on Live Now from Fox, as we are just 9 minutes to a new hour right here. Want to go out to Georgia here, where we had a special hearing. This is with the Democratic Party in Georgia, hoping to get early voting in favor for Senator Warnock and the special runoff that is going to be happening next month. Let's listen right here on Live Now.
Counsel for the plaintiffs.
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Sparks is present on the board with the plaintiffs. With me today is my partner, Joyce Gibbs-Lewis, and with the Elias Lawyers, Uzoma and Quanta, who will be handling both of the arguments today, and Mr. Dan Ocean.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sparks. All right, let me get the state of Georgia to do the same.
Good morning, Your Honor. Charlene McGowan with the Georgia Attorney General's Office on behalf of the state of Georgia. With me is Lee Stoy, also with the Attorney General's Office.
All right. So before and I know there are others here who are interveners as well as amici representatives, but before I let the attorneys take the reins, I'd like to say that the court has read most of the moving papers and will continue to read them after this hearing. Based on my reading, it appears that this case is entirely centered on an interpretation of OCGA section 21-2-385D1. Would you say that that is accurate, Mr. Sparks, for the plaintiff?
My understanding is that is the sole issue for the court today, Your Honor. Again, I would prefer Mr. Quanta for details.
All right. Defense, would you agree?
I do agree, Your Honor. It is correct that that is the issue, the sole issue raised in plaintiff's motion for a TRO or preliminary injunctive relief. Now, the state does have some jurisdictional defenses that we plan to argue today, but as to the merits of plaintiff's claim, yes, it's limited to that issue.
All right, so based on the acknowledgement of the parties that this argument centers around an interpretation of statutory language, this court will be restricting oral argument to the salient points on statutory construction and interpretation of this statute. So based on this limitation, I believe that the court is going to give up to an hour collectively on this, so 30 minutes apiece for you to make your arguments. Certainly, this is a time urgent situation, so I do want to have time to continue the analysis. All right. So let's see, Mr. Sparks, if y'all would take the podium as well so that we can make sure that we can hear you as well.
Yes, sir. Well, happy to. And before we turn on again, I just want to thank the court both for its attention on an expedited basis to this emergency matter, and also for ensuring that the order granting the 12 PG applications, Mr. Infanta and Mr. Oshler, were granted. We appreciate it personally.
And let me say one thing. I have to say something for the record. I'm sorry. This hearing today is being conducted pursuant to the Georgia Open Courts rules. Members of the public are permitted access to today's hearing through their presence in courtroom 7F. To the extent members of the public attend the hearing, they will be required pursuant to court order to wear a face mask covering their nose and mouth during their time here in courtroom 7F. All right, we're ready.
Good morning, Your Honor, and may it please the court. My name is Uzoman Kwanzaa, and I'm appearing on behalf of plaintiffs, Democratic Party of Georgia, DSCC, and Warnock for Georgia. Your Honor, this case presents a straightforward statutory interpretation question, as you noted earlier. And the question is whether Georgia law permits county boards of elections to conduct advance voting on Saturday, November 26th, the Saturday after Thanksgiving, for the upcoming runoff for Georgia's U.S. Senate seat. Up until last week, the general understanding among Georgia voters and county boards of elections, including the secretary even, was that the law does permit voting on the Saturday following a holiday in advance of a runoff. Following the 2020 general election, in advance of the January 2021 runoff, the Georgia voters in multiple counties conducted advance voting on December 26th, the Saturday following a holiday, December 25th. The Secretary did not object to that. Just last week, the Secretary appeared on national television and stated and acknowledged that counties may provide advance voting on Saturday, November 26th, the Saturday after Thanksgiving, for the runoff. And on the same day, the Secretary's chief operating officer echoed the same sentiments. Then, as runoff voting drew closer, the Secretary issued a bulletin that said just the opposite, that counties were precluded from offering early voting for the runoff on the Saturday after the holiday. So what changed? This last-minute reversal is not just wrong on the law, but it also implicates the most fundamental right in our democracy. And that is relevant to how this court should interpret the statute as well. The right to participate in our political process and to utilize the voting procedures that the legislature has expressly made available so that voters have ample opportunity to exercise their right to vote. So I want to turn directly to the statutory language that governs the issue here, and that's specifically OCGA 21-2-385D. And I'd like to direct the court to Exhibit 8.
Give me 1 second. All right, go ahead.
And we've attached a copy of that statute as Exhibit 8 to the affidavit of Mr. Sparks.
I have the statute.
Great. So subsection D1, 21-2-385 D1, authorizes a period of early voting separately for primaries and general elections and for runoffs. For primary or election, the advance voting or early voting starts the Monday immediately, or the fourth Monday immediately prior to that election. For the runoff, the statute sets forth a different rule. Advance voting starts as soon as possible, but no later than the Monday immediately prior to the runoff. But the second Monday, that is, immediately prior to the runoff. So already, in setting the period of authorized advance voting or early voting, the statute, and meaning the legislature, distinguish between runoffs and primaries and elections. Now that is the authorized period of voting in the runoff. That is the authorized period of also of voting in the primary and general election, as set forth in subsection D1, A, and B. Now, The provision then goes on to provide conditions on voting during the Saturday in that runoff period. It provides conditions on that authorized period of early voting.
Let me ask you a question about the pronouncements that you referenced in passing in the media. State actors' comments in the media. Does the public have a right to rely upon those types of statements, or could those statements be made in error, or could a public official simply change his or her mind about a statement that may have been made initially in the media?
I acknowledge, Your Honor, a statement made publicly can be made in error, and I'm not suggesting there is a legal right to rely on that statement. But it does suggest that, as a matter of fact, voters may have had access to that statement, and in fact, because it went to a national audience, it's likely that they did. And that implicates the equities as well.
You're continuing to watch Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate you joining us here. We were listening a little to that special hearing on the Georgia Senate runoff that will be happening next month. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Always great to be here with you as we bring you top stories and headlines from all over the country. Well, it is now 2 o'clock out on the East Coast and 11 o'clock out on the West Coast. It's always great to be here with you on this Friday as we continue to bring you these top stories and really top talkers. And one of the top talkers out there right now is this whole fiasco and drama between T Swift, we all know that as Taylor Swift, and I'm just going to go as TM, Ticketmaster, with this whole issue of trying to snag those very popular tickets on her upcoming tour. So let's go with the very latest right now to Fox News' Ashley Webster with the very latest. You've been tracking this all down, and now you have the latest. Ashley.
Hi there, Mike. Never upset a Swiftie, right? And when we talk about hundreds of thousands of millions of Swifties, you can be sure that chaos will ensue. Listen, Ticketmaster put out for sale a pre-sale to, quote, verified fans on Tuesday, the opportunity to buy a ticket to Taylor Swift's tour, which begins next year and visits 52 cities. Well, turns out the demand was so strong, the system basically shut down, was unreliable, kicked people out of line that had been waiting for 8 hours, a complete mess. Now, Ticketmaster says they were just not prepared for the sheer volume of people trying to get in that system and buy a ticket. They said they were expecting about 1.5 million so-called verified fans. They said the number was actually closer to 14 million. They also blame other entities such as computer bots and scalpers and everyone else trying to get in there and buy those tickets. Well, a lot of people were left very disappointed, but they were also disappointed that as this thing has unfolded, there hasn't been any comment from Taylor Swift herself. Well, today, a couple of hours ago now, she did release a statement saying that she was pretty much mortified by what had gone on. She said she's always tried to handle her business within her own management, but she was assured by Ticketmaster that they could handle the load, they could handle the demand, and she called it incredibly disappointing and apologized to her fans. They were supposed to go on public sale today. Those that were left over from the pre-sale on Tuesday were supposed to go on sale to the public today. Ticketmaster canceled that, and it's still unclear whether there are any tickets still available and for how much. So it's a complete mess, but I can tell you there are reports now that the Justice Department may be getting involved, looking at investigating the role of Ticketmaster and its parent company LiveNation, who many critics say have a basic stranglehold, a monopoly over the live music business. So there you have it. If you didn't get a ticket on Tuesday, well, it's very uncertain whether you're going to get one at all.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's always, and when you're talking about that, when you say about Ticketmaster, I mean, yeah, that was really the only option for years and years and years to get your tickets there. So it'll be something to see if they have that congressional update there. But we appreciate Ashley Webster breaking it all down for us on this Friday. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
No problem. And of course, we got you always covered right here on Live Now. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break as we bring you other top stories from across the country. Coming up in just a little bit, looks like a State Department briefing coming up any moment. We'll have it for you when it does get going. Also, a White House briefing coming up in about 45 minutes, setting up for a busy Friday afternoon. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, breaking news happening right here. We are moments away from Attorney General Merrick Garland. He will be appointing a special counsel to oversee Trump investigations that have been happening. There are several investigations, and now we are learning that the AG is going to be naming a special counsel. We'll have it live for you coming up here in just moments from the DOJ. So it is setting up here for you. We always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, let's go out to the State Department. It looks like that just started to get going here.
Additionally, today, the Conflict Observatory Program released its latest independent report. It details numerous instances indicating unjust detentions, disappearances in Kherson, Ukraine, at the hands of Russia's forces during its brutal war. The report presents publicly available information about the experiences of more than 220 individuals who are victims, survivors, or witnesses to torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment, including gender-based violence. There is only one country waging this unprovoked, premeditated war of choice with willful disregard for human life, and that is Russia. Today, we reiterate our call again for Russia to halt its filtration operations, its violations and abuses of human rights, its violations of international humanitarian law, and its violation of the UN Charter. We urgently call on Russia to withdraw its forces to end a needless war that it cannot and will not win, no matter how despicable and desperate its tactics. We remain unwavering in our support of the government and the people of Ukraine as they defend their country and their freedom. And lastly, while Iranians continue to peacefully protest in Iran, led by Iran's women, girls, and students, I'd like to take a moment to commemorate the protests that took place in Iran 3 years ago, in November 2019. As now, security forces then used lethal force against protesters and killed hundreds and detained thousands, all under the cover of weeks-long internet shutdowns. Even today, family members of November 2019 protesters are being arrested, detained, and intimidated for publicly demanding justice for their deceased relatives. The United States remembers the Bloody November, and we mourn the loss of Iran's innocent, peaceful protesters. Iran continues to disregard its people's human rights and continues to fire on and kill peaceful protesters today, including many women and children. Iranian authorities aim to stop dissent and stop the world from watching its brutal crackdown and to prevent the world from taking note of its state-sponsored violence against women. But the world is watching, and Iran's human rights abuses must not be without consequence. We continue to pursue unilateral action, multilateral measures, and UN mechanisms to hold Iranian authorities accountable for this flagrant denial of the Iranian people's human rights and fundamental freedoms. And with Matt, if you want to kick us off.
Yes, please. Recognizing that the Attorney General is about to speak in about 5 minutes and talk about DOJ issues, I want to ask you about a different DOJ issue, the one that arose last night. And I'm just wondering if you can explain to us in layman's terms why exactly the Saudi MBS case is different in terms of sovereign immunity than cases that have been brought, civil lawsuits and criminal prosecutions against other foreign leaders and other foreign governments.
Sure, Matt. So what this stems from is that Prime Minister bin Salman is immune from suit in U.S. courts while he holds the office of Prime Minister. He is the head of government. It has nothing to do with the merits of this case. The immunity determination is a legal one. The United States has consistently and across administrations applied these principles to heads of states, heads of governments, and foreign ministers while they are in office. This is an unbroken practice, and it is also something that we expect others to affront to the United States as well. And the normal practice of U.S. government has been to file a suggestion of immunity upon request by federal court for heads of state and government. And specifically to your question, when a foreign state, as opposed to foreign officials of the foreign state, is sued in U.S. courts, sovereign immunity is determined by the courts under the provisions of the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act, because the sovereign immunity of a foreign state is governed by FSIA. The U.S. does not file suggestions of immunity in civil actions brought against foreign states. That, however, does not address the immunity of a head of government, which is at issue in this case.
Okay, so the difference is that this was a suit that's filed against him personally?
That is my
rather than against the Saudi government?
Correct.
So does that mean that if the suit was filed against the Saudi government, you wouldn't weigh in with an opinion?
I will let the Department of Justice speak to the specific legal mechanisms.
Busy right now.
I will let them.
I don't think we're going to get an answer from them on this.
I will let them speak to the specific mechanisms, but as it relates to this case specifically that arose overnight, this immunity flows directly from the Crown Prince's role as Prime Minister, which is the head of government, which he was appointed to earlier this year. And again, I want to reiterate that this is a legal determination. It is on no basis of the merits of the case at hand. This designation only applies to the Crown Prince in his role of head of government. It does not speak to the underlying merits of the case, nor does it impact the other defendants in the case either.
Okay, so prior to him being named Prime Minister, this suggestion of immunity wouldn't have applied?
I'm not going to get into hypotheticals or what we would or wouldn't have done.
That is an actual fact that he was not the Prime Minister as of a couple of weeks ago, and now he is.
What I can say, Matt, is that this designation that that was filed last night stems from the fact that he is a head of government. He is the Prime Minister, and this is something that has happened in a long-standing, well-established way. It is a principle of common law. It's a principle of international law, and we've applied these principles regularly.
Just to make sure that I understand it, to put a fine point on it, when a suit is brought against a government, like Iran, like North Korea, like Sudan, the the State Department doesn't weigh in on sovereign immunity grounds?
We are weighing in because there was
I mean, not in this case, but I mean in other cases.
Right. What I am trying to explain my understanding of the mechanism, which is in this, the court asked the Department of Justice to do so. It is not my understanding that courts would do so if the defendant is a sovereign state versus an official. But again, I will let the Department of Justice speak to the specific legal mechanisms. I'll work through them, Alex. Don't worry. Daphne, go ahead.
On Russia, Russia said today it hoped to clinch a prisoner swap with the U.S. to return convicted arms trafficker Victor Bout in exchange for Brittany Griner. Do you view this as a positive step, and have you gotten any indication from Russia directly that it is more open to a prisoner swap?
So I'm not going to comment on specifics of any proposal other than to say that we have made a substantial offer that the Russian Federation has consistently failed to negotiate in good faith on. As you all remember, Secretary Blinken came down to this room earlier this summer and laid that out to you all, that we had made a substantial offer to the Russian Federation for the release of Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan. The U.S. government has continued to follow up on that offer and propose alternative potential ways forward with the Russian government to show our continued engagement on this matter. And the Russian government's failure to seriously negotiate on these issues in the established channels, or any other channel for that matter, runs counter to its public statements. Ultimately here, actions speak louder than words.
And can I ask about North Korea, or?
Why don't we work through and we'll come back to North Korea.
Follow-ups on both of those topics.
Yeah.
So, first of all, it's been critics of the decision to grant the Crown Prince immunity, or to determine he does have immunity in this case, have accused the administration of slow-walking the process, which, in the duration of that time, the Crown Prince was able to take on the title of Prime Minister. Just want to say, was there any kind of delay on behalf of the State Department, and did the determination, or did taking on the title of Prime Minister, was there any kind of coordination between Saudi Arabia and the State Department over that topic?
So first, I will let the Department of Justice speak to the legal sequencing and the timeline. I don't have anything to offer on that. But what I would reiterate again is that what this designation comes from, it comes from the Crown Prince's role as Prime Minister, as head of government. And what I want to be very clear about is that it has no bearing on the merits of the case. It has no bearing on the bilateral relationship. It has no bearing on our view of the brutal murder of Jamal Khashoggi, which this administration has taken action and has taken verifiable steps as it relates to. Secretary Blinken has condemned it. President Biden has condemned it. In fact, one of the very first visits that Secretary Blinken made to this briefing room was to discuss the intelligence community's report on Mr. Khashoggi's brutal killing, and all of these things continue to be true. And this designation stems from the fact that he is a head of government, which is consistent, long-standing international law, and they have no bearings on the bilateral relationship, on our views of the relationship, and no bearings on the merits of the case as well. And as I mentioned to Matt, this immunity only applies to the Crown Prince. It does not impact other defendants in this case.
Now, critics have also said that the administration didn't need to weigh in on this. Is that your understanding, or is it that it was mandatory?
So a federal court requested the government's legal position, and so the Department of Justice provided it. And I will note again that immunity, the immunity determination is based on long-standing and well-established principles of common law, including customary international law. I will note that this is normal practice, and this is something that has been applied consistently across administrations, and it is something also that we expect other countries to practice with the United States as well.
Just really quickly on Brittany Griner, is it still the State Department's view that the involvement of outside parties like the Richardson Center is counterproductive to efforts to secure her freedom and of Paul Whelan's?
What I will say, Shannon, is that there exist appropriate channels to have these negotiations and to have these discussions. A substantial proposal was made earlier this summer through those appropriate channels, through the channels that were determined by the two governments, and those continue to be the best avenues for this to come to a resolution as well. Alex.
Yeah, thank you so much. Quick follow-up on the MBS, and then if you come back to me later on different issues, I would appreciate that. You made your point clear that you don't view this episode, legal determination, as a departure of President's campaign promise to punish Saudi government on this case. But like it or not, the fact is that you are letting MBS off the hook just because he is the head of state. How can you assure the Ukrainians and others that you're not going to apply the same legal determination framework to Putin, who is right now conducting genocide against Ukrainian people as we speak?
Well, Alex, what we're speaking about today is this specific case and the specific designation regarding the Crown Prince. I do not want to get ahead of any future legal actions or any future things that might take place. But what I will reiterate is that this is an immunity that is based on long-standing and well-established principles of common law, including customary international law, and it is extended due to those who are in roles of heads of states, heads of government, or foreign ministers while they are in office, and that is normal practice. And I'm just not going to speculate on how this might have bearing on other matters in the world. Go ahead, Dylan in the back.
Yeah, so it's been a month or so now since we were told that there's going to be a reevaluation of the relationship with the Saudis given the OPEC episode. And this seemingly is kind of the first big incident that's occurred between you and the Saudis since then, and it's not seeming to be holding them accountable. It's seeming to be letting them, as was just said, off the hook for this. Do we have any update on the reevaluation of that relationship? Any consequences? Are there any other avenues you're going to pursue since this one is seemingly legally closed off?